Who's missing? Oh, it's close enough. Welcome everybody to the second day of the special meeting of council to discuss budget. I'm going to call this meeting to order. It's 10 a.m. This special meeting of council is being held to consider the proposed 2022 budget. This is day 2 of deliberations. Council will continue to consider the remaining recommendations contained within the Chief Financial Officer's report, CSR 2022-8. Once all of the recommendations within the report have been considered and formally approved by council, this will conclude the 2022 budget deliberation process we have today and again tomorrow. We have quite an extensive agenda to get through today, so I would remind councillors to, while it's great to put out your opinions, if we can keep our conversation to the matters at hand, which are the individual budget items put forward by the divisions and departments. That would be much appreciated. That will help us get through this in a reasonable amount of time and efficiently and effectively. Welcome to those who are attending, and of course, welcome to the panelists and staff. Welcome back, Councillor McGinn. So we have a quorum. Everybody's here as near as I can tell. So you may recall that yesterday we got into item 4, which is tax. The motion was read into the record, and we got as far as planning services. So today we'll start with building services, followed by bylaw and parking service. So I'll turn the meeting over to Mr. Farr. And we'll continue and welcome Mr. Farr. Thanks for coming back. And we'll start off with you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Yesterday, I provided a brief overview of the planning, building bylaw department. And through the presentation today, or at least the summary of the work the divisions today, I'll be focusing on building and bylaw. I have with me from our management team, Terry Paquette, the chief building official, Mike Campitelli, who's the incumbent chief building official, David Smiley, who is our new supervisor of bylaw and parking, and Jim Reicheld, who has moved to another assignment and is assisting in answering questions here today. So generally, the planning building bylaw budget is profiled on page 78 in its totality. However, I would direct you to the divisional budget for building, which is located on page 85 of the operating budget. In 2022, pending budget approval, the building division will be advancing its delivery of building review services. We'll be transitioning to new leadership under the guidance of the new chief building official, Mike Campitelli. The division will continue to implement the incredibly successful cloud permitting program. And let me just comment on that briefly. In 2021, the building division implemented the cloud permitting program, which is an electronic form of applying for and receiving building permits. It's been very successful in streamlining and making more efficient the building permit issuance process. And it also allows a dedicated communications portal for building permit related matters so that the building inspector can maintain a dialogue with the applicant. That will continue to the point now where we are almost exclusively in the building division operating in a cloud permitting framework. Subject to budget approval in 2022, it's proposed to do a review of building services fees and service delivery. And also, as indicated late last year, staff will be reviewing the shared services agreement with Penetang Machine. So as you know, the town of Midland administers building services for both Midland and Penetang Machine. The building division is somewhat.
Excuse me, I have to interrupt.
What is it,
Hi.
Counselor?
I made a promise that if anything came forward that may be of pecuniary interest,
Are you
because this
declaring?
includes anything with Penetang, I must declare right now because I believe we have developments in Penetang as we speak. So I'll excuse myself.
So, okay, you can inform the clerk of the nature of your conflict, and we'll move on. Thank you, Counselor.
You're welcome.
So as the building code, the building division is unique in some ways among different divisions here, in that the Building Code Act allows for council to review full cost recovery and seek full cost recoveries in the administration of the delivery of building code services. And that's why we'll be doing the building services fee review. That review not only deals with the yearly operating costs and revenues, but also ensuring that there's adequate reserve amounts to deal with the ups and downs of the economy and building permit activity. So that review will seek to increase the predictability of revenues and appropriate costing, and ideally reduce any kind of a taxpayer-based funding of building division services. So directing you to page 85 of the operating budget and reviewing buildings budget, there's very little noteworthy change. There's a very modest increase in protective clothing, uniforms, et cetera, to address increased costs of PPE related to work. There's a reduction in the software support costs as the cloud permitting program moves into year 2. And there's a nominal increase to travel, training, meeting, and conferences to reflect higher mileage costs. I think it's worth noting that as Midland continues to build and build out, our inspectors are traveling farther, similarly with Penetang Machine traveling farther afield. There are some capital budget requests, the first being the funding for the building fee review, and also a proposal to introduce one vehicle into the building division's support. And that concludes the summary of the 2022 building division budget. We'll be glad to answer any questions. As I said, Mr. Paquette, Mr. Campitelli are here as well.
Thank you, Mr. Farr. Questions, Councillor Main?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation on the building department. Have we seen the reno spike kind of die off? Because I know that was the issue last year, is we were having fewer home starts, or kind of a normal amount of home starts, but an abnormal amount of home renos, and it kind of changes the dynamic of how we deliver a building with more permits on smaller jobs. Are we still seeing those numbers? Has the numbers kind of fluctuated and we're kind of back to conventional home building permits and such? Thank you.
Well, before I refer, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Main, before I refer to Mr. Paquette for a more detailed answer, Midland is seeing more complex developments, which is interesting because with a large multi-unit building or a large commercial building, you might receive one building permit application versus, say, a residential subdivision where you see multiple building permit applications for individual units. With these more complex buildings, they tend to increase the number of inspections. So you see a significantly greater inspection load. So that is a trend in Midland, and Midland, relative to Midland's role as a regional hub. But I'll ask Chief Building Official to speak to this issue of whether we've seen a spike or a continuation in the trend of home renovations. Mr. Paquette, would you please come on and answer that question? Thanks.
Yeah, so typically after we have a couple of years where we've had some booming construction with new houses, we typically see renovations sort of move up a little bit. So I think in the next year or two, you're going to see a little more renovation, as well as we've got a number of new houses going in this year as well. So it's going to be a good mix, but typically, yes, the renovation side will stay pretty strong.
Thank you, Mr. Paquette. Councillor, any further questions along that line? Councillor Main, are you satisfied? Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions from council with respect to the building base budget change report? Seeing none, we'll move along. Councillor Main.
So the proposed fee increase review, are those proposed fees included in what we're seeing here? Because we're basically have a balanced building department only costing only about $12,000 with so much revenue coming in and expenditures. We're almost balancing out.
Mr. Farr, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Main, there's a proposal to do a full cost recovery review of building fees. Right now, while you're seeing the operating budget even out, there is a question about ongoing adequacy of the reserve amount to address ups and downs in the economy. Reserves form a key part of costing of building fees because if you're not recovering through the fees, then you need to recover through taxpayer support. And like I said earlier, the Building Code Act is unique insofar as it does allow building departments to pursue full cost recovery and carry that through to the fees. So that's an important piece of making the division sustainable through the future financially.
So what we're seeing in the budget, the $345,000 from licenses and permits, that's at today's current rates.
Correct.
Mr. Farr.
I apologize. Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you very much, Councillor and Mr. Farr. I don't see any other questions, so we'll move along to bylaw and parking services, Mr. Farr.
Thank you. I'll provide a brief overview of the bylaw division in 2022. So the bylaw division includes enforcement of most community bylaws and management of the parking program. Many municipalities are seeing increases in bylaw complaints. This is attributable in part to changing behaviors and social issues associated with the pandemic. In 2021, the town saw a year-over-year increase of over 300 bylaw complaints. This is likely an indicator of things to come as communities stabilize in the wake of the pandemic. So bylaw enforcement in Midland is primarily gaining compliance through education and cooperation. This approach can be time-consuming and complex. Enforcement of bylaws through the courts can be even more complex and it's generally less preferable. So the community spends time trying to establish and support community norms that create a balance in the community. The staffing of the program relies on both full-time staff and summer students. At this time, we have 2 full-time staff and summer students. And let me just comment briefly on the importance and value of summer students. The activities around enforcement often spike in the summertime when you see travel from into the community from out of town and large gatherings of groups of people, and ensuing enforcement management issues occur. And summer students become indispensable at this time in providing a kind of flexible ability to respond to these spikes in bylaw enforcement demand that would otherwise require more permanent staffing. So they do provide an indispensable part of the program. Given overall volume and complexity of complaints that we're seeing in the community, and also given that there are only 2 full-time staff, which is a relatively low number in comparison to other municipalities. 1 new municipal law enforcement officer is proposed as part of the 2022 budget. That municipal law enforcement officer will be responsible for enforcing and administering bylaws from the totality of the community's bylaws. That would take the staffing of the bylaw division from 2 people to 3 people and allow more proactive implementation of the town's bylaws. And that funding of that position is split between the bylaw and the parking budgets. In a moment, I'll draw your attention to those operating budgets. After council's approval of the updated parking program, which has already occurred, implementation does continue. It will continue through 2022. So just a quick comment. As I said, we refer to this department as planning, building, and bylaw. A bylaw's work encompasses both bylaw and parking. And parking includes a management component, and that falls within the bylaw umbrella of responsibilities. In the operating budget, you're seeing a separation between the bylaw budget and parking. And I think that's helpful for gaining understanding of what's going on in those two work programs. So in the bylaw budget, you'll see some significant increases in the fees and contracted services categories, where it's referencing something over 1,000% increase. This is a reflection of a change in accounting practices. So the fees and contracted services are effectively kind of, in the past, they were blended. So there was an incoming revenue from a fee and outgoing expenditure for contracted services. And then that was reconciled internally within one line. So you were seeing the kind of outcome of the reconciliation of the money coming in and the money going out. Now in the budget, those two pieces are separated so that you see fees come in. So there appears to be a sudden significant spike because this is a new thing. And then on the contracted services, you see money going out there. And again, it seems like a lot, but it's a result of the change in accounting practices and the separation of those two items that were previously reconciled. And I'll give you a quick example of what this means practically. So if someone has a yard that is the subject of an enforcement matter, so a yard in disarray that needs to be cleaned, and they don't do it voluntarily, the municipality has the authority to come in and clean up the yard, and there's a cost to that. And there is the cost is charged to the tax base, or sorry, to the taxpayer's tax bill, but there's some administration revenue that comes in on the fee side into the bylaw group, and then there's money that goes out to pay for the contracted services. So that's I think probably the most representative example of what's happening in those two accounts, and it's also a reflection of the broad range of work that the bylaw group is responsible for. So there is an increase, a modest increase in repairs and maintenance. The bylaw division has two vehicles that were inherited with the rearrangement of the policing services situation in Midland. So they inherited a couple of cars, and there are costs for the repair and maintenance. You'll see a reduction in anticipated revenues in certain cases because with the pandemic, for example, there has been a lower amount of activity on taxi licensing. There's some general fuel and insurance cost increases, and there's an increase in staffing to cover the costs of the new proposed municipal law enforcement officer. So it's important to note that the budget for funding the municipal law enforcement officer, and the municipal law enforcement officer is meant to be involved with the enforcement of all of the bylaws related to community standards in the community. It's funded partly from bylaw and partly from parking. Earlier, I had mentioned that these two pieces of the division, their work program, are split out. And so the source of funding is costed from both budgets. So I direct you then next to the parking budget. There's some reduced revenue anticipated relative to the projected revenue coming in from parking. And that's a result of it's sort of a corrective reduction based on the extension of the pandemic, the fact that people aren't moving around as much and traveling as much. And again, there's an increase in staff costs to cover a portion of the costs of that proposed new municipal law enforcement officer. So that concludes the overview. And you have with you today as well the new supervisor of bylaw, David Smiley. And we're fortunate to have Jim Reichel, the outgoing supervisor, here to answer questions and to support us through the transition.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Are there any questions? I see Councillor Shevsky, Councillor Main, and Councillor Gordon. Councillor Shevsky.
Thank you, Your Worship, and welcome, Mr. Smiley. I think the question is probably better suited to Mr. Reicheld, just with his experience. And I've been a bit of a cheerleader for the new parking system downtown. It's been a bit of an uphill battle, and it's been a bit controversial. The president of the BIA did come and speak to it at the budget open house, and I did send this email in advance. It's not a gotcha question by any means. If Midland decided to get out of the business of enforcing parking downtown and provide free parking for the public, what would that number look like? What would the impact be on the budget? It's definitely not my intention to pave paid parking downtown this year. That would be a pretty bold move considering we installed them a year ago and we've got an election coming in October. But I think for anybody running for council next election, it would be good to have this number. If they do plan on campaigning on removing paid parking downtown, it would be good to know what that number looks like. Maybe the units could be converted to charity donation centers or something. I don't know. But the question is, again, what is the benefit of being in the business of paid parking downtown to the town of Midland? Thank you.
Mr. Farr.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I ask Mr. Reicheld to respond to that question.
Thank you, Mr. Reicheld.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Olszewski. If we were to, I can answer that in two parts. If we were to stop enforcement and keep paid parking, we would obviously lose any fines and penalty revenue, which is projected for 2022 at 50,000. The on-street parking revenue would drop because as the knowledge expands that there is no enforcement, then there's no incentive to pay for the parking. So that would drop significantly. If we were to remove our downtown paid parking program completely, and that would impact by the $600,000 revenue line would disappear. There would be the upkeep of the parking lots and whatnot would be solely tax-based and not supported by the user fees of parking.
Are there any follow-on capital costs associated with that you're aware of, Mr. Reicheld? Resurfacing, light maintenance, replacement of lights, that sort of thing?
Yes, the parking reserve is used to fund the capital works in the parking lots, the resurfacing, like I said, the replacement of the lights. As that reserve builds, we'd like to convert everything to the LED program, similar to the on-street lighting, and augment some lighting in parking lots. And of course, the usual maintenance, resurfacing as needed, the painting and whatnot.
Thank you. Councilor Shevsky,
Yeah, I guess there's the negative revenue line, but is there a positive? Is there a positive in terms of expenses paid, uniforms, training, other things that come with training parking enforcement?
There'll still be a need for staffing for the enforcement of the rest of the bylaws within the town. So there may be a reduction in student use during the summer, but not necessarily a reduction in our full-time staffing.
Thank you.
thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Reicheld. I have Councillor Main.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Farr, for the explanation of what we're seeing on the fees and stuff like that. I still had a question about the license costs. It says we bring in about $17,000 of license and permits under the bylaw department. The 2020 actuals were only a few $1,000s. I guess it's because we waived several things during the early days of the pandemic. Is that $17,000 for licenses and permits track back historically? Is that around what we usually bring in pre-pandemic levels? And the second question along those lines in the parking is, I know we're listing about $700,000 for fees, $530,000 this year. Thinking back to several years pre-pandemic, pre-new parking system, I think that was the town's revenue for parking about 130, 120 something, or was it more than that? I'm just, I don't really have the numbers to go off. I was looking at that several months ago, so that's not accurate numbers. Somebody have that number from the old system? Thank you.
Mr. Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just ask Mr. Reicheld to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Reicheld.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Councillor Main. The licensing combines all the licensing we do. So auctioneers, refreshment vehicles, hawker and peddlers, taxis, taxi drivers. And you're correct, there was a significant reduction 2020 and 2021 because of the lack of events. Butter Tart Festival, for one, is a large contributor to that line because of the licensing of the food vendors and food suppliers. We get a food truck comes in that needs a license, so they haven't been coming. There's been no events to require that licensing. Hawker and peddler, there haven't been hardly any, obviously. So that reflects that. The taxi licensing is going to ramp back up this year. It was suspended during pandemic as staff was not in a position to be entering and exiting these taxi cabs at the time. The parking revenue pre-pandemic, pre-new system combined was approximately 250,000 in the good years. And that included fines and penalties and the on-street parking.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Reichelt. Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. While Mr. Reichelt's on talking parking money, what have we made since we went live in July?
Mr.
last
Reichelt.
year?
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Gordon. Sorry, Councillor, I don't have that right in front of me this second. I can obtain it shortly if needed. Absolutely.
I think it'd be good to know, and just if we project that forward, knowing that we're going to ramp out of this pandemic, just to see whether we're on track with the original estimates that, we were used to justify the installation of the system. I wouldn't mind knowing where we're at. And I know it was off to a rocky start. We didn't do enforcement for the first month. There's been the ongoing drama with the difficulty using the systems and other problems that we're working on. So it would be good to know where we're at. If that you could bring that back after. Another question that was brought up was things like that contracting of services for the person who hasn't cut their lawn in a year. By the time the notices get served and the time ticks by, and eventually they either decide to cut it or the town swoops in and has to do it. Do we contract that lawn? I'm just using lawn as an example out, or do we send our own team with our own weed whackers and lawn care stuff to deal with that and then send them a bill?
Mr. Farrar or Mr. Reichelt.
Thank you, Worship. Well, it depends on the service required. Lawn cutting, we have a separate contractor that takes care of that for us on demand. And as stated, the cost plus an admin fee is pushed back to the property owner. For large property cleanups, it would be a contractor. For small ones, we do utilize our staff, our operations staff, to assist with that.
Thank you, Mr. Reichelt.
Follow up then, if I could.
Please.
So the contractor that we have, is that something that goes to tender, and then we have bids from, like, there's no shortage of people with trailers and lawn and snow removal equipment work in the town. Are those the kind of folks that we engage?
Mr. Reichelt.
Thank you, through your Worship. Correct, we do have a local contractor. Over the past several years, we've put out RFQs and RFPs for contractors of record and have had little to no return. So we do reach out every year to contractors that are interested in doing this work.
Thank you, Mr. Reichelt. Thank you,
Your
Councillor
Worship.
Gordon.
Sorry, Your Worship, may I make a comment?
Yes, please.
Sorry, I just want to comment on the parking narrative as well, because I think it's obviously an extremely important aspect of this budget. If you look at our entire ask of the town portion of the budget, it's about $821,000. If you didn't have a revenue source like parking revenues, that would increase by the commensurate amount. So you're talking about $500,000 to $600,000 that would go on top of that, which would go to the levy. So a significant impact, positive impact on the levy. Question is, can you achieve that? And that's certainly something that we've taken on in terms of managing the pressure of a budget. So we did that in 2021, saying we expect to achieve that based on our forecast on what COVID was like at the time. Obviously, with COVID, that impacts both transit and parking will not achieve their revenue. There's no question it's not going to achieve it. However, we do have the advantage, like every municipality and big cities, to go to the government and ask for relief. on those revenues because we did not achieve them. So we will do that to the full extent that we can and hope that we can recoup that revenue loss. The forecasts that were made for those parking revenues were based on pre-pandemic volumes, that Jim and the others forecasted based on the rates that we had established. Council did implement the 1 hour free, which did have an impact on that as well. So that would obviously be something that would have to be factored into the revenue projections, and why you're seeing us pull back on some of those revenue projections for 2022. But there's no question, if we do not take advantage of this user fee system, there will be an impact of the tax levy. The last point I'll make is this is one of the few tools that we have in our financial kit box that does allow us to have people outside of residents participate in supporting, the costs of the town. Visitors, whether they're far or near, that come into the town, use that system and help us pay for those costs. So that is an important aspect of that user fee.
Thank you, Mr. Janot. Councilor Gordon.
I think Mr. Janot and we kind of align on this to some degree. I just think it's our implementation. And of course, we're not going to re-argue the whole parking thing right now, but I think there could be a worthy conversation to have in 2022 as we slowly crawl out of this and claw our way out of this pandemic and provide some relief to residents, to perhaps even revisit making one parking lot, free. And that's the one where it's the free for all parking lot, not 3 hours, just free. Keep charging on Streetlight. Come up with some way that I don't think people begrudge dropping a few coins in the meter. We did it for years, decades. It's just, I think it's the implementation of it, the timing and everything. So if there's a way, especially if we're not making our dough that we're expecting right now, I'd love to see us find some little compromise, even for a year or two, that's not only appears to be, but is a bit of an olive branch to our downtown and the community, that wouldn't have a material impact on our revenues, because we'd still be charging for other lots. So I'd love to see this council revisit and maybe rethink to some degree, without a wholesale hacking off the revenues and cutting ourselves off at the knees. So I do appreciate the efforts, and I was online this morning before this meeting arguing the non-resident fees that we should be having the conversation about it, and the clear application of something reasonable and non-punitive to just help take the burden off our taxpayers. So the bylaw department's a big part of that. One of the things we learned through our conversations is that our bylaw department historically has been very reactive, complaint-based. So we don't tend to go around looking for offenses. And if we were to take a more proactive approach, I'm sure we could probably pay some of these folks salaries just in writing tickets for people parked illegally in handicap spaces, or looking at people that are basically just skipping the bylaws entirely and putting sheds up too close to the property line or without permits. Like, there's a lot of things. I'm not suggesting we go out with a club and a hammer and start beating the hell out of our residents, but I think the well-known worst kept secret in Midland is that we have very lackadaisical bylaw enforcement, and it is complaints driven. And if no one complains, we don't see it. And I think we need to take a paradigm shift in that approach and let our residents know that we are enforcing the rules. The 50-kilometer-an-hour sign on the side of the street is not a suggestion, and there are consequences for speeding. Well, there's supposed to be consequences for speeding in Midland. And same thing goes with our bylaws. So I really do, I welcome our new bylaw team, and hope that we turn our minds to a more, not aggressive, but a more proactive approach to it when it comes to enforcing bylaws, as well as in our new website, make our bylaws easily found so that residents who are well-meaning and do want to check and see if they're in compliance don't just give up in frustration because they can't find anything and can't reach anybody and just do it anyway. So for what it's worth, those are my thoughts on that.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Mr. Deneau, then Councillor Shesky, and then Councillor Cunningham, and then Councillor Main.
Thank you, Your Worship, and again to Councillor Gordon and the rest of council. I want to assure you, certainly on the parking side, we're targeting the council meeting in March for an update on parking. We've done a tremendous amount of analysis and working with our supplier to understand the capabilities of the system, and I can assure you that the stability of the system has been examined, and we're quite confident in the stability of the system. But there are, we think, some program enhancements that we would think make it a much better experience for everyone, and capabilities that we could potentially introduce that I think would enhance, our ability to make it a better system. So you can look forward to that. We wanted to give our new bylaw officer, Mr. Smiley, a chance to settle in. He's actually introduced himself to Scott at the BIA. So we want to get some conversation with the BIA on their input on that. And you can look forward to that report in March on the parking side. On the bylaw enforcement side, and I'll let Adam chime in if he likes on the bylaw enforcement. I'll give you the CAO's perspective across all the municipalities. Bylaw is one of those areas that's certainly taken a real hit from the public during the pandemic. It's a real balancing act to try and enforce property standards during a pandemic. It's just a tough one to do. We do it on a complaints-based system, as you said, but again, we're trying to balance people who are suffering in many ways and not trying to be too burdensome. But that is a fine line that we've walked. And certainly in terms of being out in the public and having to enforce COVID standards, bylaw has been front and center in that. And certainly in the town of Midland, we've had to enforce laws that the province has asked us to do. So I'd probably counter your assertion that we haven't been active on some of those things. I'd say we've been very active. And, it's been unfortunate how, some circumstances happened, but these bylaw officers were just doing their job. So, we certainly look forward to coming out of the COVID and focusing on things that are not, pandemic related, and focusing on serving the town. I'll through you, your worship, if Adam would like to add anything.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would agree with CEO Deno's comments. I can say that there are a long list of bylaws that are enforced by the bylaw enforcement team, and that just as a matter of triage and resource management, there is a need to apply high, kind of medium, low priorities to what bylaws are most key given staff levels. So I think as part of going forward, what we would do is come forward and give you an indication of how we're applying the bylaw program. In terms of the comments regarding complaint-based, there are situations where just as a matter of resource management, a complaint-based approach is one that's adopted, and that's common among many municipalities. However, the comments are noted. I think that also, as I indicated earlier, as the pandemic lifts and communities begin to sort of restabilize and establish a new norm, we'll begin to see a kind of indication of how the community is adapting to this new situation, and that may be reflected in expectations around bylaw enforcement. And that in fact is in part the reason that along with the increase in complaints that we've seen, that underlies the request for the additional MLEO. I do think it'll provide the town with greater flexibility and ability to respond. And that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Olszewski, please.
Thank you, Worship. I see grounds maintenance as a line item in parking. Is this the snow removal from the system? So I understand there's 70 units in total, and having the free December was great. I think, I hope we do that every year personally to encourage the Christmas shopping in the downtown core. But January, when we turned everything back on, there was some deadly photos going around on social media of seniors trying to climb snow hills to get to the machines. And there was actually one of like a link of people trying to pull someone up a hill to get to the parking machine. And I understand there's 70 machines. I don't know if that's solely our responsibility, or if the BIA are responsible for part of that on the sidewalks, or what the issue is. I just hope that we can do a better job next year, making sure that when the plow goes by, to make sure that the parking lot is empty, that if we're going to commit to paid parking, that we make sure that the machines are accessible and safe to operate as well.
So that's just a comment, or is there a question directed to anybody?
I guess my question would be, is that our responsibility to clear out the snow for all 70 units, or is there partial responsibility from BIA, and is it budgeted for?
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I ask Mr. Reichel to respond if he's able.
Mr. Reichelt.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Councillor Main. It is our responsibility as a town, and in cooperation with their operations department, will ensure that continues. The ground maintenance line that you are referred to includes snow removal in all our parking lots, line painting, sand cleanup, sweeping, gardening, whatnot. Anything related to those parking lots is in that ground maintenance.
Mr. Reichelt, are you satisfied, Councillor? Thank you. I now have Councillor Cunningham.
Sir, Your Worship, may I add one point to that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, just one further point, and I think most people might be aware of this, but the system also has the cap to not have to go to a terminal. You know, and we're looking at enhancing that to almost have a tap and go like system. So I think those types of enhancements are ones that we're looking to encourage, because we're not seeing very high use on them, and it's probably because the app isn't that great. So we're looking at enhancements to that. So hopefully that will release some of that, but the point is taken. First year of introduction, we need to do a better job at cleaning around those terminals.
Thank you, Mr. Deneau, and I would suggest that the report coming forward, I see your card, Councillor Gordon, thank you, in March is well anticipated, and hopefully will resolve a number of these things. Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you. I've got a few comments or questions here. The first one is what makes a good year? I'm looking at the budget. When I was looking back at the budget from 2020, I actually really got to appreciate the extra detail that we're seeing now in our budgets, because our revenue had been projected in 2019 to be 250,000, but it was actually 70,000. So my question really is, what makes a good year? How do you know you'll have a good year in parking revenues?
Mr. Reichelt.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. 2019, we had a staff member off for quite a while, which impacted that that revenue, obviously. What makes a good year? Good question. Not having a pandemic would be one. Our years averaged out pre-pandemic at full staffing capacity fairly well, around the $250,000 mark going back. A good year is a year full of events, a year full of tourists coming up to see us, people out in our downtown enjoying it.
Thank you.
Mr. Reichelt, Councillor.
Yeah, my next question was, I know we had a challenge to how cheap we made our annual parking permits for downtown, and I wondered if that adjustment, if there's an adjustment or a change, whether that needs to wait till the report in March, or whether that's something that's coming forward in this budget, because if we're setting fees and rates, those sold like hotcakes, and there were some complaints that they sold perhaps to people who wouldn't normally need those annual parking permits. And so I wondered if that had been considered for this budget and our fees and rates for that.
I'll ask Mr. Reichelt to answer that, if I may, Mr. Farr, and to continue to do so unless you wish to answer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, yes, we will be in cooperation with the BIA and the Chamber discussing the 2022 permit fees. It will be included in the March report. The bulk of the renewals for their permits aren't due until July, August time. Well before then, we'll have a 2022 permit program to present to council, and a subsequent possible amendment to the fees and charges bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Reichelt. Councillor.
Yep. Last question I had. I know Councillor Gordon yesterday was proposing, that's the P word, a potential wage freeze, and that you suggested he wait till Friday on that. And I do see there is a new employee considered within the base budget in our parking and bylaw. And I wondered if this was a place to propose that we consider that separately tomorrow.
I direct that to Mr. Farr, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'm just not prepared or able to comment on that now. This is my first budget year, so not knowing the details, I guess I would defer to one of my colleagues if there's an update to do so through Michael, through the CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Farr. Mr. Jeremy.
Councillor Cunningham, through your worship. So if this is the employed through the service level change form, as it would be a permanent complement, then that would be the place to tackle that one when we get to the service level changes.
I think she's referring to, Mr. Farr indicated that there was an additional salary embedded within the base budget, whether that was incorrect or whether he was referring to the service level change, I'm not sure, but the suggestion was that there was a position embedded in the base budget that would also, it sounded like it would also come up for consideration under service level changes. So we'll just clarify that for the counselor.
Certainly. So there will be no new complements embedded in the base. Any new complement, any new permanent positions will be in service level change requests. That's one of the base policies that we follow with preparing the budget, that any new permanent complement, so a new FTE, I guess, yeah, I'm throwing all kinds of terms around that could be used interchangeably here. Those would go through a service level change form.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy.
Following on that, that
Councillor.
would then mean that the 42,000 additional, just for instance, in parking, is not a service level change because it shows up as a 0 in the service level change, but it's still which is where the question came from, right? Is that it's not a service level change request, but looks like half of an additional full-time employee to me.
Mr. Jeremy.
Just getting some messages coming through from Adam. Adam, if you've got something that you want to chime in with, please do.
Mr. Farr.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Cunningham, I think I owe you an apology insofar as I blended the additional service level request with the costing for the current staff member that's shared between the two divisions. And that's my mistake, and I apologize for that.
Thank you for the clarification.
So, Mr. Jeremy, should we be modifying the salaries and benefits lines in the parking and bylaw to reflect that the request is coming through in service level review or changes?
If I could, I would like to follow up on this one. The service level changes should not be in the base budget. So I would like to have one of my staff just validate exactly where that is. If it is in here, then yes, we should be stripping it out and considering it separately in the service level changes, and we'll make that adjustment. But I need to have a staff member follow up on that if I could.
Okay, do you have a sense of how long that will take? Because I mean, we're not going to really deal with the motion until sometime later to the end of the day, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think we could turn it around fairly quickly. I'll have them look into it.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. What does they say? Good catch. So we have, sorry, is that, do you have any follow-ons, Councillor Cunningham? No, okay. I have Councillor Main, please.
Thank you. Yeah, the parking stuff is quite interesting. Without getting into parking theory or whatever, I think that having a new system and having new data is going to be very informative. But before we installed the new system, there was still talk about a parking study to analyze what parking stalls are used, what are not used. I think personally, I think the shift is trying to move away from off-street parking to try to utilize more on-street parking. If you see First Street, Midland Avenue, on-street parking is still underutilized, and there's an abundance of on-street parking. So with the new system, with the data that we're gathered from that, does that mean that we don't necessarily have to do a parking study? I very much would like to know that, I would very much like to have the study done, but it's a cost that it's an additional cost to what was being proposed. Do we have a comment on the study? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the notion of park study was something that we presented to council in the past for consideration on previous budgets, and in discussion with Mr. Reichel about the need for a parking study. At this time, the view was that it wasn't something that was needed, that there wasn't sufficient rationale at this time to conduct the study.
Thank you, Mr. Farr. My understanding is that the machines are actually providing us with the actual usage and shifts in usage seasonally and otherwise. Councillor, I think I won't say that it precludes a parking study, but I think your understanding is correct, that it's the parking study in real time. So I have Councillor Gordon, please.
Thanks. So just follow up on, the snow clearing around the parking pay terminals. Something that came to light in our conversations about the knocked over lampposts, that we've had a few of those this winter, and the sort of hubbub that followed that was a revelation in an email that I think is probably worthy of sharing with the community who may not be aware that if I'm interpreting this properly, and I don't believe this was something that was inward facing, is there's actually bylaw on the books that we haven't been kind of enforcing or imposing upon our downtown merchants that sees the responsibility of clearing much of the sidewalk area, even though that landscape is clearly changed with the new redesign and the bollards and everything, puts that onus on the shop owners to actually clear. And the questions come to me, does that include they need to get out there and shovel around a parking meter if it's in front of their store or near their store? And I was just wondering if this would be the opportunity, since it has material impact and costs, getting guys out of machines instead of knocking over lampposts and using a shovel around this stuff. That costs money and takes people. Is it worthy to maybe enlighten the community on this long unenforced bylaw that we may be relying upon to try and save money?
Mr. Reichelt, I guess, would be the one to answer that one. Mr. Reichelt.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Gordon. Over the years, I can't even recall off the top of my head a complaint about a store owner not shoveling their portion in front of the store on the downtown and King Street. We can certainly look at that as an aid to keep the King Street sidewalks clean. But enforcement of that bylaw hasn't been really needed. It's not that we're not doing it. It's just there has been no observation of the store owners not doing it.
Mr. Reichelt.
Okay. Thanks. Sorry, I wasn't suggesting that store owners are, taking advantage of the town, kind of doing a lot of that work for them. I was just suggesting that, is there an expectation now that there's no real delineation between a non-existent curb and a sidewalk? Is there an expectation that the store owners have some type of onus or responsibility to clear around the bollards or those pay parking machines that are, inside of the bollards? It's a little ambiguous right now. And we have obviously a snow clearing deficit getting around those things in a timely manner.
Mr. Reichelt.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I'd have to look at the details of that bylaw again and see what the actual requirements are of the amount of clearing the store owners are required to do.
Thank you, Mr. Reichelt. I'm just going to remind council that this is not a conversation venue for issues related to the subject matter within divisions. If we continue to do that, we're going to need another 3 days to get through this budget, and I don't think it's appropriate that happens. So if you have a question, please direct it through the chair. I'm not going to sit here and disallow, but in the interest of time, I'm going to, unless there is something that we physically want, or not physically, but emotionally we want to change within the budget, such as whether or not the service level change was embedded in the parking and bylaw services, which may in fact be the case and is material to the budget. Can we just keep our conversation to those matters? And with that, I'm going to move on and thank Mr. Farr and his colleagues for their inputs into the budget, for their efforts in creating the budget and explaining some of these what appear to be large variances, but in fact are more housekeeping matters than anything else. So thank you, Mr. Farr. Thank you to your team. And we'll look forward to Mr. Jeremy getting back to us with the actual situation with respect to the salary increases later in the day. So thank you again, and we'll move on now to corporate services. And I'm not sure who's going to speak this. Mr. Campbell's going to speak this. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. Yeah, we talked yesterday about people pitch hitting in other departments when we gap staff. Well, I've got part of corporate services, including clerks and legal right now. Jim has IT. So I'll start off going through this, I'll direct you to page 98 for the clerk's department. And corporate services, it's the finance department, information technology, legal and risk management, and procurement. So those are the four areas. In the binder, there is the overall summary, but we'll go specifically to the three main areas: finance, clerks, legal, risk management. There isn't a separate breakout for procurement because it is one FTE is what's in the procurement group.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Campbell.
clerk's department. The big thing for clerks in 2022 is the municipal election. That is going to take a lot of energy, effort, new technology, as council has approved us going to electronic and telephone voting. And you'll see all of the costs for the election. They're in the one-time column because we don't want to have that huge $120,000 expense in over time. So we do put money aside every year into an election reserve, and then every 4 years we draw it out on a one-time basis. So when you look at the one time on page 98, it is $132,000 for the election. And, we'll see how where that's at the end of the election, because with the electronic system, yes, we have some new licensing and things to buy. We'll have to see how our recruitment is. In the past, we've had to have around 60 temporary workers hired to run the election, at the ballot box. We won't be having that this year, so hopefully this is on the high side, but again, we've got to see how this rolls out. Also, because we're changing it, we want to make sure we spend a lot of time in our marketing, advertising, education for our citizens to understand this new approach to voting. So the overall budget for the election is a significant one-time cost for this year. The other thing that's changing in the clerk's budget and corporate services is just the redistribution of staffing dollars into other areas. Reduction in salaries and benefits is really the reallocation of our corporate communications person into the CXO group, legal and risk management into a new legal risk management group that we'll talk about in a minute. Those are the two main changes we have on staffing. Other than that, that's just some there aren't any large changes. So with that, I'll turn the floor for questions, and certainly the clerk can jump in to answer if needed.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. I would again remind council, please refrain from conversation and direct your questions specifically to the budget in front of us at the moment. Councilor Main.
Thank you. I had a question about the corporate services budget. It's quite interesting seeing it all grouped together, and taxation. There's $24 million right there in the base budget. Some of these things are kind of interesting following because there's obviously with the pandemic, things are up and down. Question about interest and investment income, as well as just some of those larger items that we see here on the budget, grants and external contributions. Some of these items, these large hundreds of thousands of dollars items that we have in the budget. If somebody could speak to that, thank you.
Mr. Campbell.
If I may, Councilor Main, you're speaking to the overall department. If I think when we get into the finance group, Mr. Jeremy will speak specifically to those concerns. Yeah, when you look at the rolled up, there's a lot of numbers and it's breaking it down into the individual divisions. It's a little easier to discuss. So Mr. Jeremy could answer that now, or we just wait for the finance section.
I'd suggest that the councillor ask the question again. I think Mr. Jeremy is going to be talking. There's a section not actually indicated on the order paper, if you like, that I believe Mr. Jeremy is going to be bringing forward.
That's correct, Your Worship.
And will this item be contained in that section?
Yes, I would suggest that we tackle those very large numbers that Councillor Main is referring to. When we get to the council and committees department, we can add a taxation and general revenue division to that
Thank
schedule.
Thank you. Are you okay with that, Councillor Main? Thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. Campbell with respect to the clerk's budget? I don't see any, and I'm just going to ask the clerk whether Councillor McGinn is in fact still with us. I don't see.
Sorry, I have sent her an email about half an hour ago advising that she could have joined during the bylaw and parking, but we're keeping an eye on the attendees and I don't see her, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, I didn't see her there either, so you might send her another email, please.
Sure.
Thank you. So, Mr. Campbell, I don't see any further questions with respect to clerk, so I suggest we move to the next item, which I believe is finance. And would that be Mr. Jeremy?
Yes, I'll turn the next section over to Michael.
Mr. Jeremy.
Yes, it certainly is me. Okay. So with respect to finance, we've got a few items that have changed significantly year over year with respect to some budget lines here. The first is the draw from reserves line, and you'll see that that's been reduced by $125,000, and that was a revenue. Included in the 2021 budget was a $125,000 draw from our municipal modernization fund, and that was intended for some temporary resources. That is not present for 2022. So there is that reduction, but there's also an equal and offsetting reduction to the salaries and benefits line in 2022. So on a net basis, it's a wash. There's no impact on the tax levy as a result of that change. The next big one is we have sundry revenue, and you'll notice that we have a $45,000 increase there. That increase is in relation to a new fee that we're proposing for mortgage company administration fees. This is a common fee that you'll find in other municipalities and their tax departments when we're dealing with mortgage companies around the additional paperwork essentially that goes along with working with those agencies. The next one is interdepartmental transfers. You're going to hear this one coming up time and time again. Interdepartmental transfers, they actually really don't have an impact on the town's bottom line. It's intended, the purpose of the interdepartmental transfers line is to allow us to take costs that are initially housed in one division and transfer them to another division. The reason we do that is to help us understand better what the costs of specific services are. So in this case, you're seeing that the interdepartmental transfers line is actually going into a net cost position for finance. And that's a result of us moving staff out of the finance department over to CXO. The recoveries that we had from our water wastewater rates, those went along with the staff. So that's why you're seeing it change in 2022. Which brings us actually to salaries and benefits. So big reduction here, as noted. There was that $125,000 equal and offsetting reduction to salaries associated with the grant revenue. That is also gone. But as I had just mentioned, we transferred staff out of the finance department over to CXO to accommodate the work that they're now doing on our behalf. So that's really what you're seeing there. Yeah, if there are any other questions on the finance budget, please let me know.
Mr. Jeremy, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Could you explain to me yesterday, we decided to remove $600,000 from the County Road 93 construction, and why did it not affect the budget? In my head, that's 2% savings, and if you could explain to me and the public why that is not. When you gave us the number at the end of the day, it was still the same number. Could you explain to me, we're saving $600,000, how that does not change the budget?
Mr. Jeremy.
Certainly, Deputy Mayor Ross, through your worship. So the County Road 93 project that was provisionally in our capital budget is separate from our operating budget. So our operating budget, which is what we're discussing here now as it pertains to the finance department and all the other departments that we've been going through, that is funded directly from the tax levy every year. Our capital budget is not funded directly from tax levy or user rates. It is funded from reserves, from debt, from grants. Those are your primary three ways of paying for that. Reserves, you can argue, and you'd be correct to argue, they're ultimately funded from things like our tax levy, from our user rates, from our development charges, and all of those things. But they're an accumulation over time. So it's what we've been able to put aside in the savings account. We're drawing on the savings account to fund our capital program. So that's why there isn't a direct link between making a change in your capital program and the tax levy that you're charging today. Now, with respect to that specific project, it was funded from a combination of, I believe it was development charges and federal gas tax, if memory serves on that. So even if there were some direct correlation, the funding sources attributed to that particular project, it wasn't the tax levy. So even if there were a direct correlation, which there isn't, you wouldn't have seen a change there.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Need questions related to the finance division's base budget? Councilor Main.
It's actually more of a software question. I know we've been going through a lot of changes in software. How is the implementation of all the new software suites going? It seems like procurement's got some new things in the budget. Things like digital technology and the digitization of government has been a pretty rapid transition. How has that been going for the finance department? How's that been working out?
Mr. Jeremy, I think this is probably more related to the next a couple of items down, which is IT, but
I guess so, yes. It was
Yeah.
finance related because I know finance has a lot of different software suites. Thank you.
well, certainly a lot of it feeds into finance for the accounts payable, accounts receivable, taxation levy, and so receipts, etc. But Mr. Jeremy, do you care to answer that, or would you prefer to just go to the IT?
It's probably best if we tackle it in IT. I mean, for what it's worth, we are, from finance's perspective, we are seeing improvements and modernization of some of our systems. You've already heard Mr. Campbell referring to Citywide. That's going to be a replacement for an antiquated system that we had for our tangible capital assets, which is no longer supported. So as we transition over to Citywide, that application should help us out quite a bit when it comes to tracking our tangible capital assets for accounting purposes, as well as the overall benefit of asset management. But yeah, I think if you're looking for an overall update on our IT systems, that would be best addressed by our IT group.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. I would hope that at some point in time we leave the Great Plains and move to a little more modern system, but that's conversation for another day. Any other questions thank you, Councillor Main, but any other questions related directly to the finance-based budget? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Jeremy, and Mr. Campbell, back to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, and just our main financial software is moving into the cloud as we speak. And we'll know if Michael and his staff go crazy if it doesn't work. But that's going to be one of our big changes, getting off our on-premises software and moving into the cloud for our financial systems. And I'd like to bring Mr. Reicheld back. He's a acting IT manager right now. And if I can bring Jim back in to speak to the operating budget.
Mr. Reicheld.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to council. Yeah, I have been acting in the IT manager position since June. Operating side, not a lot of change, actually a reduction because of salary savings because of the shared service of me. A slight increase in the software support, that's just because we brought on a managed service provider this year to assist us with our server backend and network work. To answer Ms. Councilor Mains, yes, we're moving a lot of our software to the cloud. Great Plains, the big one, happening right now. Our software suites are working great. We're looking forward to the citywide and the add-ons to that this year. And not in the move to SharePoint for our file system, leveraging our current Microsoft 65 licensing to use that to our advantage, and get some pressure off our on-premises servers, which are aging. I'm open to any questions you have on this IT operating budget.
Thank you, Mr. Reichelt. Questions directly related to the base budget, please. Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. Is the IT budget capture that software that I can't remember what department wanted it? It had something to do with big data collection, managing where cars are and what speeds they were traveling. It had something to do with our traffic calming, and it was a fairly significant subscription fee, as I recall. Does that tie into the IT budget, or does that fall into another budget? Have we even seen
Mr.
that?
Campbell. Mr. Campbell.
Through your worship, when we talk the engineering budget in a couple minutes, that is in that budget discussion.
Oh, thank you then.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Cunningham, sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was seeing a reduction in training, travel, meetings, and conferences, and a higher reliance on our IT to support the town, and from a customer service standpoint, but from a wide variety of standpoints. And I know in the past we've had a challenge that we didn't have internal resources to support Great Plains and some of the other challenges that we had. What are we doing to ensure that we have that wisdom in-house, that we can support the software should things go wrong? I know maybe you've already touched on this a little bit, just from a very specific clarification. Are there certifications on citywide or things like that that will allow us to be really empowered to keep that software running at its best?
Mr. Reichelt?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, the training and travel went down as we are doing more online training and certifications. The pricing for that has actually come down in some of them. The support for the various softwares, so like I said, we have brought on managed service providers assisting with that. So that brings their pool of skill and knowledge to assist our boots on the ground with that. We have support contracts with the vendors for Central or Great Plains and citywide that will utilize their expertise in resolving any issues to assist our team. As you know, we can't be experts in every piece of software, so we rely on our support contracts with the vendors for that.
Thank you, Mr. Reichelt. So that's your question, Councillor Bain, please.
Thank you. Question about the, we were talking about software. This is IT, and it's grown to almost a $250,000 of what we're paying in software for everything that we use, all the various pricey services. Plus, with software as a service, as a new trend, it's just going to mean costs are just going to keep going up, and you don't get software as a product anymore. You're only leasing it or borrowing it or whatever. Are we seeing it increasing in software is because we're adding more software packages, or is it also a combination of increased software prices? Thank you.
Mr. Reichelt.
Thank you, Worship. It would be a reflection to the additional software we've added over the last years or two, and if approved this year. Citywide obviously was a large chunk of that. And you're right, software as a service has a cost to it, but we're also removing stuff off of our on-premises servers, and we'll be retiring some of them, so there will not be hardware replacement costs on our on-premise stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Reichelt. Councillor Gordon, please.
Just a quick note. I'm sure, Jim, you've already been in contact with our Microsoft licensing contractor, but there's some material changes coming to the subscription costs for Office 365 that could impact and server licensing go up about 20%, if not nailed down in the next week or two. So if you haven't had that alert or notice already, this is just a little insider tip from a fellow IT guy. you want to get a hold of them ASAP and lock this in, because otherwise you're looking at a 20% spike in the cost for the subscriptions.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'm sure Mr. Reichel will appreciate the heads up. I have a question around, as we move to the cloud, it's fairly simple to get into the cloud, but it's becoming abundantly clear that depending on the provider you use, it could be extremely difficult to shift from the cloud should you need to. So we looked at those potential costs should we want to shift out of the cloud. Mr. Reichel.
Thank you, sir. Is this in relation to like Great Plains to bring it back on premises if we needed to?
Well, if I had my preferences around Great Plains, we would see the back end of it continuing to go that way. But any of the software, anything that's going on the cloud, my understanding is, for example, Google makes it very easy to move into the cloud, but very difficult if you want to port out to, say, another cloud provider even. That there are back end fees and that sort of thing. So I'll just, as with Councillor Gordon, put that out there. You might just want to take a look at that. As a potential cost for down the road. Any questions further to the base budget for IT? And Councillor Main, I think you had your question answered that you would pose to Mr. Jeremy. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Reichelt. And sorry, just one other question, if I may, to Mr. Reichelt. Sorry about that. Inter-Department Transfers, we see a salary reduction, but then you, of course, are being acted in an acting role. Is that reflected in the salaries that are, or either there or in the Interdepartmental Transfers? Your time.
If you don't mind, I'd like to defer to our CFO.
Please, Mr. Jeremy. Thank you.
My apologies, Mayor Strathern. Trying to work on some of the other questions simultaneously here. May I hear the question again?
Absolutely. So we see a reduction in salaries and benefits, $113,000. But we also have a Mr. Reichelt in an acting role responsible for IT. Would that show up in the salaries line, or does that show up in the departmental transfers line? Do you know?
Your worship, with respect to the way we structure the budget, it's not so much about who is doing the job as where the position is based out of. So if we have a manager of IT, that position will be budgeted in IT, regardless of who's filling that role. So if Mr. Reichelt is acting, but his home position is over in bylaw and parking, the bylaw and parking budget for his home position is over in bylaw and parking. The IT manager, the budget for that position is in IT. It doesn't really matter who's doing it. We try to do that to keep it consistent year to year instead of moving the positions around to wherever the person might be. We don't have the position follow the person. The position stays with the service that it's intended to support. I don't know if that helps it or not.
I think I understand what you're saying, but it sort of flies in the face of trying to allocate costs by activity. If the cost is for example, with Mr. Reichelt is in facilities and asset management, which I believe is where his salary is, where he's based now, and you're not accounting for his salary in IT, then you're understating the cost in IT.
We would have the manager of IT budget. So on the budget side of the equation, it's there in IT. So that's reflecting the cost of IT. When it comes to actuals, do we charge it back across as an acting position? Honestly, off the top of my head, I'm not quite certain whether we're doing that or not. But for budget, we're trying to keep the cost of the services as pure as we can through keeping the positions that are supporting that service in that service.
In the home function, okay.
Yeah, in that function.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jeremy. And thank you, Mr. Reichelt. I promise I won't ask another question on this matter. So we'll move along then, Mr. Campbell, to legal and risk management, if you please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Legal and risk management is not a new function in the town, but it's as we talked last budget year, a focus area that we need to pay more attention to in our organization, and to identify staff to it. Julie Ellery is the new law clerk. She just started this week with us. She is the staff resource in this department, along with the executive director, costs, and we're recruiting for that position right now to replace Tina Lococo. So when you look at the budget, it's there's one staff person, the executive director. These costs have been pulled out from other areas of the organization, so they are not new costs. So if you look at the clerk's department, as for example, that's where some of the costs have come out and been put into this. So with that, it's again, it's not new dollars. This is just again a reallocation of staff and other expenses. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Questions for Mr. Campbell related to the base budget that we're seeing here, Councilor Gordon.
Thanks. I can't ask when my sky's blue. So, Mr. Campbell, $203,614 on the salaries and benefits line. That's a combination of the currently vacant position that we're advertising for, as well as our new law clerk.
Mr. Campbell.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Maine.
Well, I apologize for a general question, but we've heard the justification many times in open and in closed about why risk management and legal services is important. Because this is the first time that it's now pulled out and it's a standalone department. I was wondering if staff would just give in a very brief overview of why this is a critical component of the town's services. Thank you.
Mr. Campbell.
Through your worship to Councillor May. One of the things that you've seen throughout this budget is the huge rise in our insurance costs. And that's just not our municipality, but other municipalities across the province. You've heard the mayor talk about joint and several liability. And what that means for the public, it's if we are 1% liable in a accident or a legal claim, we could be liable for 100% of the cost and judgment of it. That's what joint and severable liability means. And what that means from a municipality is, how can we improve our procedures, policies, our documentation to ensure that we can defend ourselves in court? Because if we can't defend ourselves in court, then we have judgments against us. Currently, there's over 30 legal claims against the town right now. A lot of those are slips, trips, falls, car accidents, things like that, where the plaintiff believes the town may have not cleared the snow properly, may not have fixed that bump in the sidewalk, and they tripped over on the sidewalk in the summertime. There's also been a Supreme Court ruling just last week that may totally upend how we have to maintain roads and winter maintenance as a result of the municipality after doing their best defense under minimum maintenance standards, as we've done. This was in the province of British Columbia, but it's very similar rules in Ontario. The Supreme Court ruled that even though the municipality did its due diligence, they still had a liability, which is a game changer. We're going to have to review all of our policies, procedures, winter maintenance, as we better understand that Supreme Court ruling. And what we haven't had is, a staff in the past that are on top of all these issues, that are on top of all these legal files. And as I mentioned, we've retained a frontline staff, a legal clerk. In the past, we had a Montfrey Sidu and Tina Lococo were lawyers. We're not sure if the new ED will be a lawyer or just a senior municipal manager. We'll determine that as we get through the recruiting process. But what we now have is someone who can focus on these files, make sure our documentation, paperwork, procedures are brought up to a standard. I won't say that we haven't been deficient in the area, but there certainly is a lot of improvement to ensure that when we are going to court, we can be better prepared for our defense.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. I see Councillor Gordon has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. That revelation about the minimum standards not being a defense is very concerning. I'm just wondering, given this revelation, does that mean that one of the service level requests that would see us dramatically reduce our services to a pure minimum maintenance standard for the town of Midland for snow clearance specifically, does that mean that request should be withdrawn from consideration, given how, you know, we go in basically from the frying pan into the fire, if we were to even consider that?
Mr. Campbell.
Well, certainly I haven't seen, other than the news report on the Supreme Court ruling, to know if there's some specific details in there. But certainly we can talk about this tomorrow, but staff, you know, put forward ideas where we could cut cost and still meet the requirements that were in place today. And, you know, we can have a discussion tomorrow, whether we should, you know, how we should consider cost savings versus risk management on that item specifically tomorrow.
Yeah, I would suggest that that's the case. We can get into service. It's good point, Councillor Gordon, but that's we'll have a more fulsome conversation tomorrow around that particular item and the others, of course. Thank you, Mr. Campbell. I don't think there are any other questions. So with that, we'll move out of corporate services and we'll bring on the person responsible for environment and infrastructure, which I believe is Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's going to be a bio break time soon, though, I think.
Okay, well, and let's so that Mr. Campbell and others may be a little more comfortable, get a coffee, whatever. Let's take a say a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 11:05, let's say.
Thank you, Your Worship.
You're welcome. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council, welcome back. Everybody's got their coffee, and we'll go till 12:30, then we'll have a lunch break. So, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Environment and infrastructure. If you look on page 114 of the document, you'll see how many activities and programs are run under this department. The CAO mentioned we have 118 FTEs in the budget currently, and I think 90 or just over 90 work in this department. So this department not only represents over 2/3 or over 3/4 of the staff in the municipality, it also represents about $19 million out of the total budget. So it is a significant program that we run. So we'll run through the different sections. I'll ask the different managers to step up to go through their budget. So I think Mitch is the first with engineering. So I would refer council to page 120, and I'll turn it over to Mitch to run through his program.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell, and welcome, Mr. Sobel. Over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to council. So like Mr. Campbell said, page 120 is the division budget for the operations of the engineering division. For 2022, no major changes as far as how this department operates. Funding changes haven't been adjusted. Minor increases across things like insurance and interdepartment transfers that we previously talked about that are out of my control per se. And so there's really only two major items that look like an increase, and one of them actually isn't at all. You'll see salaries and benefits is up 20%, and that's not a new person. We're not adding to the department. That is a transfer of our GIS technician who has always been shared between the engineering department and the IT department. It was an 80-20 split for 80% IT, 20% engineering. And now as the IT department grows and gets back on track, we're getting our GIS technician back to our department. So it's an 80% engineering now, 20% IT. So there is a subsequent, which we previously talked about with Mr. Reicheld, there is a negative salaries and benefits item in the IT budget. So there is no overall cost to the corporation. It's just a transfer. The other item, which it sounds like from the previous session we're going to talk about, is the subscription for the Streetlight data software in the, which section is that? There we go. Our subscriptions and memberships. So we have a $21,000 increase for this year, and that's made of two things. One is the 18,000 some odd dollars for the Streetlight program, and the rest of that is some memberships that the town has always been a part of, but the costs were not allocated in the correct location. So they've kind of been corrected and coming to within the engineering department and shared between the operations department for one of them. With that, I can elaborate a little bit on the Streetlight data program. It sounds like we're gonna chat about that one as it is, Your Worship, or we can wait for questions.
So your call. I think that it might be interesting just for you to outline it briefly, and then Mr. Gordon has subsequent questions, or Councillor Gordon, beg your pardon, Councillor. I'm sure he'll ask.
Absolutely. Okay. So essentially the Streetlight data program, as you know, we adopted our new traffic calming policy in 21. We came across this program through the research and development of that policy. So the main focus of why this program is proposed in the budget is from a traffic calming aspect. That's been one of council's strategic priorities and something we've hear a lot in the engineering department about slowing vehicles down. So that was the initial intent of it. It uses open source big data that is collected from vehicle GPSs, phones, all sorts of different things, and it can track the type of transportation, speeds, volumes. We have a lot of ability within that program to track things. As we've looked more into the software, and I'll say that we have a middle of the road package. We don't have the super fancy one. This is the middle of the road with a reasonable amount of functionality for what the engineering department needs. If we wanted to get more fancy with it, this program can do a lot more for the town of Midland beyond just traffic calming. It has the ability to track not only speeds and volumes and things like that, it can track where vehicles started from and stopped from and ended up. So when we look at tourism and transit, bike paths, the harbor, the rec center, and parking situations, we can have the ability to do some of those analysis in-house with this software, and it will save some money from going out to consultants and whatnot, but it'll also have us better understand where to advertise for these things with respect to, say, the Butter Tart Festival. If we find that, we're pulling 40,000 people from a specific area, we can target some advertising there. With the rec center, you could find out where are our users coming from? Are they local? Are they starting from within the municipality or within Simcoe County, or are they coming from further away than that? So, and the exact same situation with the parking lots. That's been a conversation we've heard earlier today. In that, so you could set up an analysis to run where people are coming, how many vehicles are coming in, and compare that back to a multitude of other factors on how efficient that is operating. So, I will say it's been put in the our budget primarily for traffic calming and some minor master plan process type analysis, but the functionality goes far beyond that if we choose to use it that way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sobel. See two hands up. First, we have Councillor Gordon, and secondly, Councillor Main.
Thanks. I have my budget calming dog with me here today. Content to be on my lap while we're talking about this stuff. I believe in the concept of the big data and analysis and making it, intelligence-led decision making. But I also believe that our current tax rate, as it sits right now, we really haven't put a dent in it, is just there's not even a proper adjective for it. We need to get it down. So I look at this right now as a nice to have, not a need to have, which is how I have to critically look at our whole budget. So I am going to put a motion forward that we skip this for this year, reevaluate it, if we, quite frankly, if we can afford it next year. And it's really just that simple. I don't think that there's any, I think you guys have well researched it. I think it's a valuable tool. We'll probably see some people starting to put, like tinfoil around their cell phones because they don't want to be tracked. They hate the parking system tracking as it is. But the long and short of it is I think it's a valuable tool. I'm just looking for savings that fall into the want and not a need. And in my mind, this is a want right now, and I'd like to see it revisited perhaps next year on a budget. But this will help. Removing this will help, and I'd love to get the support of my peers just to, not throw this thing under the proverbial bus, but just put a pause on it until next year. So we'll let the conversation continue, but and then I'll formally put the motion out there, unless I could be just, I could have my mind changed by the questions and answers that are about to happen. So I don't want to undermine that conversation.
Thank you, Councillor. I see Councillor Main had his hand up. Councillor Main.
Thank you. Well, I'll make a brief comment. We've been struggling to try to get traffic calming improved. That was dating back to last term. So like the speeds are out of control that we have to try to calm the traffic. We're not trying to divert cars anywhere, but we definitely need to slow the cars down, especially in residential areas and around schools. But besides that, I had just a simple question for Mr. Sobel about revenue. It's about estimated about 120,000 that we have coming in. So is that primarily from development applications, or what type of source of revenue do you guys have at the engineering department? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Sobel.
And through your worship to Councillor Main, we have a couple different sources. That $120,000 is made up of some development inspection fees, as well as we get a cut of lock grading inspection and review fees through the building department. So it's based off of an estimated amount of permits annually that we are expected to be involved with through the building department. So we worked with them to make sure our numbers were in sync. Part of it is that, part of it is inspection fees. And also planning for 2022, we've been speaking with Mr. Farr in planning, is when we do the full comprehensive review of fees, engineering fees are going to be reviewed as part of that with respect to development, and a step towards generating more revenue off of the taxpayer for services that would be done more development specific.
Thank you, Mr. Sobel. Councillor Cunningham. Oh, and Deputy Mayor Ross, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I concur with my fellow councillor Gordon that we are looking for places to save money, and yet I see this software as a way of saving that money. We have committed to traffic calming. We have seen it as a genuine need of our town. And with our aging population, we have a much older population in the town of Midland than Ontario as an average. In order to provide that result, though, we need to pinpoint with real accuracy those places that the problems actually exist. We do not have the funds to just say that we're going to be a 40K town and enforce it. This is a key to saving that funds and being able to still deliver on the result at a very low cost. I do have a question as well. I know that there are some studies that we do want to do, such as Councillor Main's interest in the parking study and looking at how we can start taking our software, like our parking meters, like Streetlight data software, and start doing in-house what we would have been paying consultants for. So when those come up, will we have an opportunity to see that those studies are going to be done in-house, because you won't need to come to council to get permission for funds because the funds will already exist in-house. So really, that is my question. Can you show us over the next year, 5 years, whatever, as this software becomes implemented, those studies that are happening so that we can know how we are using the software and not spending money on consultants?
Mr. Campbell.
Through your worship to Councillor Cunningham, yes, that is an objective. The other side of that, though, is we need the staff to be able to do the work. And as right now, the engineering department has Mitch is the manager and looking after a few different things, and one staff person who looks after all the construction job sites. So we don't have a policy planning engineer sitting around to do analysis. Our summer student is who in the past has done all of our traffic analysis, but that's a summer student we get for 4 months of a year. So, but once we get the tools, we can see how we can, Mr. Sobel is interviewing for summer students right now. We'll see what quality of engineering student we get for this summer. Hopefully they can get to this data, but consultants, that is knowledge, but it's also hours or horses in the barn. So we can do some things in-house cheaper than consultants, but if we don't have any hours available, it's not going to get done. So that's just the downside. And we're not looking for any new engineering staff in this budget year.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Does that satisfy your question, Councillor? Thank you. As Deputy Mayor Ross.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Sobel or Mr. Campbell, I'm not sure, but I appreciate what Councillor Gordon's saying, and yeah, I'm looking to save everywhere I can. The question I have, I guess, will by far the number one complaint that I get is speed of traffic on our streets. It's not only William Young Street, but it's this. It seems to be more. Even the complaints come from the side streets, the Fifth Streets, the Dominions, the Bay Streets, the Johnson Street, etc. All over town. We hear from from Midland Bay Woods, from Midland Point to all the way to William Street. So, will this software? That's great that we get the data, but what do we do once we have it? How do we implement to slow down the actual traffic? It's all great to get the data, but if we can't implement it, what good is it? So I'm just interested in, if we were to get this, spend the money, get the data, how do we implement that type of thing?
Mr. Sobel, would you care to answer that?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Deputy Mayor Ross. You're absolutely right. Once you have the data, you have to do something with it. So yesterday we spoke about the capital budget, and within the engineering capital budget, we had an item in there for additional radar signs, pole-mounted radar signs. So currently we have the portable one on the trailer, and we have one pole-mounted sign. We had great success with the pole-mounted sign being located in areas for longer periods of time. So I've had feedback from the public that they appreciated that. And we always get feedback from the public when the radar sign gets out there. So what this data and this will allow us to do is, through the traffic calming policy, will allow us to analyze sites much faster than, because we have access to past data. When somebody calls me and brings in their petition and whatnot, we can start that day, versus without this software we have to schedule in to get the counters there to do the speed and volume counts, right? So we have some additional signs which will help with that. Those signs are intended to be implementations as a result of the traffic calming measures, right? Sometimes that awareness, we've proven that these radar signs are effective. They're slowing speeds down by 40 to 50% when in place. So the main advantage of this software is the ability for us to analyze more sites much quicker and with a bigger sample size, versus a week or two of when a sign was on site, and which there could be factors that work against it. And one thing I will add too about this software is it's been used in the States and Canada, and it has been verified by over just under 10,000 permanent traffic counters that never move. And so through that confirmation, it's been determined that the linear regression is 98% successful. So this software has been deemed to be accurate, and you can see more than 2% error in just the radar sign being out on the road with certain things. So just a little tidbit there to add to that.
So just to follow up, and I don't need to put you on the spot, but so what I'm hearing, if we implement the software and we're able to use the data, traffic, it potentially could slow down, and we could be a much safer community with regards to the speed of cars in our community. Is that Cole's notes?
To Your Worship, to Deputy Mayor Ross. Yes, in a nutshell, yes, it'll allow us to do things faster and implement changes quicker, pending further budget constraints, right? And if it's major capital
Of
things,
course.
things like small signage, and now with the addition of those radar signs that were essentially approved yesterday, we have some signs ready to go.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I'd just like to just throw my 2 cents worth in here. And that's that this is a municipal-wide application. It's not site-specific with the trailers and the radar signs. I mean, the radar signs and budget this year, it's $45,000. Well, it might make people feel good about people, perhaps having people slow down. People get to know they're there, and then they just start to ignore them. Just like stop signs or stop lights. I had a guy go through do a rolling stop this morning. I just about T-boned him. He never looked, just kept going because he's used to doing that. He's or she was anyway. So I would suggest to you that by having municipal-wide data, you can then move those signs around to new places where they're going to have more impact because they're fresh. I also suggest that you can, if we're of a mind to share that data with the staff sergeants or the inspector, somebody within the policing, so they can shift their resources accordingly. And it's virtually in real time. It's like eyes in the sky. And that to me will have a significant effect just by having somebody cruisers show up in places that aren't necessarily seen before, because people get to know where people are creatures of habit, and they it's up to the platoon sergeants and the staff, I guess, to make sure that these guys shift around. But there's a lot of, if you're talking about cost savings, I get that radar signage has an impact, but it wears off, I believe, after a while. Whereas being able to get this information, start your street calming. We just had a whole session around street calming, and you might, for example, find out a lot of your traffic, if you're looking at usages at, say, Young and Midland, where there's been a number of accidents recently. It might just start you on the road to no left turns, for example. Getting that signage up, that'll slow things down. Or one way, say, between Midland, Hugo Avenue and Young Street, one way south only. And then from Hugo Avenue north to Bay, one way north only. Suddenly that just eliminates all that traffic going through that. But the system, in my mind, would give you enough information to get to that traffic calming measures. So I saw Councillor Gordon with his card up. Councillor Gordon.
Yeah, thank you. I don't disagree with what you're saying. Again, this question is timing, and our this is something we could look at, next year. We've had this problem all this time. Another year and another budget isn't going to be a calamity. But I would argue that we are taking traffic calming very seriously as a municipality and as a council, quite frankly. We debated and passed that policy after much public consultation. We even did some compromising on it, which I love that word. And we got budget assigned to have passive measures like those signs approved, even through this budget. And while I agree, they're not a replacement for other measures, they are an intelligence gathering tool because they do count and they do measure speeds. So the speed trailer and the radar signs, which I'll say collect little data as opposed to big data, they provide valuable stats that we, I assume, are sharing with the OBP so that they can do effective targeted enforcement. And that's what we pay them for, $5 million. So real change to driving habits doesn't come from a blinky sign. And it doesn't change from studying retrospective data, no matter what its source. It comes from the red and blue lights in your rearview mirror and the consequences that follow that. So if we really want to have an impact on speeding, it's not more studies, it's not more data collection, it's more enforcement in our community. And we have the ability to request that, but not direct it, and make that a priority for our policing partners. So I think we're, maybe letting them off a hook to some degree by wanting to do all this data collection and studying retrospectively, when the real issue is we need police cars pulling people over, running radar. I'm wearing my Midland police shirt today. Happens for budget, it was the one closest, but we need to do that. And that's why I'm going to effectively table on the floor right now that this is not an invaluable program, but I think it's one that we could push off for another year and enjoy the savings.
You'll have a chance to table your motion in a second. I'm going to go loud, go around it once more and ask whether there's questions specific to
Fair enough. Yep.
the base budget.
No problem.
And if I don't see any, then you can put the motion forward. So any further comments or questions around the base budget, Councillor Main?
Sorry, I just had to make a quick point. Enforcement is a piece of traffic calming, but so is education and engineering. And I personally believe that the solution to traffic calming is to physically change the roads, but that comes at an astronomical cost, construction, curb. So that's why enforcement is there. But we do have to analyze, and we do have to look at these low cost things, the little painted bumps and the bollards and all that stuff. So we can't undermine the importance of the engineering component for traffic calming. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I see no further questions. So Councillor Gordon, your motion, please.
Thanks. It's simply that we remove the authorization to subscribe to that service for this year, and take it under consideration and look at it again for next year's budget.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have a seconder for that? Do I see a seconder anywhere? I do not. So, yeah. And I would say this, that while we've talked about enforcement, to me, we have a concerted effort coming down from the Commissioner's office through the strategic plan for OPP, identifying speed enforcement as one of the pillars of the strategic plan for OPP. The local inspector, the local detachment has it's squarely on his radar, and he's admonishing his officers to look at moving violations, and he himself is also doing the same. And I think that giving them more real-time data to where things are transitioning will help. Trailers, yes, are okay, but they're sort of, it's just a hit and miss in some instances. So
I'll be happy to second that for Councillor Gordon, just to get it on the floor for the vote. I hate to see a motion go unvoted on, so if you want my support, I'm happy to give it to him.
Okay, so we have a seconder. So I think we've had quite a bit of debate on this. Sorry, Madam Clerk.
I just wanted to get some clarification on the wording. So if Councillor Gordon can just.
It doesn't have like an item number to reference, but it's that that council defer the subscription to the big data service. I don't know what it's actually called for this budget cycle, and revisit it next year.
Need anything further to that, Madam?
Just going to look for the name of the subscription, just so that I have the proper wording. Just give me one moment, please.
Mr. Jeremy, while you're doing that.
Yes, I would appreciate if we can get a dollar value from Mr. Sobel so that we can have that referenced in the event that we make a reduction to tax levy here today.
Mr. Sobel.
Thank you, Your Worship. It is called Streetlight Data is the software. I believe it's in FMW written that way, and the dollar value should be 18,500.
Thank you, Mr. Sobel.
Worship, I see Councillor Prost has rejoined us. I don't think she's aware of what we were talking about or anything that's going on, so it might be helpful if it was repeated for her.
I apologize. I had to take an emergency call.
Thank you, Councillor. I think Councillor Gordon, the motion will speak for itself. Madam Clerk, would you read the motion?
Sure. It's moved by Councillor Gordon, seconded by Deputy Mayor Ross, that the Streetlight software be deleted from the budget in the amount for $18,500.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We've had a fairly robust discussion around this, so I'm just going to call the question. All those in favor? Sorry, just so your green cards, if you have them, or just hold your hands up so I can. So I have Councillor Gordon, I have Councillor Prost. So all against. That motion fails, Councillor. I think. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we'll move along then to, if there are no further, I don't believe there are any further questions of Mr. Sobel or Mr. Campbell. So we'll move along to the harbor. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. The next division is the harbor. It's on page 123 of the document. And when you look through it, very minor changes proposed. There's no service changes proposed. In the fees schedule, the proposal is they've been increased by 2.5% for 2022. And remember, a couple of years ago, we did a 10% increase to those fees to get them up to market value. So the big change in the budget, it's insurance, a $14,000 increase in our insurance for running the harbor. And I think one of the things there, just on the insurance, we've noted earlier around insurance going up. The town used to have 1 or 2 providers of insurance. I think we're at 5 or 6 now. Just the insurance companies aren't taking on the risk. And it was only last year, and again this year, we have to have a separate insurance policy for our marina, which we never had in the past. So even the insurance providers are saying that is a high enough risk profile. It needs its own insurance policy for our municipality and for other municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. I see Deputy Mayor Ross. Questions for Mr. Campbell, Deputy Mayor, and then I see Councillor Gordon as a card.
Yes, thank you. The harbor concerns me. To me, it's, this should be a self-contained operation. It's costing the taxpayers of Midland $140,000 to allow boats to come to dock there and to visit. We charge, just for example, $1.80 per foot to come to stay overnight. We charge more for parking downtown than we do to keep a boat at the town dock overnight, or pretty darn close. So they get power anyway. I think the fee structure has to change drastically. I'm not saying to do it this year, but at some point we need to sit down and review this whole operation. It should be a break even at worst. I'm not looking to make any money off the harbor, but I'm definitely not looking to lose $140,000 per year. And we just simply, I went online and researched a bit last night, and I know we compared to other communities. In my eyes, Perry Sound is a very great comparator. They charge $2.25 per foot for an overnight. They charge $80 per foot for seasonal. We charge $65, and it's $32 per foot on a monthly basis. And also, after my research, we had quite a conversation last year about parking, etc. They charge for parking. I couldn't find the exact price, but I did find Penetang machine. It's $80 a year to park your car if you rent a slip, additional to what the slip costs. So I'm not looking to get too much into it today, but at some point we really need to sit down and review this harbor operation. When I first got on council, and that was 11 years ago, I believe we lost it cost $50,000+ to operate the harbor. We're now up to $140,000. So we could simply, and I apologize, I'll finish up, but we could simply just give it to a private operation and wash our hands of it, and we would save ourselves $140,000 right away. and have them operate it. It would be that
Is that-
simple in
is
my
that-
eyes. So anyway,
Is that a motion?
I appreciate it.
Deputy Mayor?
Sorry?
Is that a motion?
I'd like to have a motion at some point that we review the harbor operations and make it a cash neutral operations within the next 5 years.
So, okay.
I can table it.
Sorry? I'd
Table
like
it.
to hear the conversations first, and then I'd be happy to table something.
So basically, I would suggest you, both of you, that there's an opportunity through notices of motion to have this conversation in a planned and a reasoned way with small data and big data to support the arguments either way. So unless there's a specific to this budget item, Deputy Mayor, certainly appreciate the data and the comments. I saw Mr. Campbell making notes. I suspect it.
And I come tomorrow when we discuss service levels and fees, I will bring up, I'll have a little more conversation with regards to that.
Thank you. Councilor Gordon.
Thanks. I mean, along the same lines as the deputy mayor, I've been a recreational boater for more than 25 years. My usual slip length is 40 feet. I also have a small 15 footer I keep in dry stack. That money goes directly to our local marina operators who are employers and bring in a lot of out of town, non-resident, non-taxpayer residuals into our community. So, and we don't subsidize those marinas whatsoever. You know, we compare it to something like the airport, for example, that we do heavily subsidize. So, or we own it actually, 50% of it. But I would like to see along the same lines, let's really look at those fees. If the marina is going to be viable, let's make sure we're charging market rates and, you know, at least on a full cost recovery basis. I know some good friends of mine that avail themselves of the really good rates at Midland Marina when you can get in there because there's a big waiting list. And it just doesn't make sense. When we're looking at our capital and operational expenses, Mr. Campbell, you know, your departments own the lion's share of where we spend our money. We got to work smarter, not harder. So
like my comment to the deputy mayor, Councillor.
But let's have that conversation then, for sure.
So I suggest that the deputy mayor move a later on outside the budget consideration, and you can send the motion to review our. Councillor Main, specifically to.
Yes, certainly. So around I'm a non-boater, like I can maybe paddle, I guess. So this is, again, it's out beyond my understanding. So is there any boats that come to the harbor that are exempt for paying fees? So say the icebreaker was in the other day. If the Coast Guard pulls up for a little bit, do they pay, as well as when the cruise ships come to town? I guess they would pay to dock. I'm just curious about how the fees work, because a lot of the fees are from small wreck boaters, but we do have large vessels coming into town. I was just curious about that. Thank you.
Mr. Campbell.
Through you, your worship, the cruise ships, we do charge them to dock at our facility. The Coast Guard, though, they do retain ownership of the end of the one pier, and the electrical supply is their own electrical supply. They have their own meter, so we do not charge the Coast Guard when they show up.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. I see Mr. Deneau has got his camera on. Did you wish to speak, Mr. Deneau?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, so just a comment on the harbor and user rates in general as we consider these items. I certainly agree with making sure that we're certainly moving towards market rates on a lot of our services. You know, you can't expect a significant increase overnight, and I'm fully aware of what's on the table for the NSSRC. But there are significant costs in both of those operations. What we also have to acknowledge, though, is, and if you use those two facilities, both the harbor and the NSSRC, there is economic benefit to those facilities that are brought to the town. And you know, if you think about hockey tournaments and what happens with the community, if you think about basketball tournaments too, I don't want to exclude any of those sports. If you look at the harbor, I've had people who are visiting our town tap me on the shoulder and say, listen, your harbor is so great. Your harbor master and the team that they do is so great. I'm extending my stay for 3 days, you know, and spending more time at the downtown core. So there is an economic benefit to the town to some of these that has to be considered. the user rates that we're imposing, that, you know, is moving towards more market-based rates in some of those areas. Doesn't cover the cost, absolutely. If that's something that council wishes us to do, or if you wish us to accelerate our fee collection, you can put a motion forward to increase the fees at the harbor as an example.
Thank you, Mr. Deneau. Councillor Main.
So then if, along the lines of people paying for things, if a cruise ship provider comes back or Miss Midland returns, they also, when they dock, they have their little spot that they pay for as well. So all the different users have different rates. Okay, just trying to get familiarized with some of the larger vessels. That kind of
Thank you, Councillor Main. Any further comments with respect to the base budget and whether there's people want to make changes currently with respect to that base budget? Seeing none, then thank you, Mr. Campbell, and we'll move on to operations.
Sorry, I was late on my card.
Oh, sorry, we've moved on, Deputy Mayor.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think it's important that, and I'll put the motion forward if that's what it takes, but if we're going to increase our tax rate by whatever amount it's going to be, that the fee should follow. It's unfair if we're going to raise taxes by 4% at the town level and to only raise 2.5%. And I think it's the same at the library, for our library, anyone that's paying a user fee, the airport, whoever. If we're raising the fees, and the rec center is a prime example, if we're raising the tax rate by 4%, for example, I'm only using that for a number, and maybe we set the rate after, I'd be happy to put the motion that the rates increase based on what the tax rate would be, because it's unfair, because you never catch up. If you're raising the taxes by 4%, but only raising the fees by 2.5% at the harbor, for example, then the 1.5% difference is paid by the town, by every person in the town of Midland. So if the fees if taxes are going up by a certain amount, those fees should follow suit. So I guess I need a motion that based on the town tax rate, that all fees in the town of Midland would move up at what the tax rate is. I'm not sure if that's the proper wording, but I'd like to see that motion.
May I just suggest to you that if you took this, it's going to be you can move the motion, but I think that if you're going to, I would rather personally see it happen outside of the budget discussion as a notice of motion.
That's fine. I'd be happy to bring a notice of motion.
Because it's fee for service.
I will bring a notice of motion to our February 7th meeting. Council meeting, is that what you're suggesting?
If you don't mind.
No problem.
Because it's going to be, with respect to the budget, I think it's going to be somewhat difficult to do the math and plug it in.
That's fine. I'd be happy to bring it forward on the 7th.
I appreciate that, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Gordon.
Yeah, that's good advice, Your Worship. And I'd ask you, Deputy Mayor, you have lots of time, submit that in advance so it's something we can debate that night rather than getting pushed off to another 3 weeks after that, because this is going to come fresh on the heels of us approving whatever nasty number we come up with at the end of this 3 days here. So
it'll be sent over the weekend.
Right on.
Thank you. Thank you to both. Now let's move on, if we can, to operations. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll turn the next section over to Mr. Flannery.
Welcome, Mr. Flannery.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to council, if I can draw your attention to page 128, 129. Page 129 does show at the bottom line here a $447,000 division increase. So I want to first acknowledge that is a large amount. However, I'm going to highlight some things that speaks to why you're seeing that bottom line increase. First, we've seen some significant increases in fuel costs. The first quarter of 2021 compared with the last quarter of the same year, we saw a 21% per liter increase. Another item of note is contracted services. That's where you'll see the largest increase. There's an increase there on that item for $252,000. There are several reasons for that. So you built into that is a $115,000 increase for street lighting repairs. This item has been previously captured in the capital budget, but we've identified this as an operating cost. So that is essentially your general repairs, maintenance of not just street lights, but you have traffic signals, you have trail lights, etc. We've also just entered into a new contract about late August. So that same amount of $115,000 has been moved from capital into the operating budget now. You'll also see a $99,000 increase for storm sewer and catch basin maintenance. One of the items yesterday Mr. Campbell spoke to was the fact that we no longer have a vac truck, that has gone down. So that $660,000 roughly cost was not presented in the capital budget yesterday. And instead we've had to now put an increase in for contracted services to contract that out with us not having that piece of equipment. There's also been some regulatory changes. So we do have around asset management changes coming. This year, July 1st is the first date here. Now we've been given an extra year around development of our asset management plan. So there's new increases, regulatory changes coming there. The following year, July 1st as well. That'll include all capital assets, not just core municipal infrastructure. So you'll also see some increases for contracted services in terms of arboricultural contracted services. That is to expand our inventory project. There's also been some increases to licensing. So we made some corrections around that. We've made some corrections around protective clothing. That cost is a collective agreement requirement. So to draw again your attention to the $447,000 at the bottom line, excuse me, you'll see insurance increase for about $69,000. Fuel has increased $40,000, debt servicing $38,000, the licensing and uniform corrections around $20,000. That combined with the contracted services accounts for $420,000, about 94% of that increase. So the other items remain at about $27,000. Yeah, so I'd be happy to field any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Flannery. Questions for Mr. Flannery with respect to the base budget? Okay, Councillor Main. I thought I was going to get away with. I see none. Councillor Main.
Thank you. Every year the budget kind of changes a little bit, and I used to love when we used to break out individual activities like snow removal, spring cleanup, and stuff like that. I guess we've stopped doing that. We just kind of group everything together departmentally. Is that correct?
Mr. Flannery.
Through your worship, Councillor Main. This is what's called a base budget change report. So it does group the way that you're seeing it. It groups everything together. So again, I was going through kind of how there's various different increases to contracted services. Those are all broken down in our budget itself. The way it's displayed here, again, groups those types of items together.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor Ross, are you all right? Okay. Does that satisfy your question, Councillor Main?
Very sore back.
I know the feeling. Councillor Main, are you okay, satisfied with the, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments with respect to the base budget? Councillor Main. I see your hand, Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you for I like some of the metrics about park trees planted, street trees planted, ditching, that kind of thing. I know that we're not going to be able to get to any new sidewalk segments. I guess last year and this year, the big focus is on trying to patch up all the little cracked existing sidewalk bays. How can we get to be able to, or how long is it going to take us to fix our sidewalks up to the point where they're tip top? And then we can turn our attention to building new sidewalk segments, because that's my interest, is to try to expand the sidewalk network, especially where we have little gaps here and there. Thank you.
Mr. Campbell, I see you've come on the screen, so I suspect you want to answer that.
Yes, your worship. We have worked out the plan. I don't have it I don't have it in front of me memorized, but I think we have likely at least another 3 years of significant investment in repairing the existing sidewalks before we get to sidewalks that aren't paid for by the developers.
A bit of a wait, Councillor.
We've left sidewalks, in disrepair for too long. And when you look at the number of lawsuits we have against us, the majority are slips, trips, and falls on our sidewalks. And, those claims are significant.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Councillor Main, you want to follow on?
I was gonna say, well, if we build all these new sidewalks, then people won't have to use all the old sidewalks. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you so much.
Don't think it works that way, but anyway. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you. I hope this is on subject for the budget. I know in the last 2 budgets, we've seen asset management come up and a deadline and then the extended deadline. And I just wondered, where are we in relation to that deadline? So although it's been extended another year, are we done? We did include this in last year's budget and the previous budget about someone being a coordinator, pulling all this together. I know wastewater was participating in there. And I just would love a very brief update on our history with our asset management planning and how we are doing.
Thank you. I think that's the next item of discussion, actually, is facilities and asset management. If you're prepared to hold the question, and we'll ask it.
I wasn't sure how it divided out, because I know asset management extends into all aspects, but the asset manager, I wasn't sure where that person lands.
Campbell, is that the next section, or is this germane to this conversation?
Dylan, it is in his department, but we're specifically talking about that in the next budget section.
Thank you. So if you hold
So we
that
will
question-
answer your question. We will answer your question.
Councillor Gordon.
This is just an affirmation of the work Dylan and Andy do,
Yeah.
and all of the team. Sorry, an affirmation of the work that the ops department does. When you look at that pie chart, it does consume the majority, like the lion's share of our tax resources. But I think in the reality and the end of the day, when you ask somebody what they expect of a municipality, most of the services that they would rhyme off that they expect to when they live in an urban service municipality are encompassed by the ops department. Everything else is kind of, sometimes they're surprised to know we even have to pay for that. But ops is one of those departments where, as I look to try and parse and find savings, there's really, but this goes to the heart of what a settled municipality provides to its residents at its core. So for the people that like to cheer on the tax savings initiatives, I don't have much I can do with ops. It's just so critical to our existence as a corporation. So I applaud the work you guys do and the efficiencies you try to achieve. So I just wanted to throw that out there, because sometimes I can be seen as being critical. So
thank you, Councillor Garcia. Is late to know.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just in response to Councillor Gordon, I know it wasn't a question, it was an observation, but I do want to certainly acknowledge our operations group and how critical they are to the town, the town's survival and just day-to-day running. However, I also want the public to know that operations team can't function without a corporate services team, as an example. You can't buy stuff, procure stuff. You can't have your bargaining units supported. You can't have the hiring done. You can't have the finance work done. The administration that is behind places like fire, places like water, wastewater, places like operation parks, all of these areas need to have the support function. So it's critical that we have those resources as well. I know that's not lost on council. I just want that point to be made.
Thank you. So, Councillor Main, last question to you, and then I'm going to break for lunch.
The debt servicing cost, it's up to about $570,000. So is that entirely the operations center financing for the next, I think, 18 more years or something like that?
I think Mr. Jeremy would like to take a whack at that, if you don't mind, Mr. Flannery. Mr. Jeremy.
Councillor Main, through your worship, I believe this one is the final tranche, the annualization of the final tranche of debt that we issued on the King Street project, if memory serves.
Thank you. So it's 12:28, so we'll make it 12:30. So I'm going to call a recess and ask everybody to be back here promptly at 1 o'clock. We still have a lot of ground to cover. We'll again ask you to keep your commentary to a bare minimum and address issues specific to the base budget that's before you. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Facilities and asset management. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I forgot to wait for that. So welcome back, everybody. We'll resume the special meeting of council regarding budget for 2022. Our next item on the agenda is facilities and asset management. And I believe Mr. Campbell's had about 3 minutes to get something to eat. Here he is, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. The facilities area, this is one with Mr. Barrio leaving, has been a bit of a reorganization in our department. Mr. Reichelt has been assigned this. He's been working along with doing bylaw and doing the IT manager. So I'm going to turn it over to Jim just to put him on the spot, see if he's how well he's done. I think Dylan and myself will jump in. Really on this, as you're aware, we have legislative requirements around asset management that we have to meet. We have one dedicated asset management person, and you've heard about the citywide, which is the new asset management software that we are still going through implementation. The data has gone in at this point. We're trying to balance our old TCA tangible capital asset records with what was imported into the new system and getting our asset balance done. The next step will be connecting that in with our GIS system so that everything that's in the asset management's in GIS. And then yesterday we talked about the new work order system, which is how we start to feed the costing of how we manage our assets, the intake of new assets and expiry of old assets. So the asset management is, going from 0 to 100 over the last couple of years, and we will make the timeline, and there'll be some very interesting reports going to council around our requirements in meeting financial plans for asset management. So you are aware through water, wastewater that we have presented to council, and because it's part of our licensing program, financial plans for water, wastewater. This act basically, or the regulation says we will need to have financial plans for the balance of our assets. And when I say the balance of our assets, that means our playground equipment, our roofs systems, our window systems, our carpeting, our desks. Dylan yesterday talked about or earlier today about our fleet, yesterday about our fleet. So we will have to bring into, our entire analysis and financial planning. How do the reserve funds match those needs over time? What are our service levels for the assets that we are going to have, and what are our performance measures around all those assets going forward? So it is a very big project. The province is given to municipalities to undertake, and the underlying reason why is because we know assets across the province and in municipalities are underfunded, and the province has put this financial tool and requirement in place for us to manage and bring up our financial capabilities over time. But it's based on data, it's based on analytics, and for most of our grant applications, we need to provide our asset management plan. To date, they're allowing us to just provide the asset plan for our core services, which is water, roads, storm sewers, culverts, and waterways, water roads, culverts. We don't have any bridges, but there will be a point in the near future where that plan has to include all those other assets that we own in the municipality. And without having that comprehensive plan in place, it won't be favorable when we are looking for grants. So that's where it's going. Maybe I can turn it over to Dylan to answer any questions or bring out any specifics in this budget. But I will say this is trying to bring under one manager fleet management and asset management, which we, is something, again, new operationally.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Flannery. Welcome back.
Thank you, Your Worship. This again now can be found on page 133. And just to highlight some items here, you'll see some increases to revenues. We've done some centralizing of lease revenues here, including restaurant and Little Lake Park, Sailing Club, etc. You'll also see some, so again, that's an increase to revenues. You'll also see some an introduction of $50,000 for consultant fees. This is to assist and develop in the development and support of asset management plans. Contracted services has increased generally due to cleaning costs that we've incurred over the past while. We've outsourced some significant increase of cleaning here over the last while, COVID related, obviously. So the operations center has seen a $14,000 increase, town hall almost 50, MPUC $5,000. You have some slight increase on materials and supplies. Of course, all materials and supplies, like everything, seems to be going up these days. Another highlight is again in the repairs and maintenance area. Notes there, you have an aggregation of general repair maintenance costs for various town facilities. There's been things at town hall identified through a building condition assessment that have noted some high priority issues such as electrical, elevator maintenance. So you'll see some increases there. Also, the operations center itself is captured there too. That is again the new operations center. So that was significantly under budgeted. Previous year was only budgeted at $15,000. So about half that increase is a result of the us matching due to actuals for the operations center. And then you'll see a reduction in salaries and benefits with the reallocation of managerial and administrative costs per activity-based costing. So again, salary and benefits, here you see a reduction that you have in other areas seen increases.
Mr. Flannery, questions with respect to the base budget change report directed to Mr. Flannery. Councillor Main.
With the pandemic, it's kind of did a bit of a roller coaster with utility rates. Are we seeing the utility rates kind of normalize and well, not normalize, but continue to recover and bounce back for electricity and natural gas that we use?
Mr. Flannery.
Through your worship, Councillor Main, those across the town have really been generally managed as a whole by the finance department. So our CFO may be able to add something there, but again, insurance, things like that are going up. But this year, some of the numbers I've seen have flattened out somewhat, but our CFO may be able to add some there.
Mr. Jeremy, any comment on that?
Mr. Flannery is correct. We do budget for our utilities, electricity, gas. We do that centrally. I thought we'd had that in here in our budget document somewhere indicating what that increase was for the 2022 budget. It's not jumping off the page at me here, and I honestly can't recall exactly what it was off the top of my head. It wasn't anything outlandish. Like we're not talking like a 10% increase across the board in utilities or anything like that. I seem to recall it being something more, normal, like somewhere between 2 and 5%, something like that.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Any other questions? Read the base budget change report. Councilor Main.
Thank you. So would we have an energy management plan, and we try to plug away at that, pick away at it every year. Is that the home of the energy management plan? Would be in the facility management group, and as we try to touch on certain projects, that we try to make sure that we upgrade this and upgrade that, windows, lights, doors, pumps, various things. Is that the home of that energy program? Thank you.
Mr. Flannery or Mr. Campbell?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Any other questions? I have one, if I may, and that just with respect to leases and rentals, well, leases primarily. Is that an ongoing effort to bring our leases in line with costs, et cetera? Out to various groups? Are we going to see a report, or does this $60,000 increase in revenues reflective of changes in leases? Will we see a report on that? I guess is the real question I have. Mr. Flannery.
Thank you, Your Worship. The increase there does not actually reflect any leases that have been renegotiated that you're seeing in this area. They are just, again, existing leases that were being realized in other departmental budgets that have now been centralized here. So we've begun that process, but that's not what's reflected exactly here.
Thank you. So it's an ongoing process then. Thank you. Councilor Gordon.
Are any of the sort of town asset, like town-owned lands, like I think there was one on Ingham Crescent that we had agreed would be sold off to raise some funds? And there was a couple other properties, and of course there was a contentious one over on the waterfront that we pulled from the list. Is that part of the facilities / asset management, and have those properties gone to market yet and are sold?
Mr. Jeremy, I see you've popped up here. Are you going to answer that?
I think Mr. Campbell beat me to popping up. He may have a comment, then I have another comment on it as well. Andy, would you like to go first?
Please. Through your worship, we took a report to council, as you're aware, to surplus some properties last year. All those properties had to go through a rezoning process before they be converted into a marketable property. That rezoning process has not begun yet, as the planning department is very busy with other existing files. So again, we need to get to that, but no work has been done on to date. So those properties are not on the market as of yet.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Jeremy.
And Councillor Gordon, your worship, on this one, you'll also note that in the reserve section of the budget document, these unproductive assets, essentially assets that the town doesn't need to in the provision of the regular services, we've identified those with proceeds of disposition to be used to help bolster our reserve position, to enable us to fund our replacement, renewal, rehab needs, without causing those costs to also then end up on the tax levy. So the intention is you sell these unproductive assets, you put the proceeds into your reserves instead of having to do larger future tax rate increases in the future. That's what's in there currently.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Councilor Gordon.
So then, like the boat slips down on Aberdeen that I see for sale in the paper, and I think there's another piece of property somewhere down there by Pillsbury or across from Pillsbury, that those, when they sell, those are going to bolster a reserve, one of the reserves.
Mr. Jeremy.
Councillor Gordon, through your worship, that's actually a different issue. The town doesn't really own those lands in the same context as the lands that we're dealing with here. Those are tax sale properties. So the only thing the town stands to recoup on that are the outstanding taxes.
Oh, okay, that's why they look so cheap then.
Yes, the minimum bid is so cheap. What they will ultimately sell for is a different matter.
Okay, I look forward to seeing that because I thought, wow, what a crazy good deal. Thank you.
Yes, we only get the taxes though. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Any other questions for Mr. Flannery? I see none. So thank you, Mr. Flannery, and we'll move along then to the NSSRC. Mr. Jeremy.
Thank you, Your Worship. If possible, could I give an update on Councillor Cunningham's question about the salaries line and the parking budget? So we have that information now.
Absolutely, please.
All right, thank you. So Councillor Cunningham, through Your Worship, the roughly $40,000 that you had identified in the parking budget, we have confirmed that that is not the service level change form that you're looking at there. In fact, what we're seeing is an increase related to 2 additional students. Now, I think before we jump on that one, the reason those students are in there is in response to the general bylaw enforcement needs for the town that have been identified. There is the trail bylaw enforcement that's been discussed, and the 2 bicycles that we touched on briefly in the capital budget are in relation to that as well. We will be talking about charging for parking at the boat launch, and again, it was anticipated that we would need additional student resources to do parking enforcement at the boat launch on the weekends. So I think consider, as we're going through this, consider those students in the context of the other things that we're trying to achieve here. And it may be something that we want to discuss when we get to the boat launch conversation, if you would like to bring it up again at that time. Does that help?
Councillor Cunningham. Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you. It does help, but I believe that those students that would be bylaw enforcement of the trails were brought up when we were considering changing bylaws around the trails. And I do recall that they were not approved, that they were to come forward to the budget as a proposed increase, as opposed to enfolded in the budget. There was no budget approval at that time. So again, I question why the 40,000 in the one budget of parking and the 40-ish thousand in the budget of bylaw is embedded in a non-service level change matter, and whether that should again be withdrawn for consideration, because I know we did debate that bicycle bylaw enforcement, and it was actually brought out in that meeting. We're not approving the budget for new bylaw. This is just approving the bylaw change itself. I'm not sure what meeting that was at, but certainly it was not approved as a budget to be included in the budget. It was to be considered at the budget, and I believe should be sitting in a service level change request.
Mr. Jeremy.
Okay, Councillor Cunningham, through Your Worship, the increase that we're seeing in the bylaw department is primarily an issue of reallocation of one of our executive directors' salaries. Again, trying to present the cost of certain services. So that's in there. It's not in parking. Now, with regard to the trail bylaw enforcement, the background on that one I'm not as familiar with. But if in fact we're dealing with a situation where council would like to extract those students and the notion of bylaw enforcement on the trails, we can try to put a number to that, and that could form part of an amendment. It is in the base right now, but yeah, we could try to draw a box around that and extract it for conversation. I don't know if Mr. Farr or Mr. Reicheld have anything else that they can add to that, in case I've misspoken on those matters.
Mr. Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up, I think that just speaking general terms now, that that the additional 2 students add capability to the ability to proactively enforce these bylaws, and also bolster the bylaw division's ability to generate revenues, as further discussed earlier, and in particular around those peak times, where otherwise the existing staff without the approval of additional MLEO will be stretched significantly during those peak summer months. So I would just speak to that. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Farr. So as I understand this, Councillor, trails for bylaw enforcement is a matter of, so it's a minor component of the overall need for those 2 students, parking for enforcement for or monitoring at Pete Peterson, which is on the service level change request as an income item. Will likely in the at least in the immediate term require significant presence there, just to monitor and educate on the changes that are going to occur there. So I think what I'm hearing Mr. Jeremy say is that they can tease that out, but it's a fairly small component of the need. Sorry, Mr. Jeremy.
Yes, my apologies. I think we've also found that, again, we're going back now trying to determine whether this was included or bring it forward. It looks like what they're saying is that the resolution says that the resources be included in the 2022 budget. Whether that nuance of bring it forward as a service level change request or not has been missed somewhere along the line. I honestly don't know exactly what those words were, but that's all I can say at the moment.
Okay, so thank you. So, Councilor Cunningham.
Not to beat a dead horse or anything, but the staff report and the motion related to it certainly did say for consideration, to be brought forth for consideration at the budget. And if we were to watch the video, you would see it was actually Deputy Mayor Ross who said, I won't approve this if it's changing the budget, and that was clarified before the vote. And my challenge isn't even whether we should accept or should not accept this change to add 2 new students. My point is simply that this request to add 2 new students to bylaw is a service level change request and should not be embedded in the budget the piece that we're approving right now.
That sounds logical, Mr. Jeremy.
We can try to extract it, and council can decide which way they want to go on it.
So fundamentally, there's 2 students embedded in the base budget that we would pull out and put into the service level change requests operating and capital components to be dealt with tomorrow.
I almost think you'd want to treat this as a separate issue because there could be a revenue component to it as well. It could also jeopardize your ability to do enforcement and actually execute the boat launch service level change requests. So they're connected.
I realize that.
Yeah.
I fully get that, but I think that if it is a service level change request, then it should be dealt with at a service level change, as the councillor says. Or we could just say that we'll deal with it here in the base and acknowledge that it is a service level change request. I think to keep the form, it should probably be dealt with, understanding the ramifications, which can come up in the conversation at the service level change request level, part of it.
All right.
Councillor Shesky, I saw your card.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, I was just going to comment on the fact that it's likely interconnected to many things in the budget. I don't know if the bikes that we approved yesterday were for the bums of the people that we're talking about now. So it certainly complicates things. So I think if we just move along and we pass the motion at the end of the day, there's no resistance to these students being hired. And if somebody would like to make an amendment at the time to take the students out, then I think that's probably the appropriate time to do it. If I understand correctly. If we vote to approve the budget, obviously we have no qualms with these students. And if somebody wants to make an amendment at that time to remove the students, then that would be an amendment and we would do that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could just say quickly,
please.
we have the recommendation was approved, and it was hand in glove that the proposed Parks and Trails bylaw be approved and enacted using a phased-in approach to the regulation of the use of e-bikes, and that any required resources for increased enforcement measures be included in the 2022 draft budget. So like speaking broadly, the notion was that it was kind of, if you're going to bring this bylaw forward, then and the expectation you had was that it would be enforced, that it would require resources, and that those would need to be dealt with during the budget proceedings.
I don't think Councillor Cunningham is saying that they shouldn't be considered. I think she's just pointing out that in her mind, they should be considered in the service level change side of things. I think what I hear Councillor Olszewski saying is that it is tied into a lot of other things. That being the case, then when it comes up at service level change, then it likely will go through. So I think if we're going to adhere to process, I get that the addition of the students, while it was said that we should bring that forward to the 2022 budget, I believe my sense of it is, and I would ask show of hands from council on this, that it probably does belong in service level change. So I'm going to put that question to council. Who on council believe it should be transferred to service level change? There you have it. So if you can do that, we'll have to amend this motion to reflect that as a change amendments E. When we have that value, perhaps we can we can move it over then to service level for consideration.
We will work on getting those values put together.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. I appreciate the effort. Where were we? NSSRC.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. I'll call on Mr. Flannery again to discuss the NSRC and refer everyone to page 136 in the budget document.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Flannery.
Through your worship, thank you. Again, NSSRC is separate from all other facilities, so and is shown and displayed here on its own. So some areas to highlight here are at first revenue. You'll see a slight decrease in anticipated revenue. Now this is based on a couple things. First, in the fees and the charges bylaw, separate from the service level change report that you'll see tomorrow, the fees and charges bylaw does include a 3.5% user fee increase across the board for all NSSRC fees. So given that increase, we were able to do some analysis in really the five years pre-pandemic, and we're able to determine that even during that time, there were some revenue areas that we just were not realizing. So we've made some appropriate reductions there. So you do see a $20,000 reduction in anticipated revenue, even given a 3.5% user fee increase. Other areas of note are repairs and maintenance. It's been a roughly $13,000 increase, I believe, here. You'll see that amount is actually now in line with what we have spent there in other years, such as 2019. So we've realigned that. Also in accordance with the building condition assessment that was done, that was able to identify some other high priority areas with the now aging facility. So we're seeing some increased maintenance costs there. Also in the facilities and asset management discussion prior, you saw roughly a $270,000 reduction in salaries and benefits. Some of that reallocation now you see here in the increase. Again, you have some increasing utility costs, insurance costs, and the decreasing revenue. Those three factors combined account for roughly half of the increase you're seeing here. So I'd be happy to take any questions if council has any.
Deputy Mayor Ross. Thank you, Mr. Flannery.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the update. A couple questions for you. One being, sorry, debt servicing. I understand it to be that's the outstanding balance with regards to building the facility, and it's to stop on I believe 2 years. We'll have that paid off, but I understand there's about $10 million in capital repairs that will be required in the next 10 years. So if we were to put that $400,000 aside for the next 10 years, it's still only 4 million, and we're still short 6. I'll remind, at some point, right now, the rec center costs every household in the town of Midland. You have 6,000 households for $1.3 million. It costs to operate it. It costs every household approximately, and I'm using, depending on your tax rate, it would be different, but approximately $220 per household to operate that. Everybody. It's not just because you use it. It's everybody is required. And I can't help but think, and I'm going to share a little story, that I travel Ontario, Northern Ontario, and about 5 years ago, I can't get it out of my mind. I went to a town of Dryden. Everyone's heard of Dryden. They had a beautiful double rink pool. They built this fantastic rec center. One rink was completely boarded up, not used, closed. I inquired, what's going on? They just couldn't afford it. They couldn't afford to run 2 rinks. They could only afford to run 1. So, I not that I would think that would happen here, but it happened in other communities, it happens here. So it really, if we have another $10 million coming due to capital repairs on this building in the next 10 years, we're in trouble. So just a thought, and maybe you could update me. I hope my numbers are wrong, but Mr. Flaherty, if you could.
Mr. Flannery.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Deputy Mayor Ross. That is correct. It's slightly over $10 million over the next 10 years in terms of capital replacements that we anticipate needing to put into the NSSRC. So that, numbers wise, again, yeah, you're roughly correct in that bottom line is roughly around that number, like you suggested, around the $1.3 million mark. Also note, if you were to remove the user fees and include the average of that required capital cost, you're much closer. The average capital cost roughly around $900,000 over the next 10 years. So you're up much closer to $3 million in terms of cost. So it's good that the user fees are able to reduce a significant portion of that. Hence, too, again, why we've presented some different options to council that we'll be discussing tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Flannery.
Thank you, sir.
Councilor Gordon.
Thank you very much. Is there any staff reluctance to considering non-resident fees to our recreational structure rather than sort of carte blanche raising the fees for everybody as being proposed right now?
Mr. Flannery.
Through Your Worship to Councilor Gordon. I'm not sure. I may let you speak to whether or not we want to get into that today. I know that's something that we'll probably get into in more detail tomorrow. I will say, in theory, staff is always willing to follow the direction of council and weigh all options. But again, tomorrow may be the more appropriate day to get into discussion of that in detail.
inclined to agree with you, Mr. Flannery. Councillor Gordon, follow up or a separate question?
Follow up then. So yeah, I'm happy to talk about that tomorrow. The other thing we were reminded time and time again, and I think most emphatically from Mr. Cowie's slide deck, is reminding us that as a municipality, our first and foremost attention should be to controlling our expenses, not finding ways to raise revenues. That we are, you know, a cost center, not a profit center. So it's a balance thing. You can't just cut yourself into savings, but at the same token, I'm looking for ways for us to reduce the cost of maintaining and running this sports and rec center. Obviously, having the mortgage burning party in 2 years will be lovely, but what else, you know, are we looking at in this budget that we can try and bring our costs down so we don't have to saddle our ratepayers and residents with additional fees?
So I think that, again, Councillor, is something that is part and parcel of the conversation tomorrow. I think you've heard Mr. Flannery say that staff is open to any suggestions from council with respect to how you apportion costs and control costs. They put forward their recommendations in the moment. Of course, there's been a lot of feedback with respect to fees coming from the public, and that is part of tomorrow's discussion as well. So if you hold your powder on that, and we'll get to that tomorrow, if you don't mind. Now I've got Mr. Campbell and Mr. Deneau looking to say something. So Mr. Campbell first.
Yes, just when you look at the rec center, yes, there is a gymnasium there. Yes, there are 2 hockey rinks there. And we also have Ascanonia and other groups using the, you know, more office classroom space that's available there. And that 1.3 million bottom line that goes to taxation is across all of those. We have 10 employees running that facility 7 days a week. Now, one thing to remember, the amount of staff we have there is based on the number of hours we're open. And that's what's driving some of these costs. It's just the pure number of hours we need to be open. We need to have 2 people there at a time. And, you know, so one of the challenges is in that facility, it's different than some of our other facilities, or not facilities, other programs, where it's the demand of the user is saying how long we need to be open. It's not our choice unless we, you know, are saying we're going to start to close that facility to reduce our costs. So yes, we'll have some other discussions later, but I wanted to just bring into account in this budget, we also have grants to Boys and Girls Club. We have grants to Ascanonia baked into this budget. And I don't know if we want to have a discussion on those, how much we contribute to communities, community groups as part of this base budget here today, or have a separate discussion on that at some point in the future. And Mr. Deneau, I know will want to comment on that.
Mr. Deneau. Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'd certainly defer to council whether they want to see that information now or perhaps tomorrow when we consider, you know, some of the service level change requests when we look at the community grants program as an example, because I think you'll understand and appreciate that there's a significant amount of community support that's provided by the municipality. I just wanted to be clear that, you know, when the mortgage burning does happen with the rec center, more debt is going to have to be taken on, you know, to councillor or to deputy mayor's point. There's significant investment that's required to maintain that facility. So you're going to have to either put money away to take on that debt to repair and maintain the facility and service it. So just wanted to make that clarity.
Thank you, Mr. Deneau. Mr. Jeremy, you have something to add to this?
One more thing on that debt, if you don't mind. That debt is serviced from DCs. So unfortunately, when we do have the mortgage burning party, the drop off in the budget won't accrue to the tax levy.
Gonna start calling you Ebenezer Scrooge.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Councillor Gordon.
I appreciate the sincere clarity from our CFO on these things. It's sobering and depressing. considering that our neighbors in Penetanguishene, there seems to be an appetite for them to build a whole new rec center with 2 ice services, and either they've got some amazing funding from the province, or they're going to raise their taxes 10%, and their taxpayers don't know yet. Is there any kind of back office conversation going on, like, hello, neighbors, why would you dump all that dough into replicating a service that's available just a couple kilometers up the highway? Why don't you chip in and help us extend our services, reduce the tax burden on Midland residents, and extend these services to the Penetanguishene residents? Are we still really looking at, we're 2 insulated communities, protecting our little empires and wanting to replicate services when we should be not amalgamating, but combining more and more? Has that conversation happened?
It's an ongoing conversation, Mr. Gordon, or Councillor, geez, I keep doing that, Councillor Gordon. And you can tell by Councillor Downer's expression a few minutes ago that that's a rather thorny issue. Is there cooperation and discussions going on between the 2 municipalities? Absolutely. Is there an appetite to discuss that particular thing? Well, it would be one-sided. And it is one-sided. So
that's a shame. What a shame.
It is, but it's a great notion, and maybe as the realities unfold, that the province and the feds are going to be sucking up a lot of debt around COVID, that the funds are not necessarily going to be there, to your point earlier. But we're straying way off, I think, the actual base budget. So I would like to I see your hand, Councillor Bain, but if you're going to please make it germane to this particular item, because we are running out of time.
Thank you. I had 3 question comments about the base budget for the NSRC. Question 1 is, we're obviously going to talk about user rates tomorrow, but has there been internal analysis about how much it costs to deliver the different services in the arena? Because basically what we're seeing is a blended average of all the different groups, leases, different things like that. Because if we could develop a big matrix like other municipalities, I remember taking a look at one from the city of Mississauga a couple of years ago when we were looking at user rates, and I found it very helpful to see which activities cost the municipality at different, basically like cost to loss ratio.
So I think this again is a conversation for tomorrow. You're talking about classifying types of usage and portioning costs.
As opposed to looking at user rates, more of an internal analysis saying what does it cost to deliver these different services. 2 questions. Yes, by activity-based costing. Yes, please. Yeah, that's the question.
Mr. Flannery or Mr. Campbell, whichever. Mr. Campbell?
Yes, just from an activity-based costing perspective, right now the operations in the rec center is not, the staff don't allocate their costs to the different activities they do. That is something we could do in the future, but again, that's getting our payroll and finance system caught up with the ability to do that. So we could have some estimates of how much they spend, resurfacing the ice versus cleaning for Ascanoni or cleaning the washrooms, but we don't have that breakdown today.
Thank you. You had another question, Councilman.
Yeah, so there was suggestion, I know we're talking about trying to reduce costs, about revenue generation. And is there thoughts about developing a plan to do that 3rd stream revenue generation that we talked about, naming rights, that type of thing? And what's the estimated amount that revenue could potentially bring in if we go down that route?
Mr. Campbell, do you want to answer that?
Well, yeah, and I think, those are things, right now staff have put forward one service level change that, may not be approved. And I think if council was to give us a direction that, find a way to raise another $50,000 or $100,000, that's where we go back and talk with the different groups, the different sports groups. We talk to the different lease groups in that building. And we see if there is someone who wants to buy rights to it. But I would really be looking to council. Are you looking for $50,000 reduction? And that wouldn't affect this year's budget. It would be affecting next year's budget, because when we sit down with the groups, their first answer will be, zero, I'm sure. So, but, again, if you're negotiating, what's the target that council wishes us to increase fees by? Give us a number, 50 grand, 100 grand. The staff will do our best to negotiate those deals.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. I think it's fair to say that those conversations have started internally prior to this budget process, Councilor Mead. But they haven't been developed to where you can, in the third level of funding opportunity, like naming rights and so on, you can move it up or down through within the facility or just the facility. So questions of amounts, the attractiveness of this, and so on. Those questions, those things have begun just at a very superficial level. So
thank you. And finally, energy is a huge cost at the NSRC. I mean, we have to heat and cool the building at the same time. I know there was a proposal before my time on council about a potential rooftop photovoltaic energy project. And at one time there actually was an energy plant that they piped to the curling club. That was the old arena many, many years ago in the 70s, I guess. But if we're going to be looking at long-term capital upgrades and stuff like that, is that the technology that we need to be looking at, is trying to reduce our energy usage, either on-site through electricity generation or rooftop hot water systems to try to soften the, energy use and types of things? Or is that, again, beyond the ability of the budget this year, and that's a whole separate conversation for later?
Mr. Campbell.
Currently, we have no staff resources planned to do that sort of work in 2022. Certainly, as Mr. Reichel starts to build that new facilities asset management group, we can, look at building those into our work plan, and whether those ideas are increasing consulting costs or staff costs, we'll bring that back in the future.
Just a quick final point. Yes, it was very brief. Is if you're already going to be looking at upgrading roofs or redoing a roof, that's when you try to align different things like rooftop solar projects. And so that's a project that way out that we'll be dealing with in the future. Thank you for allowing me to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May. And last question to you, Councillor Shesky, and we're going to move on.
I apologize. It's not a question, just more of a comment while we're on the thought. I certainly deal with our local utilities in terms of power saving for the factory that I work at. It's a big part of my job, and I'm pretty well in touch with some of the great grants that are coming down from our upper levels of government. So I'd love to meet offline with Mr. Reichel and discuss some of the great things that Enbridge and other companies are offering for grants locally.
Thank you for the offer, Councillor, and I'm sure Mr. Reichel will take you up on that. So I see no changes really to this base budget. So for NSSRC, let's move along to transit, please. Mr. Campbell.
Your Worship, next we have conventional transit and then our accessible transit. Really, in both of those, there's no changes in the base budget for either one concerning new drivers, new routes. So it's a status quo program right now. The increases in some of the staffing dollars, it gets back to the comment Councillor Main made about activity-based costing. There was no supervisory time or management time allocated to transit services in prior budget years, and that's inappropriate. So we have distributed supervisory time. That also should be included so that when we do any reporting for grants and other things, that we're properly costing the transit service. So there was a comment or in the budget yesterday, we talked about the replacement of a 20-year-old bus. And one things we can do as we go to tender for that is make sure we're doing evaluation, whether, a 30-foot bus is needed, or we heard our accessible transit provider say, smaller buses or vans could be an option. And certainly that's something we need to do. And again, as we get Jim having transit as part of his, full-time job, Data analytics is something we haven't had a lot of time to do. Our transit fare system does track it, and I was looking at it the other day. And we took in a whole $38 the other day in revenue on our transit for the entire time the bus was running around for the whole day. So transit is not a moneymaker, and that's well known across the province. And, but we can do some data analytics to make sure our operations are right sized when we purchase a new bus, and we'll certainly investigate that going forward this year.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Deputy Mayor Ross, you had a question? You're muted.
Yeah, thank you. There's not much, unfortunately, it's either a service we provide or we don't. There's not a municipality in probably North America that would profit off of transit. If you take the money, when you take revenue minus expenses, your grand total will cost $387,000. You take 95,000 rides approximately. We're subsidizing every ride by $4. It's just the way it is. I guess it's a bigger conversation, and when we get to the service level, it's a service we want to continue to provide. It's a hard one to say that we don't want to or come up with a new model, but that is indeed the position that we're in at this point.
Thank you,
if I just, yeah, if I may just add on that, the deputy mayor mentioned, 95,000 rides. That was pre-COVID. The last 2 years were just at 53,000 rides. So the cost per rider is, almost doubled during COVID.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. This conversation is starting to remind me of an observation that Mr. Dickinson made back with public inputs and what is the role of government. But that's a much larger conversation for another time. Sorry, I saw Councillor Gordon, Councillor Main, and did I see Councillor Cunningham? No? Okay. So, Councillor Gordon.
Transit is one of those services like a library, like they're necessary requirements. Most of us, probably none of us on council, avail ourselves of the bus other than the photo op we had in first term. But there's a lot of people that do. And even though our ridership isn't full, clearly, and COVID certainly hasn't helped the past 2 years, the people that do use it, it's imperative. And we've heard of gaps in our service delivery, areas that were either underserved or not served, as well as some opportunities for conversations with, extending our service without using our buses and municipal staff by contracting that out to existing service providers. So I'm looking forward to those conversations happening this year. And then when the next budget comes, if I'm around for it, we can maybe reap some of the savings and deliver these superlative services to I won't call it the majority of our community, but the minority of our community that relies on them so heavily. So it's a necessary evil, I think, for us to fund this, and we owe it to everybody to operate it as revenue neutral as possible. Although that's probably it's probably hard to get this thing out of the red, but it's just one of those things we have to eat, I think.
Thank you, Councillor. Whose hand did I see? Was it Councillor Main? And who else? Am I missing somebody? Councillor Main, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I know being on the Midland Penetang Transit Committee from a couple of years ago, I know how much pride our town staff had on delivering the service at the low cost that we do. Our service to cost ratio is very good for a very small town. We're very fortunate. It's unfortunate that our ridership is down because the way that the pie is divided, I believe gas tax provincially, it all goes into transit, and the more numbers you have, the more chunk of the pie you get. But the numbers that we are seeing people using, these are critical trips. They're not just zipping around town. Like, these are workers getting to medical appointments. So transit service is super important. Just to the budget, back to the budget for Mr. Campbell, we're seeing a little bit of a price fluctuation in this year's budget. And I'm trying to figure out kind of why we're seeing that. Costs are up a bit, some revenue must be down, but it seems to be a little bit different from last year's. I was wondering if you could touch on what are the drivers of changes to this budget from last year?
Mr. Campbell.
For both services, you can certainly see insurance is significantly up on them. And then, as I mentioned earlier, staffing, it's not new staffing, it's a reallocation of a staffing overhead to be properly allocated into the transit area. Repairs and maintenance, you can see an increase, a significant increase there, and that gets back to the age of our buses. And as I mentioned yesterday, I don't think there's a single day I go out to the shop and there's not a bus parked there with the out of service sign on it. So the fact that we have significant costs on our buses to maintain them, that'll continue. Just for reference, we have including the bus with Penetanguishene, we have 2021, a 2018, a 2015, and then a 2002 bus. So we were lucky in the last couple of years getting some grants from the federal government and provincial government that we do have a relatively new fleet, but we do have that 20-year-old bus, and maybe we got a lemon on the 2000. I think it's the 2018 buses seem to be breaking down more than it should. But anyways, maintenance costs are up. So insurance, maintenance, and then just reallocation of staffing costs.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Councillor Gordon.
It's all good. Just call me like that.
Action pattern here going on here.
We have seen a deluge of increase on gas tax revenues dumped on us. Probably has nothing to do with the impending provincial election or other issues before us, but we'll take it. The $1 million question here is, by extending the service into Penetanguishene, are they getting deluges of gas taxes in their community, and are those being funneled into our joint delivery? Like, are we losing money by partnering with Penetanguishene? Are we breaking even, or are we actually making money? Which is not my objective, but I want to make sure we're not losing money by doing this.
Mr. Campbell.
The contract with Penetanguishene is up for renewal and this year, and I would say it's favorable in Penetanguishene's perspective right now, and hopefully as we renegotiate, we can square that up a little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Any further questions with respect to the base budget before us? I don't see any, so we'll move along to culture and tourism. Which, I guess is that you, Mr. Campbell, or is that?
Yes, yeah. The culture and tourism again got transferred out of corporate services into my department permanently this past year. And the reason for that is a lot of the activities that happen in culture and tourism, the events that happen downtown need to be coordinated with the harbor staff, need to be coordinated with the operations staff. So we thought there would be a good fit to put that group into my group. As far as going through the budget, both Nicole and Karen Mealing are here I'll let Karen maybe, if she wants to, carry the budget discussion here, and certainly Nicole is here to talk about Tall Ships Butter Tart Festival, which I'm sure there'll be a few questions on.
Thank you.
Mealing.
Good afternoon, everyone. The numbers you have before you are on page 149 for culture and tourism. They were developed in the fall of 2021 before we had Omicron become one of our predominant variants. So when we put the budget together, it was based on running festivals and events and activities in 2022 with no public health restrictions, but knowing that we may need to modify, adapt, change, and possibly cancel some of our planned events. Please note that whatever we plan for in-person activities in 2022, we will consult with the public health unit and determine that whatever we're doing meets with their guidelines and that they're okay with what we're planning. You'll notice that every 3 years, the Tall Ships visit the town of Midland, and 2022 is a Tall Ships year. So that has resulted in revenues and expenses under our one-time column. We're still uncertain about what spring and summer and fall will look like, but the province has indicated that March 14th might be a date when all restrictions could be lifted on public gatherings, outdoor gatherings. How this will look for festivals and events that draw 35 to 55,000 people, we don't know yet, but we're planning cautiously. And whatever restrictions or public health guidelines that we have to follow, we will adhere to them. And we'll continue to be creative in how we engage the community and celebrate and promote Midland.
Thank you. Would you care to speak to some of the, I see, for example, in the departmental transfers are up, contributing about 236% or 21,000. It looks like we have a printing and advertising public notices. Would you like to speak to some of those larger line items?
The interdepartment transfers are mostly for operations staff for helping set up and clean up after events. So it's coming from our budget line and going into operations budget line. As for the marketing and the advertising, that is related to tall ships, the one-time event, one-time expense this year. So it's not our regular events. We've kept those budgets the same. We've carried those forward. We haven't changed those. It's the tall ships that has affected some of our percentages.
See, and so perhaps you can speak to the tall ships, because I know that was a matter of interest to with respect to public input. So grants, et cetera.
I'll let Nicole speak to that.
Yes, I can answer that question. So every year, 35,000 is put into a tall ships reserve. And every 3 years, we run a tall ships event. So the town of Midland contributes 105,000 from the tall ships reserve, and the remaining balance, which is approximately 170,000, comes from grants, vendor fees, ticket sales, and sponsorships. So if approved, we know we have 105 from the town of Midland, and if we don't receive the amount required from our other sources, then we just make the event smaller.
I see. So are there any questions from council directed to Ms. Mealing or Ms. Major? Councilor Gordon.
When do you expect, or what's the absolute deadline for a go, no go for tall ships in Butter Tart? Do you have basically a drop dead date where, you know, if we're not sure, we'll just have to cancel it and refund everybody their deposits, or however this works?
For Butter, sorry, through Mayor Strathern to Councilor Gordon, we haven't taken any money from any of our vendors yet this year for Butter Tart Festival. So there'll be no refunds if we do have to cancel the event. We'll probably be looking at doing that possibly in February or early March. We'll take a look at what the numbers are, and I don't know if we'll be able to wait till the province makes the announcement, but we'll see.
Thank you. And with regards to tall ships.
Sorry. So in regards to tall ships, we've only signed a contract with Tall Ships America. We have yet to sign any contracts with any of the ships. So I think we're looking probably at March, and hopefully by then we will know if we can proceed with the event.
Thank you. Councilor Gordon, follow.
So I guess the case is, it's not like the tall ships would sail into Georgian Bay and go to other towns and cities to show, and they wouldn't come to Midland. It's either the entire event is on or it's off, right?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions to direct to this item? I see none. So I have a question for Mr. Campbell. Where in all of this budget is there a provision for your new phone booth and cape and outfit? You seem to be doing an inordinate amount of work, and just like to thank you for that while we have the opportunity and people are listening. So.
Yes, thank you for the support, Your Worship.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Before we leave this section, I'd like to put a motion on the table if I could, and I'll read it out. I'll need a seconder. That the 2022 base budget be adjusted to reflect a user fee adjustment at the NSSRC and Harbor for an increase of inflation plus 2%, and that staff be directed to analyze market rates for user fees at the Harbor and NSRC and bring forward any further adjustments that would be considered over the next 5 years. I'll put that on the table as a mover if I have a seconder.
Do we have a seconder for that? Councilor Gordon. So, Mr. Jeremy, is that something that we would be able to tease out and allow the clerk then to put an amending item in motion one, such that we can actually at the end of the day track those changes and show it in a change to the gross expenditures and the levy requirements?
Your worship, yes, that can be our homework for this evening. We can recalculate the estimated revenue projections for the NSSRC and the harbor based on that direction. And we can come back to you tomorrow with a new projected revenue number that can be used as an amendment to the 2022 budget.
So what you're telling me is I'm not going to be able to close out motion one until tomorrow morning. That's fine. Thank you. Councillor, sorry, go ahead.
We could see if we could turn it around faster. I'm just the
That's
folks
fine.
that are we're here.
That's fine. I know I'm not trying to put any pressure on. Just
Okay.
it's on my to-do list for tomorrow then. So I have just before we go any further, I guess I will. So, Madam Clerk, can you just, we've heard the motion from Deputy Mayor Ross, so you have that in hand? Okay. So we've heard the motion. We have a mover and a seconder. It's on the floor. Councilor Gordon.
Okay, so when Deputy Mayor Ross had first floated this there before lunch or whenever it was, it's all blur now.
Yeah.
It wasn't tied to the rate of inflation. It was tied to the rate of the tax increase we adopt for Midland, unless I misheard him, but I believe he just read it out and said that it was inflation plus 2%. And inflation is, completely out of the control of this this municipality. So I'm just wondering, did you misspeak, Deputy Ross, or did you actually mean inflation and not the amount of
I thought
tax?
it would be, thank you, Worship, through you to Councilor Gordon. I thought it would be easier to, if we went by inflation rates year after year plus an extra 2%, then the tax rate is so unknown every year that we would have a known every year, no hidden fees, no surprises. Whatever the inflation rate is set, we could come up with a date that would, what the inflation rate would be. That way our user fee, so that way we would know our user fees, we'd move forward and they would know the rate exactly what it is. So they're not waiting. There's no anticipation with regards to what our budget's going to be. They know that cost up beforehand. So that's what's sort of my intention. But if we want to make a adjustment, that's fine too.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
I'm content to leave the wording as it is. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a, just a disconnect between the.
I appreciate it. Yep. Just
Okay.
when I looked into it more and had a couple conversations, I thought it would be more prudent, and it would be much better for those groups to know exactly. The fact is, if they're trying to, the rates have already been set. If they're trying to set them, for next year type thing, we're doing the budget so late every year that it really makes it tough for some user groups. So I thought it may give them a more clarity moving forward.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have Councillor Shevsky and Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to comment on Deputy Mayor's motion and say that the rate of inflation set in terms of user service fees is in line with the policy at the airport. The airport does use the rate of inflation as an annual increase to service fees and user fees. So I think it's great that we're getting something else in line with the airport. So I will speak to that, and I will support your motion.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, just questioning the rate of inflation, of course, has a lot of variability. I know it says that currently the Bank of Canada says our inflation rate is about 5%. So would that then lead to a 7% increase in user fees across the board?
What in my eyes, like I say, this is why council's here to discuss this. It's not it's a motion, but it must be approved by council. But yes, that's how I would see it.
To answer your question, Councillor.
I just have the question of why the additional 2% then on top of the inflation rate. I feel like that's almost punitive then, that it's trying to create profit on top of inflation.
Well, I would suggest that it really, what it does is it allows you to start building that reserve from the case of SSRC for the $10 million. And it starts to move us towards users pay for, so the user pay principle, which I think is something that we're going to have to entertain, or we're just going to have to start increasing the levy by multiple percents. Councillor Shevsky and then Deputy Mayor Ross.
I was just going to echo Councillor Cunningham's comments that the inflation number makes sense because it's steady. I do understand the woes of the rec center and the bills that need to be paid. So I'll support the motion as is.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Your Worship, this final comment, just because the reason why I feel important to add that extra 2% is we're falling behind over year after year after year. So it's a small little percentage to try to catch up at least a tiny bit. If it was up, the fact is it's costing every resident $140,000 to run the harbor, and it's costing every resident $1.4 million to run the rec center. And unfortunately, it's tough times, and we just have to catch up at some point. So at 2%, I'd like to add 10%, but 2% in my head is a very great compromise, and I feel it would fit to move our community forward.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have Councillor Gordon and then Councillor Kelly.
Thanks. I do want to just slow this down a little bit because this came out of the, just random conversation. We don't have any numbers to see what this looks like. I guess I could do the math on my computer here right now, but I don't want us to make a knee-jerk, very emotional decision without some consultation with our key stakeholders. That's quite frankly the one main reason why I'm not going to be voting for the 33% tomorrow, is simply because I want us, and we talked about this when the public meeting, we got to talk to the stakeholders, the people that consume the most of these services, and make sure that, first of all, we don't just arbitrarily pull this on them with no planning or forethought, but to get their feedback and a phased in approach or whatever. So I think this motion is right. I agree with it in principle, but I don't want us to knee-jerk implement this and undermine everything and upset the apple cart. If we're going to talk about this, it should be for 2023, not immediate implementation. And that gives us time to do the consultation, I believe, a duty to do, if not, legally, morally, with the community and stakeholders. And let's prepare everybody for what we're trying to do. So I don't know, this motion, is this meant for instant implementation, or can I make an amendment on it that this is for consideration for implementation in 2023?
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. I look at it too, it's an opportunity to lower our taxes. We're hearing this over and over and over again. And we put it off to 2023, there's no opportunity, and we continue and the rate stays the same. I would like to see it go forward ASAP and lower the taxes for 2022 and moving forward, in my eyes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Can I put the amendment on the floor then? That will just clear it up, right? We're either with this or we're not, or can I do a friendly amendment and we vote on the
I'd like to
amendment?
hear from Councillor Cunningham, and I'll come right back to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. In principle, absolutely, we need to be looking at how our rates are supporting the work of the town. However, we are not, with this type of motion, getting to the granular level of what of these services are health and wellness and services the town doesn't have to provide through parks and rec and youth leagues and things like that, and which of these are luxuries. So when you talk about increasing the rates of our boat dockage by 5 or 7% versus upping that by 25%, which may be more appropriate, and increasing things that really are genuinely health and wellness when we start getting into rates and fees, I think there needs to be a more granular and compassionate approach to this. And I think it is too rapid of whether it's knee-jerk or not. I think it's just too blanket, and there's very seldom that black or white is the answer. I think there's going to be a level of deep diving in, getting staff to have a look, and really looking to both compassion and to luxury and saying where is it most appropriate to start recouping these fees.
Okay, back to you, Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. So I just like to add the caveat that we support the discussion with staff and our stakeholders to explore phasing this in 2023. That buys us a bit of time. I know it doesn't go towards my goal, which is to get this tax rate this year down, but we've existed this long with our traditional way of raising funds, and quite frankly, one more year isn't going to kill us, and then we have a chance. No one will be able to say, well, you didn't talk to us, you didn't give us a chance to come to the table, and we're your biggest consumers. I'd want to talk with the folks that rent the boat slips. I want to talk to all the groups and organizations like Ascanonia and Boys and Girls Club, who do services on behalf of the municipality that we fund instead of doing them ourselves. I want to talk to the skating folks who may have 50, you get the idea, right? Yeah. So I'd like to see this approved in principle, that it's a conversation that we're committed to having, and that it become something we look at in the next budget and the next council.
So you're okay. So just hold that thought, Deputy Mayor, and then I'm going to ask you to put that in the form of an amending motion, Councilor Gordon. Deputy Mayor.
Just, I guess the only comment I would have is I consider all the resident stakeholders, and we're here to lower that tax rate as best we can. And unfortunately, the people that are using the service, they would expect, and I would expect, an increase. But I guess we'll have to vote and we'll see where it goes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So you're putting an amended motion on the floor, amendment to the motion on the floor.
What's the original one? And I get the gist of it, but I don't have the language for it.
Madam Clerk, can you put that up on the screen so that everybody's aware of what it is?
I just have it in rough draft, but I can read it again. It's that the 2022 base budget be adjusted to reflect a user fee adjustment at the NSSRC and Harbor for an increase of inflation plus 2%, and that staff be directed to analyze market rates for user fees at the Harbor and NSSRC and bring forward any further adjustments that would be considered over the next 5 years. The motion's been moved and seconded.
Thank you. So a matter of process or procedure, Councilor Gordon can put an amending on the floor. We would deal with that first and then come back to the main motion.
Unless the deputy mayor agreed to a friendly amendment. If not, we could do we'll do an amending motion to the amending motion.
Does it complicate things that I seconded in the first place? Like, does that mess things up? Okay.
No.
Do you agree, consent then, Deputy Mayor?
No, I think we need a new, if indeed, I'd like to keep this original motion on the floor, but if there's amending motion come forward, I'll allow council to put that on the floor with a mover and a seconder.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
so
you.
Councilor Gordon will need a seconder, and then I also need the wording that you would like in the amending motion.
So as Councilor Shevsky is indicating his desire to second. So Councilor Gordon, can you, I'm sure the clerk will help you, but just to make sure she understands the gist of it.
Basically, while staff are researching this, to include consultation with the stakeholder groups and the community at large, to the Deputy Mayor's point, he's absolutely right. I don't think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to oppose this other than the ones that are most touched by it, but something to the effect of to include consultation with the community and stakeholders about this new proposed structure for, I'm messing this up. I think you know how to do it, Miss Edgar. I think the key here is that even this 33% that's proposed now wasn't kicking in until the fall anyway, right? So it's not like it was going to start next week. So this just buys a little bit of time and fills in that void that we are being kind of called out on not consulting.
Mr. Campbell, I see you wish to say something to this.
Your worship, just trying to help out the clerk with what Councilor Gordon's amending motion is. So right now, Deputy Ross has a motion on the floor to change the fees in this budget process, and tomorrow we'll bring back what that dollar number might be if council gives us this direction today. Councilor Gordon, I understand you wish to either have that put a motion on the floor to have that deferred to 2023, and in doing that also include discussion with the community. So I think Sherry, if the clerk, if for Councillor Gordon's motion is the amending motion would be just that the fee structure be implemented in 2023 after discussions with stakeholders. And that can be the amending motion, see if that passes. And if not, we go back to the deputy's original motion that with something that happens in 2022. If I'm interpreting you correct, Councillor Gordon.
No, that sounds perfect, but I do have a seconder in Councillor Orszewski, so I'd like to get his input if he wants to tweak that a bit. I owe him that, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Orszewski.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. I know we're talking about the service fees tomorrow, so I think voting on the original motion is probably what needs to happen here, the one that Deputy Mayor Ross has brought forward. I think, as Councillor Gordon said, we don't have the numbers in front of us. This will be a better conversation tomorrow morning, all bright and bushy-tailed when we get back here, and we will have the numbers in front of us. And at that time, Councillor Gordon, if you feel that you want to bring that motion forward, I will support it again, assuming that Deputy Mayor Ross's motion is turned down right now. I think tomorrow morning with those numbers ahead of us, I don't think it's critical to this budget to pass something to say what we're going to do for 2023. I think we can get through this budget process and discuss with the service groups after the meeting tomorrow what a fair, and it doesn't need to be inflation +2, that might be a completely different number. So I think personally, I will support the motion brought forward by Councillor Gordon, but I think it would be better served to remove it and deal with Deputy Mayor Ross's motion personally.
So are you withdrawing your second and I'll put it this way. If we move the conversation to tomorrow, then we would vote on the primary motion, which is Deputy Mayor Ross's. It'll go one way or the other. My sort of read of the room is not likely to go anywhere. And so tomorrow when we get into the service level reviews, this is where you'd like to see that conversation occur. So, Councillor Gordon, are you prepared to withdraw the amending motion?
Yes, I am. And I think the spirit of this is right, and maybe the timing isn't. And I certainly couldn't support this without seeing numbers right now. So we will revisit this. And I think it's, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Ross's intentions are very clear. And I think they're along the right line.
Okay, so we'll go back to Deputy Mayor, Mr. Deneau.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just on the topic, the numbers that you'll see tomorrow will be net. Just to put this in context on the original motion, will be net of any increase that is in the base budget today. So there is, I think it's around 3%. The increase that was, about 3%. So it would be net of that. So it's not the full 7%, that Councillor, I think Cunningham referenced. It would be net of that. So that would be the impact that you would see.
So you would be netting out the 3% already in there and just replacing with a 7.
Correct.
Otherwise it would be 10.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. So with that, I'm going to call the question which on the amending motion proposed by Deputy Mayor Ross. All those in favor? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me sorry, hold your cards up again. I just slow. That's 4. And against. 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion fails. So thank you, Deputy Mayor. We'll bring this up again tomorrow as per the conversation we just had. I guess that will be in conjunction with service level change requests. And
just a clarification, if I could, Your Worship, I guess we can't vote on this again tomorrow unless we have a reconsideration and we need 2/3 vote because.
Well, we can actually.
I'm just concerned how if we are to move forward.
Well, we're actually going to talk about a service level change, which is a different matter.
Okay.
Concept proposed could be inserted into that conversation without being reconsidered.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. You go have your lunch now, Mr. Campbell, and maybe get a throat lozenge for all of that talking you're doing. Thank you very much, and to your staff for presentation. Councillor Main.
We never did finish our conversation with the tourism and culture people. I just had a couple quick questions for staff.
Oh, you caught me out there. Okay. Yours.
Thank you. So we got sidetracked with Deputy Mayor's motion there for a second. It was just a comment of how devastating it was that we didn't get to have Canada Day. That's like such an amazing event in Little Lake Park. And so the notion or the question for staff and cultural staff is, can we do more small events? Because big mega events are not really on the horizon. And so that's the question, at least with my involvement with the BIA, we're trying to do more small events as opposed to fewer bigger mega events. And I just was curious to hear Ms. Mealing or Ms. Major thoughts on how we can kind of, plan C. What does plan C look for Midland if we can't do mega events, if we can still do smaller scale events, smaller parades, that type of thing? Thank you.
Ms. Mealing or Ms. Major?
So that's definitely something that we did chat about. But with the restrictions hopefully being lifted in March, I mean, we want to do big events. So that's what we're planning for. And if something happens between now and then, and we just can't have large numbers, then yes, Karen and I are always discussing plan B, plan C, plan D. So absolutely, this summer, there'll be lots happening for sure.
Thank you. Councillor Main, you had another question, or you indicated you had a couple? No, you're good. Okay. Again, thank you, Mr. Campbell, and thank you to council for your comments and consideration in this section. We'll move on then to council and committees. Is that Mr. Deneau who's handling that one? Mr. Jeremy, is that you? Oh, is it Mr. Deneau?
David's shaking his head. All right, so I can take this one. So council and committees, and I'm just going to get the page reference here.
61, I believe.
161, yes. So council and committees, the first item that you're going to see here is the draw from reserves has been reduced. In 2021, we had a one-time draw of $100,000 in tax rate stabilization reserve. That was intended to for the council's task force for affordable housing. So it was in there as a one-time item. There's also an equal and offsetting amount on the consultants line for that in 2021. So as you can imagine, they net out as a wash. So that's those two items off. With respect to the salaries line, which we actually see being reduced by $16,000, what's going on there is we have a reduction to the interdepartmental staff support. So it's not that we've actually reduced staffing costs, it just means that those are somewhere else in the organization at this stage. There was a small amount removed for legacy remuneration that was in the budget. And then there's a $5,000 reduction for EA costs that have historically been charged directly to council and committees, but those have been moved to clerks for 2022. So that's essentially what you've got going on in council and committees. So not a lot of changes. It's pretty much status quo.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Any commentary or questions with respect to the budget before you, base budget before you? What's a legacy remuneration?
In this case, it was just an amount that was that we found in there as we were, going through the budget item by item, and staff that were available, we couldn't substantiate why it was there, so we removed it.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Councillor Main, I saw your hand up.
I know that pre-pandemic, we were talking about increasing the training, conferences, and things like that. With things moving online, and it's just not quite the same zooming into these conferences. Should we readjust that number back to the original from several years ago? If we have this budget that's not being used, I certainly would offer to give some of this back. Thank you.
I think that's a question for council itself. The reason that that's in there is it gives you more opportunity to train. And there's a general shift to online training. So certainly your travel costs are down, but your opportunity to avail yourself of more training in either subject areas that are of particular interest, whether it's green energy or whatever. There's various conferences that go on. So I'm not sure that's a question for Mr. Jeremy so much as it is for council itself and what it wants to do. So my personal recommendation is leave it alone. And if it's not used, then it'll just go back into. I realize that we're trying to reduce costs, but I would give that some serious thought about whether or not you wanted to avail yourselves of additional training before you actually remove that from the budget. You can always opt not to spend it. That's just my 2 cents worth on that. Mr. Jeremy, I see you popped up there again. So did you have anything to add to that, or did I step on your toes or anything?
Mr. Arthur actually didn't go anywhere that time, but what I can mention is that we do have a general provision, one-time provision to reduce training, travel, meetings, and conferences by $50,000 for 2022. And that is in response to the recognition that with COVID still being what it is, the likelihood of us traveling, incurring costs for hotels and that sort of thing, we're not likely to see that in 2022. So we have done a one-time provision to reduce that on the tax levy for this year. I'm a proponent of training. I think it's very important that staff maintain adequate levels of training to do their jobs, that we avail ourselves of opportunities to keep improving and identify ideas and concepts that we can use to better the municipality. For council, you would be doing things like attending conferences for AMCTO and that kind of thing, so that you can speak with your peers and again get ideas on how things are done elsewhere. I view training as an important item, but ultimately, yes, it is council's decision.
So if I understand correct, sorry, Councillor, I want to say, just so I understand what's going on here. You have a corporate-wide reduction in training allocation to take into consideration the fact that we don't have mileage or hotels or meals, etc. associated with the various. Okay. And can you tell us what that amount is as a proportion of the total training and budget? Or roughly?
I might have a number that I can get for you quickly here.
Thank you.
So our total training budget is, if I've picked up everything, and I think I have, is about $400,000, something like that across the organization. And we've done a provision of $50,000 this year as a one-time reduction to that.
So it's roughly one eighth.
Yeah, roughly. Mm-hmm.
So perhaps we, council might, to Councillor Main's point, consider a 1/8 reduction, but before you can think about that, I have Councillor Olszewski wishes to speak to this.
Thank you, Worship. Just a point of just something I'm not quite sure of. Is this training budget for us up until the point of October 20 something? And then it would be training resources for the new councillors going into the new year? Because I would hate to reduce this budget and have new councillors come on board in November and not have any funds because I spent them all because I wanted to learn more about complete streets, for example.
Well, I think that the new budget that would come in, that they would be approving, the next council would approve. I would hope that there will be a few people on this council migrating to the next council and would remember to raise that, assuming that we're back to in-person conferences and so on. But I agree with you. It's a so you get brand new people in there. Perhaps what you do is you put a motion on the floor to provide balance of training budget to those folks. Councilor Gordon.
Thanks. Just along the salaries, I thought we were getting a staff report this term. Look, like, because we haven't taken just for public, we haven't taken any pay increases this term at all. Like what we got elected to get paid is what we got paid. I think there was an adjustment because there was something changed with the way things can be written off, but we haven't had an increase as I recall. in our remuneration, but there was going to be a study by staff to compare this council's remuneration with other like-sized municipalities. And I'm just wondering, when is that coming? And is, obviously it's not in this budget because we haven't seen it yet, but is that something that we're, assuming we're not grossly overpaid or grossly underpaid, is this budget realistic considering that report is due, as I recall? Unless I'm fantasizing here. I thought that was something that was coming to us.
Does, I thought we'd gone through this already. Mr. Deneau, I see you there.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I concur with Councillor Gordon. I do recall that that was a piece of work we wanted to conclude before the new council would join. So that is something I will certainly take away and make sure that it's added to our work list and bring that information forward.
Thank you, Mr. Deneau. Does that satisfy you, Councillor Gordon? Okay. So we are council committee. I think any consideration for this budget is before us now. Without, in the absence of that information, we should pretty much go with what's before us. Is there an appetite for council to reduce the training by a factor of 1/8? Is happening corporate wide? No. Okay. So I see Councillor Gordon says yes. I just don't see anybody. Sounds like most of the council would like to stick with it as is. So maybe those monies will go towards a new council coming in for their training. I think, AMO has councillor training courses, and I think there are other places that you might want to avail themselves of as well. Thank you, council, and thank you, Mr. Jeremy. We're now on to community health and safety.
Also me. Right, so the community health and safety budget, you would find that one on page 163 of your binder.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, did I interrupt you, Your Worship?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Thank
My
you.
apologies. So this is a very straightforward division that we're looking at here. You really only have two things going on. On the contracted services line, there is no change in the amount that we have in here, but just for council's awareness, that consists of $51,000 for animal control services and approximately $10,000 for 911 response. The second line is grants and donations. That's the only other big item in here. That is your community grants committee program, 110,000, and there's a service level change regarding this one that you'll discuss tomorrow. There's also $20,000 in there for the town's physician recruitment contribution. That's really all there is here.
So I'm not quite sure how to handle this because the 110,000 is up for service level change, and yet it's embedded in the base budget. So would somebody suggest to me how we're going to handle this one? I'm at a loss.
Certainly. It's in the base budget as it has been in the base budget. I would defer the conversation on this one until the service level change conversation tomorrow.
So motion one is now carrying over to tomorrow afternoon or something?
No, because the way the service level changes will work if we take the service level change, which is recommending that we eliminate the community grants program.
Okay.
If you approve this motion for the tax levy, then it's in the tax levy. If you approve the service level change tomorrow, that will also affect the tax levy, takes it out. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
We're not into catch-22. That's great.
No.
So comments or questions? I saw John, sorry, Councillor Main's hand.
Thank you. I know I spoke about in favor of this, or I guess against removing it. I know we're going to talk about this tomorrow, but I want to reiterate to my colleagues that how important just having a small amount of community grant funds. We've been able to just in 2 years fund a whole bunch of awesome programs. And so I think there is a legitimate concern, as Mr. Jeremy has pointed out in a staff report, that the community safety fund wasn't well utilized. It was $50,000 in 2 years. We only gave out to 2 recipients.
I think this is tomorrow's conversation.
Well, I just want to
So hold
remind people.
Yeah, I know, but just hold your powder on that. We're going to
But
leave it in. We're going to
There's
leave it
2
in today.
programs. So
I know.
one of them I
Tomorrow's
should strongly
conversation.
suggest that we can remove, and the other one I strongly suggest that we consider saving in some fashion. Thank you.
You're welcome. So council, any other comments on this particular item? Okay. So then we have an item not on the schedule, but it's taxation and general revenues. And I know that this relates to a question that Councillor, I believe, Cunningham had large numbers. And Mr. Jeremy is quite capable of juggling large numbers. So we'll see what he's going to do here with this one, Mr. Jeremy.
Certainly, Your Worship. So the taxation and general revenues budget, you'll find this one on page 166 of the budget document. And yes, there are some very large numbers here. Fortunately, in most cases, they're not terribly complicated what's behind them. The first item we have is draw from reserves. And we can see that the draw from reserves is decreasing by $362,860, which unto itself is an additional pressure on the tax levy. So if we understand what's in there, 2022 consists of a $100,000 draw from the MPUC dividend replacement reserve. In 2021, that draw was $200,000. So that's a $100,000 additional pressure on the tax levy for 2022. And what's happening there is when the MPUC was sold, there was a dividend replacement reserve that was set up with the intention that it would be drawn down over time with a declining draw each year. So we are just following through on that plan. And that will actually come to a conclusion in 2023 when the draw will be gone entirely and that reserve will be fully depleted. The next item is we have $450,000 that we're drawing from the police services reserve or the police transition reserve, depending upon what you want to call it. In 2021, it was a $500,000 draw. So again, that item in isolation is putting $50,000 of pressure on the tax levy. Similar to the MPUC dividend replacement reserve, there was a plan in place, or there is a plan currently in place that was intended to advance projected savings from the police transition. And that plan had, once again, a declining balance where we were drawing funds from this reserve, and that amount was less and less each year. So at this stage, we're following that plan. 500K in 2021, 450 this year, a lower number next year. So those two items are contributing about $150,000 to the variance. The final item that's contributing to that variance is the non-recurrence of $150,000 draw from the COVID Safe Restart Reserve. And the reason that's gone is we fully expect to utilize those funds in 2021, so there won't be anything to draw from that reserve. And I apologize, I said the last item. This is actually the last item. We had a one-time draw of roughly $63,000 from our tax rate stabilization reserve in 2021 that was approved through the budget process for that year. And again, that was intended as a one-time draw to help mitigate some of the tax rate increase. So that's that item. The next item on our list is grants and external contributions. So this is actually going up a little bit by about $39,000. That entire line is our Ontario Municipal Partnership funding. And you have seen in the budget document, it goes on at length about the OMPF funding. Interest and investment income, we've increased that by about $50,000 based on historical trending and our anticipated cash balances. So that's what that one is for. Taxation, well, I think we all know what that's about. That's the big item that we're here discussing today. What you're looking at is essentially the tax levy for the municipality. There's also some other things in there like payments in lieu of taxes and what have you, but that's primarily what that is. As we get down below, there's a large item there for salaries and benefits. You can see a negative $400,000. That is our provision for salary gapping that we have spoken about throughout the discussions we've had up to this point. $110,000 support for the BIA. That is the levy the special levy that we do on behalf of the BIA for the area of the downtown that is captured by the BIA. So this is a flow through. We pick it up from the BIA members and we hand it over to the BIA. We just came off a discussion about training, travel, meetings, and meals. There's that $50,000 provision that we talked about. So that's into a reduction on the tax levy. Our transfer to reserves. We have a total contribution to our sustainable capital reserve of $509,000 in 2022. Last year, that was $269,000. The difference there represents the reintroduction of our 1% capital levy that plan was put in place. I think it was back in 2018. So we're essentially getting that back to being implemented at the 1% in the base budget. There's also a $150,000 contribution to a contingency reserve, which is for things like legal expenses and so on that can come up that are unexpected. There's been no change to that contribution. And that's that particular line. And then write-offs, you can see that there's a $200,000 reduction to that expense. And these write-offs are regarding the assessments at risk. Now, we know that the assessment levels have been frozen at 2016 levels. We're not likely to see another reassessment cycle kicking off until 2023. Because it's been such a long time between assessment cycles, we've found that the appeals that we're seeing have tapered off quite a bit because they've run their course. People that are going to appeal have already done so. So that is the taxation and general revenue area. If there's any questions.
Hey, Mr. Jeremy, I see Councillor Gordon, but Councillor Cunningham, does that get at what you were looking for?
Yes, it's a ton of information all squished into one page, but yes, that definitely helps me figure out where things are placed.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gordon, please.
Okay. So, future police savings. Every time I say that, I laugh out loud a little bit because, we are getting there. And this isn't about begrudging the transition or anything like that. I'll say again on the record, best thing that ever happened to me, liberated me, allowed me to sit here with you. I did get my proverbial bag of cash, as everyone else did, through our severance process. And I've moved on to a fantastic career making way more money than I ever could have in the public service. So let me just throw that there first. Now the reality is we've got this reserve that's in the negative right now somewhere. I think Mr. Jeremy is being super good with me, trying to help me understand this, somewhere around like negative 3 million or 3.5 or something. And we've been throwing money into this negative reserve. And the purpose is to pay off some of that, my bag of cash and a bunch of other ones from that transition, the cost of disbanding. I know Councillor Shesky loves when I use the bag of cash.
So let's get to the point, please.
The point is,
get off the pulpit.
We've been repaying ourselves to make ourselves feel like the cost of disbanding wasn't really the $4 or $5 million that we all said it and knew it was going to be and turned out to be. It wasn't a loan that we took out. It's not a debenture. It's something we've been paying back to ourselves voluntarily, so that in the end, we can say we kind of have broken even of paying this off, which isn't going to be till 2028. I'm hearing from the projection. What I'm suggesting we do is let's just cut the whole fallacy that was used as, I think, Deputy Ross, this was something you'd pitched at that meeting to get Councillor File on board. This whole concept of future police savings reserve, there is none in that sense. Let's stop dumping tax money every year into this negative reserve. Let's just say it costs us $5 million to make the change. It is what it is. And let's not put $800,000 of tax money into that reserve this year. And all of a sudden, poof, we have a normal tax rate. $800,000 we could not put into this fantastical savings reserve. And we're done. Like, we've just hit ourselves like a 2% tax increase for the town. So my motion, unless my logic is totally flawed and we are servicing a debenture that's incurring interest or something, that we skip contributing any further to this future police savings, call it what it is, do an accounting of what it costs to change police services, eat that responsibility, and stop taking this money out of the taxes and funneling it into this negative reserve.
So
What kind of materiality would that have, Mr. Jeremy, if we didn't contribute $800,000 this year into that reserve?
So Mr. Jeremy's had this conversation with you offline. I understand that Mr. Jeremy also proposed a solution, and Mr. Jeremy, anticipating this conversation, has provided us with a motion, which we don't see before us yet, but takes into account exactly what you're talking about. So if you would forbear, not in the sense of there are no savings, because when we get into this motion, we'll demonstrate that there are in fact savings, and that your bag of cash was contemplated in this all along. But Mr. Jeremy, would you, I'm going to ask you to read your motion, and then Councillor Gordon can decide. Well, just read your motion, please.
Certainly, Your Worship. So the motion would read that the plan currently in place for the recovery of projected savings advanced on a declining basis, transition costs, and disbandment costs associated with moving to the OPP community policing agreement be discontinued, resulting in the elimination of the $450,000 draw from the police transition reserve and $857,840 contribution to the police transition reserve included in the draft 2022 budget, resulting in net reduction of $407,840 to the 2022 tax levy. So that's the first component of the motion, and it's intended to essentially bring to an end the current plan. Needs to be replaced with something, and that's what comes next.
Yeah.
That the current police transition reserve balance, estimated a deficit of approximately $3.6 million, be recovered through the general tax levy in equal installments over the next however many years council chooses, resulting in an increase of whatever that number equates to the 2022 tax levy. And then the last part is putting a stop to any additional draws, and that is to say that there should be no further draws from the police transition reserve, and any subsequent transition and or disbandment costs associated with the transition to the OPP community policing agreement be funded through the annual operating budget or another suitable reserve. So that's the gist of it.
So this is resulted in part from a conversation that's been going on offline between Councillor Gordon and Mr. Jeremy. Mr. Jeremy has applied his mind to the problem and has come up with what I suspect is a very elegant solution to moving, and I've asked that we stop drawing funds for some time from the police reserve. It's not happened. So I'm sorry, you can't hear me, Councillor? Okay, I've asked for some time. I beg your pardon?
You faded away there when
I leaned back in my chair, yeah. So I think that it represents, from what I've seen of it, it represents a good solution to get moving us forward on this whole matter. There's no question that there are disbandment costs, and those include the legal costs associated with items that council is aware of. And and we know we have we've now crossed the Rubicon, and we are starting to see as we're into a contract which provides for a standard costing model. We're saving somewhere in the order of $700,000 a year now. So along with, I would say, increased service levels. So with that, I would ask for, with council's permission, a mover and a seconder to Mr. Jeremy's proposed motion. So I see, we'll get the motion on the floor and then we can speak to it. So I have Councillor Gordon and I have Councillor Preston moving and seconding. So I have Councillor Shesky had his hand up.
Thank you very much. I'm not really sure how to proceed with this. So the 800,000 is a number that I see and I understand the logic behind why we did it the way we did it. This new method sounds like a multi-year financing program for the same amount of money. In the end, we have the same amount of money that we've got to pay off for disbandment fees. And it can be less than $800,000 if we stretch it out longer. It could be more than 8,000 if we decide to pay it off in, say, a year, 2 years, 3 years. I'm just curious as to Councillor Gordon's input on how we go. Are you hoping to push this out 3.6 over 10 years? I just don't know what to support at this point.
Mr. Chairman, do you wish to speak to that?
Certainly, I can help with that. Mr. Gordon, he won't have the calculation to be able to do that here, so I'm going to help you with that. So if we were to push this out over 10 years, just repay the 3.6 million over 10 years, essentially you'd be able to reduce this year's tax levy by $50,000, $47,840. That's if you take a plan to pay it back over 10 years. If you extended that to say 12 years, then you can take $107,840 off the tax levy this year. And we can input whatever number of years councils deems fit, which is why I left that blank in the draft motion for you. So we can look at some different numbers and council can decide if they like this idea at all. And if they do, then we can start talking about how many years you want to do this over. I will add, there's no, in nominal savings terms, there's no difference between doing it this way and doing it the other way. This is just allowing council to essentially do away with the confusion of pulling money out of a reserve that's already in a deficit and then putting an even larger amount back into the same reserve. It really helps to clean the whole thing up and give you some options on how you want to pay this back in simple terms over how many years.
Do you get that, Councillor Shesky? Go, please.
I don't know how I shut off my video and turned on my mic simultaneously. That was a new trick.
You're back.
That's interesting. I'm not sure what I pushed there, but so I think there must be some confusion here. Personally, I think Councillor Gordon has the idea that if we just don't put this 800,000 in there, that reserve goes away and we no longer have any debt around the disbandment. Unless I'm missing something, like he seems to have a point of contention that we have to pay this through 2028. But if we finance this and have any substantial impact on this year's tax levy, we're pushing it out like 12, 15, maybe even 20 years. So I'm still in support of the current system if I had to pick one at this point, but we'll look to Councillor Gordon for some logic and reasoning around his method.
I think maybe what you're looking at. Okay, Councillor Gordon, in response.
Well, I guess that this all relies on where the money came from when we chose to disband. Did we borrow this money? We knew it was going to cost 4 or 5 million, whatever it was going to be, and it's dragged on clearly with the ongoing legal. But where did we get the money that gave me my severance and all the other people their severances? Where did that money come from? Because if we borrowed it, then we're in the same pickle. We got to pay it back over time. If we blew it and it was taxpayer money, then it's already spent. The whole fantasy of repaying it is we don't repay anything else we spent in other years. So that's what I'm trying to understand.
So I think just as being part of that conversation around a disbandment, I'll just say this, that it was done over a 10-year period, factoring in the reduced right off the hop, the reduced cost of going to OPP minus or saving except for the actual cost of disbandment. But the cost of going to the OPP, there were immediate savings and with respect to the contract. the contract ended, and so it was, we knew that the contract was going to end, unfortunately, because of the period due to negotiations with the association. We ended up with another year of contract. Having said that, we're now into standard costing model, and that alone would drop significantly within the OPP budget, and that is factored into where we would see the savings over a 10-year period, not in the 2-year period or the immediate. And that's, and I'll leave it to Mr. Deneau, because I know he's chomping at the bit to talk to this. So it was over a 10-year period that the calculations were run in the first place. We're into year 4, and now, and because there's an opportunity here to change how we deal with it, we can realize some savings in the immediate term and move along. So, but I'm going to turn over to Mr. Deneau, because he's much more well-versed in this than I. Mr. Deneau.
Thank you, Your Worship. And yes, I appreciate the clarity that I think we're trying to introduce with this budget year on this particular item. And certainly when I think both Mr. Jeremy and I came into the town, we were trying to understand why this was set up and when we could potentially make it easier to manage financially and just from a public perspective on what's going on with the pull and push in terms of the numbers on this side. So certainly with the standard billing implementation this year that we are under with the OPP, we are generating savings year over year, almost $454,000 of savings on the OPP budget. And because it's a standard billing model, we've got predictability, certainly in terms of what we're doing based on what the OPP is telling us. So that's a good time, we felt, to make a transition towards paying down the debt that we've accumulated with the transition and taking these savings forward. This is a turn in the corner. This is a very positive narrative. This is savings, real savings that are being delivered. What we do with it as a council is completely up to you. This is one of the financial tools that, you know, we keep talking about is at your disposal to potentially offset the levy. So if you want to extend how long we pay off that debt, you can do that. It will probably, you know, to be meaningful, and when I say meaningful, maybe 0.5% impact on the levy, that would take probably 12 to 13 years, but it is something that you can do. So if you wanted to extend the payment of the debt, you can use the savings that are coming in to offset the levy. But there's no question, this is a positive thing for the town because we are seeing savings as a result of the transition.
Thank you, Mr. Deneau. Councilor Gordon.
And just so we're clear, I am not beating the dead horse of, oh, we're not saving money. Yes, we are. I'm completely past that and have been for several years. This isn't about, I believe right now that we're seeing a better saving of money. I can't compare that to Midland Police. They don't exist anymore. And we have no idea what the increases beyond 3% would have looked like. I don't even care. It's done. It's over with. I've moved on. I think everybody has, except one guy who we keep dragging through court. But what I'm talking about is the cost of disbanding was a cost that we bore and we paid off in almost completely in that first year and a bit, right? So we took tax money and we wrote checks to people. We didn't borrow, we didn't take a loan out from TD or whatever to pay off the cost of disbanding. So we spent that money. So we're repaying ourselves and impacting our tax rate to repay a debt that isn't really a debt. It's money we consciously chose to spend to make the transition, knowing that or hoping that we were going to save money in the future. So that's what I'm trying to understand. This whole notion that we need to repay this debt over time. What debt? We blew money that we had in the bank that we could have used for any number of other things. We blew it on transitioning policing. So why are we increasing our taxes? Why can't we take the 800 grand instead of putting it into this, whatever, even the new plan and stretching it over time? We spent it already. It's gone. Why
Okay, so
are we
let's
even considering
let's get an answer to that then. Mr. Jeremy's got his hand up. He'll try and answer that. Mr. Jeremy.
Okay. I think the way to think about this is in terms of the broader context of our reserves. So what we have here is a reserve that is $3.6 million in deficit. So I'd like to dispel one aspect of this. Did we go to some form of external borrowing? No, we did not take out a loan to do this. We funded it based on from money that the town had in its bank. But one way I'd like you to think about this, the way we report reserves and we talk about them. Let's just say we have 3 reserves, because that's simpler than trying to talk about the 70 or 80 reserves that we actually have. You've got $5 million in one reserve, you've got $5 million in the second reserve, and you have negative, for simplicity, let's say it's $4 million in this police reserve. Okay. So when you take all of those together, you've got what? $6 million, because that's what you get when you add up your cash that you have in these 3 combined. If we decide that, you know what, we spent that money, it's gone, we're just going to disregard it. It doesn't mean that you suddenly have $10 million now. You still only have $6 million. So if we were to decide that we're just going to ignore the $3.6 million that's been spent here, we would have to account for that against the rest of our reserves. And that's going to hurt all those reserves. All those numbers that we talk about when we say we've got this much in our tax capital reserves, this would make it that much worse, because you've spent that money. The plan is to recoup it. Now we're saying we're not going to do that anymore. Now you've got $3.6 million less that you have available to you for all the other things, because we've decided we're not going to do it anymore.
So is it fair to say, Mr. Jeremy, that if we would do that, then of course we have, instead of 10 million, we have 6 million.
That's right.
But to build that reserve of 4 million negative, we're actually taking the real savings from the OPP and putting those into that reserve and rebuilding it.
That's correct.
And at the same time, we are reducing the levy by, if we just do it, I forgot what the cost, say it at $50,000 this year.
Yes.
Or if we went to a 10, sorry, I beg your pardon, but if we went to a, say a 10-year AM, or if I say a 12-year AM, it would be almost half a point, or a 13-year AM, half a point in the year. And we're actually putting that, using the savings we're actually as a council saying, take those savings and rebuild that 4 million reserve. And that in fact is the purpose of this.
That's correct. You're rebuilding your overall reserve position so that you have that money available in the future to pay for all the things that the town needs to do.
And at the same time, you, depending on the amortization period that council would agree to, you would actually reduce the levy by whatever percentage.
Yes, because baked into the levy right now is on a net basis, you've got call it a $400,000 contribution to that reserve. Because remember, we were talking about $850,000 that we're pumping into this reserve. We couldn't just take that away and say, okay, that's tax levy savings this year. It's not that simple. There's $450,000 that you're taking out of that reserve as well. So really what you're talking about is a $400,000 conversation on the tax levy. It's not an $850,000 conversation, because you can't take away one and leave the other, because what will happen then is your $3.6 million deficit is now going to be a $4 million deficit. And then next year, it's going to be a $4.5 million deficit, and on and on and on. It just keeps getting worse. You have to eliminate the entire program. We can't just pick pieces of it.
And this is why you're a CPA and none of us are.
Bean counter. Come on.
Okay, bean counter. I wasn't going to say it.
We were having fun with that.
Yeah, okay. So, Councillor Gordon.
Okay, so I understand that we've spent that money, right? And then we drew it from a reserve to do it.
Yep.
Okay, so, and we knew there was going to be a cost. This isn't some kind of shock or surprise. And we were not prepared to say that's the cost of doing business. And that's, sorry, Midland taxpayers, you're taking one for the team, because that's what it costs to make the change. And we're gonna save, and apparently now we are, which is lovely. But what we could do instead of that 400, forget the 800 then, because I understand the check and balance side of it. What if we didn't put 400K into this negative reserve and we just skipped a year to try and bring our tax rate down from 6.4, whatever the honk it is right now? That was a honk, by the way, down to something like that's 3% or something palatable that doesn't force some of our residents into potential homelessness. We got to find a way to make cuts of money, and we're paying ourselves back here. What if we took a vacation for a year and just to try and do something while we examine other ways to either raise rates or control our spending somewhere else? Could we do that? Is that fiscally irresponsible to just skip that 400 grand and apply that to the tax levy?
I think Mr. Jeremy indicated that you can't separate one from the other. So
no, I think he said we couldn't take the 800 because that would be leaving things behind. But if we skipped what we were going to contribute this year, did I mishear?
Mr. Jeremy?
Certainly. So that's essentially what we're talking about with this revised plan that's been put on the table.
We can't hear you, Mr. Jeremy.
Into the reserve.
You'll have to repeat that. You sort of faded out there.
Is that better?
It's good.
Okay. So that's very similar to what we were talking about through the proposed motion. But in terms of taking a complete holiday from putting anything into it, what that will mean is, say, next year, you're going to have to consider this again. Eventually, you do need to get back on track for paying this back over some period of time. And I think that the challenge with that is, and this is for council to decide, is you're really now putting that burden on the next council to pick up the baton and try to figure out how you're going to deal with this, as opposed to starting something today which has a reasonable repayment cycle over the next however many years you choose. I think that that's something that council will have to debate. Could you do it? Could you say we're going to take a vacation? You could. Do you think that it's fair to put that burden on the next council? That is free for the folks at this table to decide.
Councillor Olszewski.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I appreciate Mr. Jeremy's comments around not putting more burden on the next council. It's important to me that we're not just pushing stuff off to the next group. I think we need to do our best to set them up for success. Who knows what the world's going to look like for the next council? So I think we need to do everything we can to set them up for success. When it comes to the OPP and the refinance thing, I also don't support stretching it over a longer term unless, Mr. Jeremy, it makes your life much easier somehow. I'd like to stick with the current plan that we have, knowing the trajectory we're on, knowing that we're out of this by 2028 would be my personal opinion. I did send an email this morning asking, because we are running out of budget time, we're past the halftime on the second day. There is some tension around it not being able to reduce the budget at this point. So I did send an email this morning asking, at the end of the budget, if we had a number that we weren't satisfied with, were we able to use the MPUC legacy fund if we had a unanimous vote? And I did get a response. Is this an appropriate time to ask that question, knowing that we're talking about reserves? Or is this something that I should wait till tomorrow to ask?
I think you should probably wait till tomorrow on that. We'll see where we end up, because I know we're not seeing progress, but I think we all know that while there might be little bits that you can pick out here and there, the majority of what we're going to be contending with to bring the levy down is on tomorrow's agenda. And I would suggest that what the real issue here is not so much that it's actually doing two functions. It's reducing the levy. It is pushing it out under what would be just like your mortgage and amortization period. And it's using the actual savings to fund it. I would just say that. So to me, it's a much clearer process. It's less open to what's going on here. I know this has been a conversation point for Councillor Gordon for some time, and so this would clarify that I think very immediately, and I think from what I've been told by Mr. Jeremy, and I think also that it's incumbent upon us to make that decision as a council. To your point, Councillor Olszewski, and not pass it on to somebody else. And so I see Mr. Deneau is still with us. Did you have any further comments on this, Mr. Deneau?
No further comments.
Okay. Any other councillors have something to say about this this motion? Councillor Cunningham, please.
Yes, first of all, I'd really like to thank Mr. Jeremy for doing the work that he did. It certainly has been an interesting confusion about where money's coming, where it's going, but realistically, I'm going to have that question around, why do we pull out of reserves and put it back into reserves all in the same spreadsheet for the rest of my life? So looking at this option, there is no reason that we could not move forward with this motion that Michael Jeremy has crafted and still have it repaid in 2028. It's all based on how many years we put in and whether we want to use this and stretch it out to the 12 years, say, to take a 1% reduction in the levy. I think I love how it clarifies things. I love the idea of a council coming in without this confusion next time and understanding that it's a way of repaying a deficit in a reserve. So I think I would very strongly support moving forward with this and just determining for how long that number. Do we use it as a tool to reduce the levy this year? Or do we keep it at that pace to go to 2028?
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Jeremy, perhaps you can put I believe you have a calculator of sorts that would give some clarity as to what the savings would be over a particular series of, so basically it's a model looking at the effective amortization period. Thank you. So would you just speak to this for a minute, please? You're on mute.
Thank you. So yeah, it's a fairly simple model. What we're saying is, here's your reserve balance as of the end of 2021. So we've rounded that up to $3.6 million to make the math simple. This is what we're contributing to the reserve currently. This is what we're drawing. So that's the net impact on your tax levy this year, which is $407,000. So that is the opportunity for us to have a number that is different to reduce this year's tax levy. So we pick how many years do you want? And in this case, we've said 10 years. So we're going to say, take our $3.6 million. That's our annual payment. You compare the annual payment under that simple straight line amortization against what we're currently levying for taxes, and that's the difference. So in this case, over 10 years, we can reduce the tax levy this year by $47,840. So we mentioned if you change it to 12 years, it goes to $107,840. So this is where, we pick the years. What do we think is reasonable given your current objectives and given that we want to try to repay this over time?
So thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Councillor Shevsky, you were, and I think Councillor Cunningham were interested in the impact of amortization, particularly. So I think what I'm hearing here is that we reduce on the levy, take away $407,000 by going to this model, and actually saving $47,000 at a 10-year amortization. So I guess with that, thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Take that down so I can see, because I'm going to call the question, I think. Thank you very much. I think at this point, I need a bio break instead of Mr. Campbell. And I think we may all benefit from a break. So I'm going to call the question on the motion as it was presented. And then we can subsequently perhaps discuss actually, I guess what I should suggest. You can't hear me? Sorry.
No, Councillor Cunningham's got her hand up. She's looking to provide some
Oh,
input.
there we go. Sorry, I'm so wrapped up trying to say here. It's the Councillor Cunningham.
Not just doing spirit fingers, which it's also fun. There's no interest that we have to pay ourselves. Is there any risk if this money is not not repaid in that time where we would have need to make that draw? Are there negative ramifications that we're not hearing yet in this process?
Mr. Jeremy, please.
So this is a discretionary reserve. So there's no obligation to pay it interest. If this was, for example, federal gas tax, we're required under that agreement to attribute interest to it, just like development charges, the same sort of thing. To the extent that we have that money set aside in those reserve funds, we're required to attribute interest to them. In this case, we aren't required to. And I think there was something else you'd asked about. Is there some sort of a risk somewhere in this?
Yeah, is this needed? I mean, if we went 12 years and saved that 107,000 per, then is there a deficit model where we need that money, that we'd need to spend it and allocate it in a fashion?
So that is a difficult question to answer, and it needs to be considered in the broader context of our reserves and our cash position. The town isn't cash poor. I mean, you have substantial investments that are available. It's just how is council choosing to use them? It depends on the decisions that are made around capital investments. There's a whole host of things that can come into that. I think we have prepared or presented in the budget a number of scenarios for our reserves based on a number of different outcomes, but there are so many things that could happen in the future that it's difficult to really be able to pin down, does it make that big of a difference? If you're looking for some sort of an opinion on this, whether we repay it over the next 7 years versus the next 12 years, I don't think that that's going to make any material difference to the town in terms of its cash flows. But there are a lot of things that can happen.
Because the current motion doesn't have a number of years in it yet, so we can't quite vote on the motion.
That's correct. Council needs to select how many years they would like to see.
So, Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. Just quickly before we do the break.
Can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, sorry, quickly before we get to our break. The key here is that, you know, you're right to Councillor Cunningham's point. This is ourselves financing ourselves. So there is no jeopardy in us saying, you know, we want to do this over 20 years. If we pick 20 years right now on Mr. Jeremy's calculator, we're going to see that reduction to this year's tax rate more significant, which I think would really help our residents. It doesn't mean that next council come in and you know, all of a sudden we're awash with cash for some reason, or we find all kinds of ways to run the town cheaper. We could all of a sudden renegotiate that with ourselves and start paying it back in 5 years if we wanted. So we're not hamstringing the next council. I think you know, if we're going to use this new model, which I think adds a lot of transparency to folks and makes it easier for us to understand this, you know, this whole concept. Let's pick a number like 20 years that has some kind of material difference on our tax rate this year, and then expect that a new council will revisit this, and maybe it will take 20 years to pay it off, but it is what it is. And if we're saving money with OPP and we're saving money with other service level changes, then we can funnel money into this reserve, that reserve, and we can pay it off quicker. So this isn't about poking anyone in the eye about the police change again or anything like that. I just want to make sure that's clear. This is about, let's get this money declared so everybody knows here's what it cost. And that's not even the full cost. That's just what's left. Here's how we're going to pay for it. It's nice and transparent. And we can have a real difference on this 6.4% tax increase right now. And I feel really good about that. I think it's a great idea. And it's money, it just costs. That's what happens. Any place that's switched costs the money. That's just the way it works. And we're going to enjoy the fruits of those savings now. And I'm living that reality. I'm fine with it.
Okay, so let's, Councillor Gordon's proposing 20 years. Do we have support for 20 years from? See, one hand.
What's it look like? What's it look like on the magic calculator?
Without putting it back up, can you just tell us what it is, Mr. Jeremy?
It would be a $227,000 reduction to the tax levy this year.
So that's a point off the levy, roughly.
Yes.
So there's the impact of taking that model and applying it as a 20-year amortization on your mortgage, so to speak. So then, Mr. Jeremy, would you, so let me ask the question, is everybody okay with that? Do we use that? It would take a full point off the levy this year. We have repeatedly talked about rebuilding our reserves, and now we're going to rebuild that. We continue to rebuild that reserve in a way that slowly but surely. And that tends to win the race sometimes. So, okay, so then it would be 20 years, and I'm sorry, the number again, Mr. Jeremy. You're on mute. That's my habit.
So I'm just going to quickly bring up the motion here so I can see exactly how I had this written. So it would read.
It's really in the second paragraph.
Yes, equal installments over the next 20 years, resulting in a $180,000 increase to the 2022 tax levy.
Increase or decrease?
Increase, because remember, you've got that first paragraph where you're essentially you're reducing the tax levy by $408,000, and then you're increasing it by 180 for a net reduction of 227. So when you take all of the when you take the full motion into account, you end up with a reduction of 227
on the levy.
On the levy, yeah.
Okay. But for the purpose of this motion, is saying $180,000.
Yes, for that second paragraph.
But when all of the numbers, and we roll it up into the big chart that Councillor Cunningham was looking for, we're going to see a reduction of almost a point.
Yes.
Okay. Is everybody clear on that? So, okay. Do I need to read the motion again for folks, just so we're clear? Yes? No? Okay, I don't see anybody vehemently shaking their heads in the affirmative, so pardon me. With that, I'll call the question on the motion. All those in favor? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, and against 2. So that motion carries. Thank you very much, Council. It's bio break time. Let's take 10 minutes, and so we'd be back here according to my clock at 3:25. 3:30. Thank you. So it's 3:36, and I'd like to bring this meeting to order again. We are, I believe, now into agency boards and commissions. I'd like to poll council as their willingness to go to 4:30. Unfortunately, I have a 5 o'clock, so I can't stay beyond 4:30. So I apologize for that. But so are we okay with going till at least till 4:30? I see. You shocked me there, Deputy Mayor. I was that no sign. Thanks. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so we'll do that. So we're at agency boards and commissions, and I'm not sure who's driving this particular the agenda. Mr. Deneau or Mr. Jeremy. Mr. Jeremy, is that you then that's going to be doing this portion?
Your Worship, there's not a lot to do. I mean, we can direct you to where the submissions are in the binder.
Yes.
You've heard the presentations from the agencies, boards, and commissions. Staff can do our best to answer some questions there, but this is really just more a matter of kind of going through the list, and yeah, there's not a lot to be done here. I don't think.
I suspect you're mistaken on that, but
oh, okay.
But I'll try and run this part of it. If I run into trouble, I expect everybody will bail me out. I hope they will. So the first item on the list then is EDC&S. We've seen the submission from EDC&S. The request is flatline for this year, going back to 2 previous years. So I'm just going to open up the floor to comments or questions from Councillor Olszewski, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's probably no secret that I had some concerns around the EDCNS presentation. I asked some pointed questions, and I didn't feel as though I got much substance in the answers. So this is a tough topic. I know we share this this committee with other municipalities who have already supported them in their budget. So it is a tricky conversation, but I was slightly uninspired by their presentation, and in asking the questions, I didn't get answers I was hoping to receive. Their ask is over $160,000 for the third year in a row. In the letter that they've sent to council, they mentioned that they've created opportunity and recovery around COVID-19. They continued to rebuild with COVID-19, and they embraced and drove powerful positive change. And I'm having a hard time between the website and the presentation finding the powerful positive change that happened in 2021. So I went to the website, and under what we do, they spoke that they do prosperity creation. There's not a whole lot of that going on in our community right now, unless you're a big box store. Support and funding grant applications for our business community, liaise with the businesses and partners, implement measures to stimulate the local economy. And I understand we're in a pandemic. I can't blame the pandemic on EDCNS. It does say that they will examine the economic market changes and update strategies. So I think when we're talking about the economy, we've got downtown store owners that have been open and closed, and some of them are on a drive to Ottawa right now to voice their displeasure for how they've been treated through the pandemic. So when it comes to the economy, and this is the group we're tasked with economic development, I would have loved to have seen more creativity. Where gyms are closed, I would have loved to have seen, maybe their website used for the gym owners to live stream some stuff for Midland residents to do some fitness stuff while socially distanced. Or the city of Innisfil has put all their small businesses on their website to try to feature them and try to bring attention to small business and try to help them during a tough time. So I know it's a tough time to be picking on a board that's tasked with economic development during a pandemic, but they also said on their website that they're fighting for long-term sustainability of EDCNS, and this is the third year in a row we've seen the same ask. So I do see the "You Live It, We Love It" stuff on the website. There's 5 really nicely done commercials. I can't take anything away from that, but I think it's $160,000 is a lot to ask. The presenter also made the mention that there was money in reserves. I asked the amount for the reserves and wasn't given a clear answer. I'm not sure if we have access to that through our finance department, but I would hope to make a motion that they use some of the reserves in order to reduce this ask to the Midland Town Council. I think when it comes to the economy, the money is better served in our tax base than in their reserves, personally. So that's my 2 cents. I understand it won't be a popular discussion or an easy topic to discuss, but I felt the need to bring it forward today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I would point out that if you start asking about reserves and them using the reserves, they will go to 4 municipalities, not just to us. So we're clear on that. I see Councillor Cunningham. She's our rep at EDCNS. Councillor, and I see Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Your Worship. And to Councillor Olszewski, I totally respect your comments and your desire for more visibility on what is happening at EDCNS. And I think there's a lot of levels to this. So certainly we can point to the pandemic as a challenge. We can also, and I really want to couch this in very respectful, gentle terms, right? When we are speaking of things that are complex and trying to simplify them, it's very easy to be misunderstood and perhaps misquoted on what's happening. Change has certainly been happening within EDCNS, not just because of the pandemic, but because of evolving needs of our local economy. Our small businesses have not been the focus. As you remember, the 4 pillars include the 4 municipalities, but also the 4 pillars of the economic development on which we focus, which do not include small business. So when the pandemic did happen, we partnered very quickly with our BIAs and our Chamber of Commerce, most especially. In fact, daily conversations were happening between EDCNS and our Chamber of Commerce, and we requested of the Chamber to work closely together, and Kathy Kate at the Chamber quickly stepped up. We looked at options to support our local businesses, and our biggest realization was don't duplicate, don't fight with each other, don't compete. And our downtown Midland BIA very rapidly posted a set of stores, what was open, what wasn't open. We responded with some shop local, support local campaigns and awareness. And in conversations, definitely realized there was some competition going on, and that was not appropriate, right? We don't want people having to hunt in multiple locations to find the information they need. So between the Chamber of Commerce being willing to promote all businesses, not just local businesses, and devote video time to that, the BIAs willing to talk about the pivoting that was happening, we instead focused on getting PPE and plexiglass barriers into the hands of our local small businesses. That was not duplicating services and was very successful. We went through sanitizer, PPE, and barriers when at a time when our local retailers weren't even sure what they had to do, and helped them get in touch with those services. We also ran a regular conversation with our MP, our MPPs, and other local people who could support to get right up-to-date answers and help those individuals know what training was available. Again, at the county level, training was happening, and we did not want to duplicate that. So from just in a response to the pandemic piece, absolutely. One of the other things that is important that you probably noticed when we had Ted Salisbury come and do the presentation, some changes are happening. Changes do cause challenges, and not just challenges internally, but also challenges to the information that we're sharing, and appropriately so. I think that is important. We are, and I believe this is public knowledge, we have had some changes on our board. We also have some new board members coming on who are powerfully focused on calls to action and key performance indicators. So a couple of new ones already, as well as 3 new ones coming on in the coming months to this month, as well as 1 more at our AGM, who will be focusing on participating in empowering our new economic development officer, with whom we are in process of looking for and securing, to develop a more powerful work plan for the coming year and beyond, such that we are building up those relationships that you can actually see our chair has been actively involved in the last few months, reaching out to CAOs, to planners, getting more proactive contribution from our municipalities into our economic development. I would say this is the wrong time to withdraw support. We have seen significant results in working together. You're seeing our tourism portion, rebuilding that small committee that was removed by a previous board member. That's being restored and then empowered with support from county, which will absolutely multiply the impact that we can have on tourism and culture. And an openness from our EDCNS to collaborate more. We've seen with the willingness to collaborate with the Chamber, as well as with our Cultural Alliance. I think we're seeing some really fantastic cooperation that is happening, and that we are open to having happen. I believe that our work plan that we currently have is not going to be relevant. When we bring in this new EDO, we will want them to be empowered to create their work plan based on their skills that they bring to the table and the desires that the board has for some more specific KPIs, much to your point. So I hear you, I hear some of your frustrations. There's certainly been an evolving process at EDCNS, and some things that many people have been working to make some changes on. And I think with the support of our local municipalities, even with the pandemic continuing and whatever things that we don't know are happening in the future, we already see some very powerful change, both desired and being moved towards. So this would be a poor time to withdraw the support. even though the evidence of the changes that we are bringing about may shine a little bit of a light on why those changes have been needed.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you. So I was pretty uninspired as well by the presentation. I get they're going through, got some new board members. It's a bit of a shakeup. They got Sharon Vey, I believe, is going to be retiring. There's going to be replacing her. There's change happening there. I believe that they reported that they have a reserve, and I don't know how much is in it. I've heard different things, but it's not like 10 grand. It's a fairly material number in their reserve. And of course, the only way the reserve happens is from the contributions from the ratepayers from the partnering municipalities. So for this year, given the economic challenges that we're faced, I'd like to see them live off their fat. I'd like to, I'm not suggesting we take the, the pillow and smother them in a sleep approach or disband the organization at all. I see value in it, but we also need to see some metrics and some evidence that the money is being, effectively used. And I'm not suggesting it isn't. I'm just saying they're being terrible at reporting that to us. So they have money in reserve. I'd like to see them exist on that reserve money this year. We can skip our contribution, put that back into the tax levy and reduce that for our collective residents. And then hope that and expect, quite frankly, for those of us who come back to the table next budget cycle, that they will have reinvented themselves and have some tangible metrics to show their ROI for the contributions of the 4 municipalities. So while I don't doubt their worthiness, I think this might be the opportunity to let them just live off of what they've already got saved up, and we can pass the savings along to our ratepayers who desperately need it right now.
Thank you. You would prefer to go through one person, but I'll allow Councillor Cunningham, since she's a rep there, to speak to this. Councillor.
I don't have the specific finances in front of me at the moment, but thank you, Your Worship. I would not say we have a reserve. At the end of each year, we would typically have monies in excess still left that we then use as we await the new tranches coming in from the municipalities. As you probably know, finding great talent who want to come and work in Town of Midland has been a challenge for Town of Midland. It's been a challenge for every municipality. There is going to be a necessity to attract great talent to our EDO role. My suggestion is that, well, multiple in response to Councillor Gordon. First of all, we cannot, from a power of 4 position, I believe, withdraw funding as a silo. If this was a conversation to be had, it's something that our Chair Salisbury had brought up, that there is some flexibility and some openness that we need right now as we seek out our new EDO and attract that person to a solid, stable position. One of the challenges in attracting great talent is they need to know that they are coming into a solid position and it's worth their while to possibly relocate, typically relocate. And Chair Salisbury has said that after basically all the cookies crumble, we come back and we report to the councils and say, was there excess? What's the report? And is there a return of funds that could be reallocated back in the correct percentages to those municipalities? So that's something that he did respond in replying to one of the questions when he did his presentation. And I think this is a responsible, ethical organization, and that we can hold not just Chair Salisbury, but the board at EDCNS to that statement and that promise, but that this would be a challenge for trying to hire on a replacement EDO should we refuse to fund at this time. I'd like to see us to continue to show our support for the power of 4, which is a very real thing that is something that gets attention in the business world, that these municipalities are working together, and I would hate to see that undermined.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Rouse.
Thank you. Through you, I guess, to Mr. Jeremy. Mr. Jeremy, is there a financial statement that we could review with regards to EDCNS? We're contribute 40% to the Town of Midland, 40% of the operating. The operating, if I understand, is sorry, 405,000 and we gave 170 of it. Is there a financial statement so we have an idea what the picture looks like moving forward? And if not, why?
Deputy Mayor Ross, I don't believe I have one in my possession for that. Certainly request it. It is a separate organization that we don't monitor their separate finances that closely. You could request it, but again, I don't have it on hand.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Deneau, you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Your Worship. In answer to the Deputy Mayor's question, we have we have encouraged EDCNS through their deputations to provide more clarity and transparency on their financial operations. I haven't seen that yet, but to Councillor Cunningham's point, I do think the new leadership that is there has certainly reached out to all the CAOs in the municipalities to understand exactly any concerns we have or any suggestions that we have in operation of EDCNS. We've all said what every councillor here supports. Economic viability in North Simcoe is extremely important for us to be sustainable as a municipality, and an extremely important element that we need to have clarity on in terms of what is happening. So they've certainly committed to that. They do need cost certainty, to Councillor Cunningham's point, to attract and retain people in this very competitive environment. It's really important that they have some certainty, but we've also made it very clear that they need to produce much more evidence on what is happening. And I personally would like to see a performance indicator within their funding model. So certainly if they bring a tremendous amount of economic activity, they should be rewarded for that. Likewise, if there isn't, we need to understand the reasons why, because we as a municipality have to participate in making sure that happens. So it is a very, it's a difficult situation. I know it's a lot of money to fund it, but as well, I think it is absolutely vital for our sustainability as a North Simcoe community to make sure we have a good focus on EDCNS. And I can only tell you from my perspective, I think they've got some good leadership in place here. Obviously we've got great leadership with Councillor Cunningham on the committee. So I certainly feel encouraged by the direction that they're taking.
Thank you, Mr. Deneau. I have Councillor Olszewski and Councillor Prost, and then Councillor Gordon.
Thank you. I understand this is incredibly complicated, and my first and foremost goal is to be respectful and to be no jobs lost, no love lost in terms of EDCNS. That's certainly not my intention to pave this committee. I certainly see the value in it. If they had to come back and said, now Midland residents can go on tiny beaches. We've made a small step with Tiny Township. Midland residents can go on tiny anything, just something material that I could bring back to taxpayers and say, this is where your 160,000 went last year. We have great faith that next year greater things are coming. I would hang my hat on it, but I don't think we have all the information we need to make the decision right now. If they are cash strapped and they're year to year and they need this, in order to maintain their momentum and to hire a new EDO, I support it. But if they have 6 figures in a reserve for a rainy day that they've only got through taxation from the 4 municipalities, it's raining in Midland right now. This is our rainy day, so I'm not comfortable funding them if they do have a reserve of 6 figures. So I don't think that I have all the information I need to make the decision without knowing whether or not they do have money in the bank or are they cash strapped.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Prost.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Olszewski and Councillor Gordon. I don't see enough benefit for our residents this year. I just absolutely can't support handing out that kind of money when we can bring our taxes down for the people who live here every day and don't see the benefit or not seeing the benefit this year. It's not that I don't think what they do is good. Just this is just a bad year. We can't bring our budget down without making cuts somewhere. And I don't see this as a big enough benefit.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. You know, maybe withholding all funds is a little harsh. Like, I'm not trying to, you know, it depends what they have. We just don't know what they have. So, I mean, it's hard. We're supposed to make a decision now. Unless we can defer this one, you know, for till the next council meeting where they can get their financial books in order and give us some kind of audited or even an unaudited financial statement. I could say that, you know, if we were forced to make a decision now, then I'd be prepared to advance them 100K instead of the 160. There's 60K savings for our residents that we can achieve right now. That's not going to cause them to implode, and it is some savings. So, you know, I'm just making this number up, but we've got to do something in the absence of anything that shows us ROI or how they're expending or what's in the reserve. If we're absolutely forced to make a decision now, then I would suggest we definitely reduce it. By that number, it would be consensus of council.
Thank you. I have Councillor Downer.
Yes, Your Worship, thank you. You know, there's been a lot of work in establishing this organization. It would be a shame to see this not continue being funded. I think they do a good job for North Simcoe. The 4 municipalities together, that's what we're working towards, is getting everybody together. And, you know, it would send a hell of a bad message if we cut the funding to this organization. So I won't support that at all.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Main.
Yes, very briefly. Yeah, the ADCNS, when it was founded, trying to track down foreign investment for local, all these, you know, especially industrial, advanced manufacturing. And now that they've pivoted to business retention and expansion, they've understood that that's the need of today's local economy. And so that's very important. The business retention and expansion. If they can save one business, it's worth it. If they can save a factory, it's worth it. Obviously, we've been a little bit disappointed on the tourism, but that's because the County Simcoe keeps poaching our tourism staff. So, you know, I will criticize them a little bit, but they can take a hit. The other thing is, that's why we really want to be careful with percentage-based funding, because as things are volatile and we are in this pandemic, the formula has still remained. And so that's, if we want to revisit the formula, we're going to have to talk to all 4 partners about what's the appropriate level of funding and maybe tweak with the formula a bit. But for this point, as it was suggested, I think it's a good suggestion to fund them almost in their entirety of their ask. Otherwise, we're going to have to go back with all our partners and try to revisit the formula, and that's going to be quite complicated. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to take a bit of a piece of this, I think. Councillor Cunningham and Councillor Hastings basically drove change in that organization over the past year, and it took a lot of guts to do it. And it basically it resulted in a significant change in the board. It's ultimately resulted in, I believe, in a change in the EDO position itself. It has resulted in a consultative process between the chair and the CAOs, who've had very meaningful discussions. Sorry, I got a dry throat. It's resulted in conversations at heads of council about what is going on with EDCNS, and with a view to looking for those KPIs that everybody is interested in, not the least of whom is me. Also, what we've seen is a change and empowerment of the board. And so you see boards breaking out into subcommittees, one of which approach county, and we are actually going to see a significant change in how this is delivered through a lot of synergy with resources at county that we wouldn't access otherwise. We also see that the county has the wherewithal to retain those people that they poached from us within the tourism sector. And my guess is you'll see one of those people back dealing with Midland, somebody who was doing a very effective job, actually. And we don't have to worry about having to attract that talent into a stable organization. The fact that we're getting a new EDO, I think Mr. Bay has done, he's worked hard, but I think we need a different personality and an individual who is going to have a more of a take charge attitude. I think that's come out through the board's EDCS board deliberations. I do, however, don't like, just like the rest of you, the answers I got from Mr. Salisbury, even though I understand a lot of the subtext that went on, and I certainly don't appreciate being told, well, I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today approach, which is, here, you just fund us and we'll give you a report down the road. I don't like that either. And so my suggestion would be, if you don't mind me putting this forward, is to fund them, but to withhold the funds until we have an understanding of just what that work plan might look like, even if it's on the back of a napkin, just what we, roughly, and how they're going to use those funds in year, and to this notion that there's a six-figure or whatever a reserve somewhere. If you look at the what we do with the museum, and with this will either, I can't remember whether it came up or is coming up, we advance them a line of credit. So maybe that's one way of approaching this, so they have funds to carry over until, and if we can provide a work plan, fine. If not, then but that the other point that I agree with Councillor Main on, this is a for-community operation. This is not, if you mess with this unilaterally, you're going to blow it up. So I would suggest that the way to approach this is we approve the amount requested. We don't release it until we have some sort of a presentation from EDCNS that addresses what their financials look like to date. And also, even if it's just the what do you call it, an index, if you like, of what it, or an executive summary of what they plan to do. And I'm pretty sure, if I'm from conversations with Councillor Cunningham, that KPIs are top of mind, both from the board's own perspective, but also for the funding organizations as well. So I'll stop there, but I would like to suggest that we approve it with the condition that the funds are not advanced till we see a financial and a syllabus, if you like, of what is intended to occur. That should, and that may just be, we're going to hire a very dynamic EDO who's going to go out there and run the economic development side of the airport, for example, which would be, I think, a great place to put some resource behind that. There's a report coming up, which we'll talk about sometime in the next month or so. So, Deputy Mayor, you had a comment, and I see Councillor.
I greatly appreciate what you're saying. I love it on paper. I guess the devil's advocate. What happens if we don't like the plan? They come and they've now set up their budget. And we don't like that plan. And now we as a group are going to vote on that plan and maybe even turn it down. So I guess that's the question. Sorry, I got a dog barking now. But I guess that's just the $64,000 question, or $168,000 question, I guess.
It is the $168,000 question, but it's also there's a lot more than $168,000 at stake at that point. A lot more. So what happens? Well, I guess then we need to turn around and say, we'd like to see some revisions to your plan, and we're not releasing the funds. And in the meantime, I would suggest that the CAOs continue to have a conversation with the economic EDCNS. Councillor Cunningham. And then, sorry, I had Councillor, you wave, okay, Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, so if EDCNS comes back with a plan that does not impress, then it still is not a Midland-centric issue. It is a time at which all 4 municipalities then get together and say, we have concerns and let's fix this or blow it up, right? It's a matter of saying the signs that this is moving in a great direction are revealing and shining a light on some of the challenges that have existed. And in the past, we've approved in the budget that monies are released in 2 tranches. Usually Midland is the slowest to pay even the first tranche, let alone or finish, settle up our funds. So that's not uncommon. I think that allows EDC&S to move forward and continue with some certainty that we can attract an EDO that does meet and fill the need of the new desire for those measurable results and some of the changes without hijacking that process, so that that work plan can also be true. Now that EDO needs to be involved in that work plan. So that we're looking at a February, possibly early March date for that. Hiring to take place that's being actively pursued by some very talented members of EDC&S. So I would say there are always checks and balances when you demand them. And I think it is lovely and wonderful that we are demanding them. And I think that EDC&S will meet those demands and impress.
Thank you. Councillor Shevsky, do you wish to speak?
Yep. Yeah, I'll just my last comment, just for the sake of expedience and simplicity, I will swing my vote on this one and support the EDC&S budget. I don't think without having the reserve in front of us, we have the ability to even pick a number to say we're only going to support them with 100, we're only going to support them with 160. I believed in EDC&S from day one. The prosperity summits were uber inspirational, and there's some heavy hitters at these things. I do acknowledge their huge hurdles in the past, and you know, I do see them at my workplace doing these great conferences with MPs and MPPs attending. So I do see the value of EDC&S, and I think that asking them to come back with a plan is slightly inappropriate, being we are 4 municipalities, and they would have to present it to all 4 municipalities, and we're not the gatekeeper for EDC&S. So I think for the sake of expedience and simplicity, and my faith in EDC&S from the get-go, my faith in Councillor Cunningham, who's my councillor, and my faith in the mayor and his belief in EDC&S, I'll swing my vote and support this. I think this is a message enough to the board and to the incoming staff that we're behind you 100%. We just want to see some creative and inspiring stuff come out of EDC&S. I apologize for the long-winded conversation and changing my position, but I appreciate the opportunity to have it. Thank you.
I appreciate that. This needed to get aired. I think we all felt that the presentation fell short. Certainly the request fell short. But I would suggest this is not too dissimilar either to the airport, what's happened at the airport, where the decision had to be made. What do we do with this? Because it promises, and not, you know, I mean, basically it's a gas station for aircraft when you look at the revenues. So not to belittle that, I mean, it contributes a whole lot to their ability to operate. But so we're going through a process with them. I think we need to go through a process with EDC&S. If at the end of the day, all 4 municipalities are going, I don't think so, then, well, that's it. But I suspect we won't end up there. We'll end up in a more positive place. Councillor Gordon, did I see your card up, please?
Yes, thank you. So this harkens me back to a conversation we've had last year, and I found it in the newspaper online, where I recall requesting the financial statements last year, and Ms. Vey had promised them they would be forthcoming, and they just never arrived. And I guess the reporter who put the story together in their research added, and I'm quoting here, according to the Not-for-Profit Corporations Act 2010, a corporation is required to keep records of previous financial statements and to provide to members on request. For most nonprofits these days provide access to budget documents online. A quick search of their website reveals no such records. So here we are again a year later, and no financial statements, which, you know, to some people makes you a little suspicious that maybe they don't want to expose this. But I guess my real concern is that, are we the only council out of the pillar, the 4 feet? Are we the only leg that's asking this question? everyone else just no problem, write the check? And we're the only ones, debating its future? Or are these concerns shared by the other contributing municipalities? Because if it's only us, then,
I'm going to I'll ask Mr. Deneau to answer that, because he and the other three CAOs have been in constant conversation. They have weekly conversations, and they've also been communicating with the chair, Mr. Deneau.
I let him eat. He just got something in his mouth there. Let him finish chewing.
No, thank you, Your Worship, and to Councillor Gordon and the rest of council. Yes, this has been an ongoing discussion with the CAOs, with the current EDO and with the chair of the board. And again, it's not so much as not appreciating what is being done by EDCNS. We just want to have a better understanding of what the consequences have been of those actions. We need to understand where North Simcoe is in terms of its economic development. It's a very important metric for us to measure, because we want to do our part in terms of lobbying or supporting any development that's going on, and we need to anticipate that, because that's extremely important. So we've made that very clear, as I said, and I think if I could speak on behalf of all the CAOs, I can't speak on behalf of their councils, but the CAOs, I think we're encouraged certainly by the level of conversation that's accelerated towards the end of last year and that occurred now. I think we think they deserve, obviously, an opportunity to prove that. And to everyone's point here, there is some certainty that they require. We just know what it's like to try and recruit talent to help you execute on these things. So some cost certainty is certainly important for them to be able to come back with a plan, to be able to come back with, a funding model that may make more sense, so we can actually jointly work together to, create economic development. There's no question. We all know that it's important. I've got a suspicion that we're bleeding a little bit on economic development to the south. I think we may be losing things because they're attracted to those areas, and we need to make sure that we continue to make sure the needs of North Simcoe are represented at all levels, and that we've got the right policies in place to support economic development and growth, and what kind is necessary. So that's where we stand. So again, just to summarize, I think very active, very important discussion. We understand the importance. Is it easier for us to do it on our own? I don't think so. I think this model makes sense. A North Simcoe model makes a lot of sense, and we'd like to see it work, and would support giving it a chance.
Thank you, Mr. Deneau. And to your question, Councillor Gordon, about what did the other councils do? They did pass it, although not without, I think, some internal conversation offline of the budget process with their CAOs and so on. So I'm going to call, sorry, okay, Councillor Gordon, last comment to you.
That's fine, and I appreciate that. So just for clarity, I'm going to vote against this, not because I want to see them dismantled or I think they're a garbage organization. Nothing like that. I don't want anyone to misconstrue this. I'm simply going to vote against this so that the message is clear that it isn't unanimous that we just accept this ask, that we have other expectations. So I'm hoping that's how my red card is interpreted by people watching, listening. They don't think I'm somehow anti-economic development. I just want to say that before I go, okay?
Yep. So I don't think we'll put a formal motion on the floor, but I'm just going to ask this as like a straw poll. We'll use our cards. Who is in support of continuing funding to the EDCNS? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that will carry against. I'm sorry, I will call for against. Thank you very much. So it's 6-2, and it carries. We will continue. I hope EDCNS is listening. I'm sure they are. I know Councillor Cunningham has been thoroughly engaged in this conversation. I'm sure Mr. Salisbury is aware of people's sentiments. Certainly, the CAOs have been carrying the ball with correspondence. I think we need to ask for quarterly reporting from EDCNS to the funding partners. So I mean, I'll say this now. I've said it before. I don't like finding out that we're contracting county, since I'm the chair of the subcommittee for economic development at county to find out that we're going into a partnership with North Simcoe on tourism. That's my fault for not insisting on more frequent communication, but I would suggest to EDC&S that those sorts of things, just as a courtesy, would be nice to know ahead of time. Great move, just would have liked to know ahead of time. With that, we'll move on then to the BIA. BIA funding is, as you know, a flow through. It's a levy to the merchants within the BIA. We collect on behalf of the BIA. They set their budgets in the program with those funds. I suspect there'll be a surprise when they realize that we don't have the CIP in place this year. But there it is. We'll get it in place, I'm sure. Well, we'll see what the region's response is through the CIP process. I have Deputy Mayor Ross, and then I have Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, there's not much to discuss with regards to the BIA. It's collected through the tax base of those BIA businesses, and the committee distributes that money, or the board distributes that money as they feel fit. So I'm not sure what else we could, what care or control we have over it whatsoever, but I do appreciate all the hard work. It's been a tough year for them. A couple of years, I can't imagine what those businesses are going through, and not only them, but every business in the town of Midland. I can't imagine what they've gone through, and just hope and pray that we can be back to normal at some time very, very soon. Support your downtown BIA, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. I too, in previous years, have wondered how come they've kept their rates the way they have for so long and not increased them. But that's not something you're going to hear me say last year or this year. With this pandemic going on, everyone's just scratching to survive. Like, they're clinging by their skin of their teeth. So although I'm desperately looking for savings in this budget, it is not going to be adding more hardship on our downtown merchants. So this is one area where, you're just not going to, let's just do what we can for them. I give them more if I could, but I just can't in good faith raise anything right now. So this is a no-brainer for me, and they do good work. And I know Mr. Campbell is always very passionate when he talks to us about the issues before them. And it's more than just him. I've talked to many businesses that are struggling, notwithstanding parking. And again, this is important, more important than I think ever right now. So just throwing my support behind them.
Thank you. So just a show of cards that we're going to just run with the BIA budget as proposed. Thank you. That is the case. Then on to Huronia Airport. There was a capital ask. I'm trying to remember. Councillor Shesky, you probably know this off the top of your head. 12,000 capital request.
21,000.
Thank you. But also, I don't think there was an increase in their budget, if I'm not mistaken. Their budget's the same flat. Yeah, I'm not sure that's wise, but it's great for the levy. But that's for the commission to work out. I know we're going to have some interesting conversations in the next month or so. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. I want to be consistent, and I've asked the harbor to be self-sufficient, and I would hope at some point within the next few years that the airport would be. I have been on council for 11 years. This is my 12th year, and my first term of council, I still remember them coming and said, within 5 years, we will be self-sufficient. Well, it's been 11 years. They're still not there, but we need to start forcing. Once again, this is something that the private sector, Collingwood's a fine example. A private airport runs Aurelia. So it's time to start pushing. And I think it's the same conversation that needs to happen that I'd like to see happen at the airport. So I'll support their ask this year, but I think we need to come up with some type of plan. Once again, in the next 5 or whatever years and I see Councillor Olszewski nodding his head, so maybe he has a little bit of update for us, but I don't want to pick on the harbor or vice versa. I think it's very important. It's something, it's a rich man's sport. And I think it would, at some point, they need to be self-sufficient and take it off the backs of all the taxpayers in the municipality.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. So you're for universal picking on everybody equally. I appreciate that. Councillor Shevsky.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I will take the opportunity. I think it's a great conversation to have about the airport. I wasn't here 11 years ago to have that conversation. It surprises me a bit. I'm not sure what was in the plan back then, but I've only been on the board for like 2 years. And if I don't get back on council, I will still be heavily involved in the airport. It's something that's totally inspiring. We've got a new manager, we've got a new operations manager. So when we do have our HATF meeting for the three councils, we don't have the power of 4 out there yet, just the power of 3 so far. I think you will be inspired and happy. And I think it's inevitable that we will be off the tax levy in the next 5 years. I think you'll be happy to hear some of the news. Some of the tricks we have are being located in tiny. So we do have to default to their planning department and some of the other rules and regulations that happen to be around being in tiny. It's nothing we can't overcome. It's just a little speed bump. We want to talk traffic calming measures, but we are on the right path, and flight is coming soon.
Thank you, Councillor. Just as a suggestion, you might look at the advantages of the fact that you're federally regulated lands with respect to building code and with respect to lease duration beyond 21 years. Has a big impact. Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. I too would like to see that path to profitability laid out. We're not going to see it in our term of council. This is something that the next council will get pitched and have to see to fruition. However, I can tell you that if I'm back at the table with Councillor Olszewski next term, then I will be looking for that. And if we don't see it, or if Midland can't be convinced as 50% owners, then while I don't begrudge the existence of an airport at all, I would be suggesting that we offer up our 50% share to the other 2 owners. If they see such incredible value and potential in it, they should be tripping over each other to buy us out. And that could be the end of that. And we can just go visit the airport as residents rather than owners. However, I'm not ready to, dump gasoline all over the place yet or fire sale our shares. Let's give them a 1 year with their new management and to come up with a new plan, and with Councillor Olszewski's bright eyes and bushy tail to try and help form that. I'm prepared to give them the benefit of the doubt, and it may be a non-issue. I may not even be back next year, so who cares what I think? But that's where I'm at this year, so I'm not gonna argue over their no increase. Just
well, you're here now, and your thoughts are appreciated. I would say that there is some reading. It came out around the 12th of December. It was circulated by the clerk, and it is a full set of reports. I believe it's in a OneDrive or something like that, that deals with the what's it called, Huroney Airport Task Force, I believe. I would suggest you read it because that deals with exactly what we're talking about in terms of going to profitability. And we will be going into a multi-council, all 3 councils will be involved in this meeting to discuss what's being proposed. So I'm just going to ask for a show of cards who supports the application from the airport. Thank you. So there's no change there. I think that's unanimous, I believe. Yeah. So next is, this is the last one we'll be doing, Huroney Museum. We are going to carry over into tomorrow. So you've seen the Huroney Museum. Basically, there's mostly in-kind services, I believe. It's not, where is it? Well, let's put it this way, without getting into a lot of conversation from me around it. Any comments about the Huroney Museum? Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. Just might carry on my suggestion that I made when they did their pitch, that it's called the Huroney Museum, not the Midland Museum, and that again, new direction. So I got to give them the benefit of the doubt. They had a new head honcho there. I'd like to see them approach either through culture, because clearly it has to do with culture and our past, somehow look for some funding to help sustain it from the neighboring municipalities. And if when they do that pitch, if the neighboring municipalities see no value in a museum that celebrates Huronia, then I would question, why do we? I mean, that's very sad. I'm sure that won't be the case, but I encourage them to go and, knock on the doors and have that conversation. Because we can even look at expanding it and growth instead of it just kind of, existing. It has so much potential. So that's my hope. I'm not going to say anything against their funding request because they're valuable and they've struggled as well through COVID. So
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. I have Deputy Mayor Ross and then Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you very much. Through you, I appreciate Councilor Gordon's, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. I've had that conversation in the past with regards to why is it called the Huronia Museum when Midland's the only one that fund it, and unfortunately, with fell on deaf ears many times, and I think if you're expecting the other municipalities to step up, I know Penetang has their own museum, but the other, I think, it's a great wish and idea, but I don't think it's going to come to fruition, unfortunately, but I hope I'm wrong.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Cunningham, please.
One of the challenges this year in the budget, and I sent an email to the clerk on this, was we didn't get the presentations. We got the pieces in the budget, but we didn't get the copies of their presentations. So with the Huronia Museum, all we've got is that one letter without any of the breakdown, but it does mention that it's a 0% increase from last year in that case. And we don't have the Cultural Alliance included. I don't believe any of their materials are in here as I review again, unless I have an old copy.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Just wanted to mention that the presentations from the ABC's meeting, all of the presentations were attached to the agenda the following morning. So the information is on the website.
I stopped looking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Somebody else had their hand up, I think, Councillor Main.
I just wanted to share the exciting news that the Huronia Museum will be reopening on Monday, January 31st. So if you support the museum, come check it out. Thank you.
Perfect. I'd just like to, I just make the comment that I'd like to see Huronia Museum in front of council a little more frequently than just at budget time. I'd also like to understand what their KPIs are because I don't understand them. We're going to continue to fund at, I think it's 87,000. Somewhere in that range. Then I would like to see, I'd like to see what they're about. And I, at some point, would like to hear the conversation about non-fungible tokens between Councillor Olszewski and the new Mr. Schilling, I think it is. Hope that's going well. So I'll ask the question then, show of cards, please. Who supports the museum request? Thank you. That's 2's unanimous. And with that, I'm afraid I have to go. I apologize, but I have I've had this, so somebody else can chair, or we'll just call. Maybe we'll just recess, and everybody else can go home, clear their head out for tomorrow. It's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. So I have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Ross, seconded by Councillor Cunningham, that the special meeting of council regarding the 2022 budget held on January the 27th, 2022, recess at 4:31 p.m. and resume tomorrow, January 28th, 2022 at 10 a.m. All those in favor? Thank you. Great conversations today. Glad Councillor